Okay, I will call to order the August 31st, 2021 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're going to start with a flag salute led by our County Exec, Todd Leopold. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So our first item is our consent agenda, and it is a list of many items, all to be considered at one time, but the board would be happy to pull anyone for individual discussion if anyone wishes us to do that, and or if any of my colleagues wish to do that, we will do that. And today I need to note that item 24A, we will be convening as the Placer County Housing Authority for that item.
I think we have that.
You do have a request?
Mr. Garabedian, did you wish to remove an item from consent?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. Mike Garabedian. I'd like to remove consent items 20A, B, and C. Thank you. And is this the time to comment about them or later?
Michael, we'll take the remaining items and we will take individually each and every one that anybody wishes us to discuss individually. So we'll do the consent and then we'll get back to these items, and when we do, you'll have a chance to comment.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish something to be pulled?
I see none, Chairman.
Okay.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda, minus those three items. I'll second.
Motion and second, consent, roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones? Gustafson? Wygant?
Yes. Okay, let's take up item 20A. Got to get to it myself. No, Michelle?
No.
What about Steve? Can you cover it?
I don't think he's here.
Here we go.
No. Pardon? Oh, good, perfect, good. So that item will be presented by County Counsel Karen Schwab.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item is the adoption of an ordinance that was introduced at your last board meeting.
Karen, they can't hear you. Maybe just closer to your, yeah.
That work better?
Yep, that's perfect.
All right. This item, 20A, is the adoption of an ordinance that was introduced at the last board meeting. This is an ordinance to levy special taxes for the Transit Services District that was formed by the board at the last meeting. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thanks, Karen. Any questions by board members? Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item?
We'll let Michael. Michael, go ahead and give your comments.
Thank you. Mike Garabedian for Placer County tomorrow. This item and the next annexation-related item, we have expressed concern about this one before, and want to reiterate that. Both of these items, and even the next one, have grave concerns about the annexation process that really that has some constitutional issues with the local government making decisions about this without the state or wider interest. And so we wanted to be sure to weigh in at this time and just remind you of those concerns.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this item? Karen, did you want to respond to that?
Only to state that pursuant to the Belarus law, this particular item, this is 20A again, has been brought forward to the board in full compliance with the law.
Thank you.
Chairman, we have 2 more comments on this. Stephen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. This is Stephen Prescott from Rising Tide Ventures in Kings Beach. Just wanted to ask why we're raising taxes if the TART service has been limited.
I'm sorry, that is not the item we're currently discussing.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sandy, were you looking to give general public comment, or did you want to comment on item 20A?
Good morning. No, I just wanted to comment right now. Is that okay?
Well, we're talking about item 20A, so if your comments are regarding that, then this is the right time. If it was just a general public comment, then we're not quite there yet.
No, it's not a general comment. I was just wanting to echo what the first gentleman said. Anything that has to do with not consulting the public or anything that is unconstitutional, I would be concerned with, especially at this time with the current political climate. So I do echo those concerns from the first gentleman on that topic.
Thank you.
Chairman, no further public comment.
Okay, it's a pleasure of the board.
Second?
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll take up item 20B. And Karen, are you going to take that also?
Karen, I'm on the line. This is
Michelle is
Michelle.
on the line.
Oh. Michelle?
Hi, good morning. Sorry about that. We had a little audio problem on the earlier item. This is Michelle Kingsbury from the Placer County Community Development Resource Agency. Item 20B is an intention to annex property within the Sunset area into the Sunset Fire and Emergency Services CFD 2012-1. The company out there is Greenheck Fan Corporation. This item is the resolution of intention to annex and set the public hearing for that consideration for October 12th. They have conditions of approval to annex into the CFD that was established back in 2012, which would provide revenues for fire and emergency services out in the Sunset area. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, though, on this particular item.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions by board members at this time? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello again, Mike Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow. Just for a little background here, the legislature in 1964, as you all know, delegated its boundary-making authority to the local agency formation commissions, which are made up entirely of local government agencies and districts and cities. And we think there are serious problems with that delegation because it doesn't address the wider interest. And this project, like the last one, is a piecemeal project, both of them having a problem, the other one especially, but being in a proposed district with many, many other properties, and this being kind of a foot in the door. So we will expect to challenge both of them at the annexation phase at the local agency formation commission, which is really the proper, the key way to raise the constitutional and other issues there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And County Council want to address that item also?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is not an action that is under the jurisdiction of LAFCO. This is again a Belarus district that was formed in 2012 for fire protection within the Sunset area. This is the annexation of property which is already within the boundaries of that particular annexation area. The tax assessment on the properties will be on those properties in particular.
And I'd just add that since it's my supervisorial district, the first Sunset Industrial Area Plan was completed in 1997, and it was really the antithesis of piecemeal planning. So it's a place where it's focusing on policy that can create jobs and not get converted into another use that prohibits us having a place for that. That plan was also updated just a couple of years ago. It's now called the Sunset Area Plan, but and Greenheck is a significant employer in it. So I'll just add that to the mix. Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to address this item? What is the pleasure of the board?
Sorry, we have a late raise.
Oh,
Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I was a late hand raise. Yeah, I just wanted to try and follow this a little better. And is it Karen? As I'm facing your board layout, the woman on the left with the peach colored jacket, if she can speak into the mic, because I'm not being able to hear her very well.
Sorry about that.
Let's
Try.
No worries, no, just an adjustment. Thank you.
thank you.
No further.
Pleasure of the board. Motion Holmes, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And item 20C, Bickford Ranch Specific Plan Phase 1 Improvement Agreement. And Michelle?
No, I have that one. This is Leslie Amsbury with Engineering and Surveying. And this is an improvement agreement for the Bickford Ranch Specific Plan Phase 1 improvements. This is, like I say, an improvement agreement to cover the off-site sewer improvements and widening improvements to Sierra College Boulevard. This is in the first phase of development. And this construction contract or improvement agreement is being put in place to satisfy CFD requirements for the Bickford Improvement Company to construct the first phase of the backbone public infrastructure to support phase 1 development and for future small lot final subdivision maps. The subdivider or the Bickford Improvement Company has provided a set of bonds for each set of plans. There are 2 sets of plans. Like I say, one for the sewer and one for the Sierra College widening improvements, and they've posted bonds to secure those improvements. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Leslie. Any question by board members? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Mike Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow. I'm speaking as a resident of Lincoln. I'm not speaking for the city in an official capacity, but I think I'm speaking for many people there about the nature of the sewer line extension by Bickford Ranch to virtual borders of the city of Lincoln. The interchange of Sierra College Boulevard and Highway 193, the Lincoln-Newcastle Highway, where there is commercial development proposed that would compete with the city of Lincoln. This kind of leapfrog development from both outside the Bickford Ranch main development area and outside, right next to the city of Lincoln, is a problem that we see that it shouldn't be taking place in this manner. Kind of this foot in the door approach, significant, really attack on the city of Lincoln. I don't know why the city of Lincoln isn't here, but seeing this on the agenda and the implications of extending a sewer line out there for what it could only be called leapfrog development for an interchange where various projects are being considered, commercial and so forth, along with wetland issues. So it's good to have an opportunity to at least raise this issue to the board and ask you to put it over so that there's an opportunity for the city of Lincoln to speak up on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. And Karen, did you have a comment?
Only to say that this project was actually first approved in 2004, during which time the sewer extension was analyzed in the EIR and also in the addendum in 2015. This is simply the improvement agreement in order to allow them to record a final map.
Well, I'll just add, as the one who represents the city of Lincoln, but also being old and on the board for a while. The sewer agreement, as it relates to the Bickford project, was something that was done collaboratively with the city, and one in which they had a lot of interest. For the public and Michael, the Bickford Marketplace is a different project that this does not refer to necessarily, and if that actually comes forward, keep an eye out for that name, and it, I think, is reflective of some of the comments, quite a few of your comments, maybe all of your comments, but that is not what we're talking about in this particular issue. That's a different project proposal that has been discussed. Okay. Anyone else?
No further.
Thanks. Pleasure of the board. Motion Holmes, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, that completes the items that were on consent. Next is the time for public comment. This is the time when people can address the board on something that is not on the agenda. So just to make sure we are clear and are running our meeting efficiently, if there's something on the agenda, and I want to point out that COVID is going to be addressed, an update on COVID is going to be addressed, so that would not be appropriate to discuss at this time. And then we have a consideration of a continuation of emergency and a public health emergency as relates to the river fire, so comments about that should be held until we discuss those items. So with that, please state your name for the record, and you're welcome to make your public comments.
Good morning. My name is Richard Lingenjo, Lingensjo. During the August 10 Board of Supervisors meeting, I delivered a resolution to the board. Second Amendment Sanctuary County. My resolution is not on the agenda today, so I'm disappointed. I've been in the fight against the Communist Chinese since 1968. And when I mean fight, I mean literally. I want to thank Susanna Jones for taking 40 minutes at her Roseville office to listen to my argument. I determined years ago that Kool-Aid drinkers do not possess the capacity to comprehend the concept of liberty. I'm going to repeat that. They do not possess the capacity to comprehend the concept of liberty. They conceitedly mimic the dictionary definition as if that act proves something. Quoting a 70s pop song by Joni Mitchell, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you have till it's gone? The CCP virus is a biological warfare agent attack on the United States of America.
I'm going to call you out of order. I mentioned that we're going to have an update on COVID in the county, and that is when these comments. If you want to stay in attendance in our meeting, you're going to have to behave yourselves, because we're not going to tolerate anything other than that. And I meant.
It's a biological warfare attack, and if you want to arrest me, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Douglas Wells. I worked for 28 years with the Department of Corrections, and I retired as an assistant supervisor in San Jose Juvenile Parole. My comments today pertain to Measure F.
And business owners of Placer County, your Board of Supervisors are attempting to silence the voice of the voters. Did you know your Placer County Board of Supervisors are quietly working to repeal Measure F without voter approval? What is Measure F, you might ask? Measure F was approved by the voters in 1976, and it determines the salary of your Placer County deputies based on the average salaries of 3 surrounding counties. This measure has been instrumental in giving your sheriff the ability to recruit top-tier law enforcement officers to serve this community. Since the voters rejected 2 attempts to appeal Measure F, the board decided to ignore your voice and to take matters into their own hands by repealing it behind closed doors. Ironically, your Placer County Board of Supervisors happily enjoy the same salary formula as Measure F, but yet they want to take it away from the men and women who risk their lives to keep Placer County safe. The Board of Supervisors passed Charter Section 207, which determines their salaries based on the average of El Dorado, Nevada, and Sacramento counties, the same exact formula as Measure F. The Placer County Supervisors Measure F for me, but not for thee mentality needs to stop. Stop silencing the voice of the voters. Please contact your Board of Supervisors and urge them to support your Placer County deputies.
So supervisors, please allow the people's voice to be heard by our vote. Do not usurp what has been the voters' choice on Measure F. Thank you.
Before you get started, I'm going to add some information to make sure that there is transparency and discussion. So Measure F discussions have been a result of contract negotiations for 3 years. They've been hardly behind any closed doors or on quiet. And in fact, on the 14th of September, probably at a timed moment, what time is it?
We haven't set the time.
We haven't set the time yet. We will be actually discussing that here publicly. There'll be an opportunity for public comment, and it will be hardly something that was brushed under the carpet or whatever reference that tape had in it. It's been very public, very transparent. It'll continue to be that way. Okay, please state you're welcome. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Susan. I'm from Lincoln. I want to start today with your oath of office, which I strongly suggest it being recited along with the Pledge of Allegiance, because I think you guys forget what your job here is. Again, you've all signed this. It's I and your name do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And there is a penalty for not upholding your oath. It's a federal crime. Specifically, you're here, your one job is to uphold the Constitution. That is your contract with this county. As far as I'm concerned, everything else on the agenda is moot. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It does not matter, because your one job here, your contract, is to uphold our Constitution. And in fact, if you're not upholding our Constitution, it is a crime. And I want to remind you, Governor Newsom's being recalled because he's passing all these illegal mandates and laws. They're illegal. And guess what? When these signs you're putting all over our county, this right here, the seats block off, this is not only proof that you're supporting and promoting, you're advocating illegal laws. That's an overthrow of our government. That's an overthrow of our Constitution. That's a crime. You guys are violating your oaths. And I'm going all over my county. Can you see this up here? Taking pictures. Look, it's even got placercounty.org. You are handing out this stuff all over our county. It's at this, they just gave it to me, but this, oh, I love this. The one with the things all over the floor. This one. Can you see this? Where's the camera? Can you see this? If that's not proof that you're promoting it and advocating it, and it's illegal, how is that not an overthrow of our Constitution? That right there, that's my evidence, and I continue to take pictures everywhere I go, getting them. They're so nice. They'll just hand them over to me. It's got your information on it. It's very clear it's coming from this office, U5. That's your one job. If you can't get that right, you have failed, and it's a crime. And that's why I will be supporting those affidavits to get you out of office. I also want to. We have inalienable rights. We have inalienable rights in our Constitution, both our constitutions. Our inalienable rights are our birthrights. We're born with them. They cannot be taken away. And guess what our California Constitution says? All people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. We have enjoyed safe defending our life and liberty. Then we have our Bill of Rights, the right of the people to be secure in their persons. You cannot force any mandate on me. It is illegal. And I will hold you accountable, all of you.
Also, as a comment, in the spirit of transparency and honesty, the county has not implemented any mandates with regards to COVID. I doubt you'll find another jurisdiction in the state of California who has actually been aggressively and actively opposing the governor with his policies. I think you might be in the wrong county, but please come forward and state your name for the record and make your comments.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Connor. I am from Roseville, and I am here today to address you all and ask that while we are all going through a political pandemic right now, this is not about a virus of COVID. This is not. This is a political pandemic where the virus is actually ignorance, and what is being spread is fear and anxiety. It is being spread amongst the people across the world, not just us in Placer County, not just us in California, over the world. Particularly because we live here, all of us are going to be here in Placer County far long after any executive emergency order, as illegal as it is, that Gavin Newsom is trying to push on all of us. I don't care what political party that any of us belong to. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what your sexual preference is. Bottom line is, we the people have been given constitutional rights that are being violated. So we have to come together to agree that we are not going to participate in this criminal act of terrorism. This is domestic terrorism, and whether you are fighting for your child's right to wear a mask or not wear a mask in school, you should have that right, and you do have that right. It is being violated. So the verbiage used by the California Department of Public Health is very intimidating. People think that they have to comply. They do not. It is against the California Constitution, the United States Constitution. It is clearly stated in the CDC. You look at their regulations, it will tell you a mask does not prevent from a viral infection. So, and a child is not allowed to, you are not allowed to use their biological being, their body, in an experimental trial. All of this stuff, they're pushing Pfizer is FDA approved. That is false. It is not approved. It is allowed and permitted to be used for trial. This is a trial. Our children and our bodies are not up and subjected to a trial. That is illegal. It is illegal. The CDC will recognize that, California Public Health. That's why the Sheriff's Department doesn't enforce it, because it's not a crime. We are allowed to say what we can and cannot do. We are allowed to tell you. So at this point, what we need to do is checks and balances. Okay, what do we know? We know there's a virus. Cool, great. People get sick, people die. What do we also know? We also know masks do not protect. The vaccine does not work. The mandates are illegal. We can accommodate. We can appreciate. We cannot mandate. It is against the law, and we need you as Placer County to stand up and say, we are not going to be complicit in this. We are standing up for our people and our rights, and we are not going to allow this.
Would you wrap up your comment? And again, I'll try to clarify again for the sake of honesty. Some of you are horribly misinformed. This board has never endorsed or supported the governor's mandates. If you want to stay in this, if you want to stay in this meeting, you better start behaving yourself, because pretty soon you won't be in this meeting. So one, this is not the time to talk about COVID. I'll not accept any more public comment under COVID. The COVID item is coming up at 9:30 after we have a presentation from our public health officer. Then comments can be made about COVID, but not anymore at this time. And then again, I don't know where you're from, but obviously you are not paying attention to what's going on in Placer County. This board has not provided any of our county resources be used to support the governor's mandates. We in fact have opposed them.
Your school districts are enforcing it, sir.
Again, you're going to be vacated from this room if you don't behave yourselves. So go ahead, state your name for the record.
You want to be lied to, and you are violating your oath, sir. You are criminal
State-
act by lying to us right now. I will gladly. You will be served with paper, sir.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'd like to know what the Placer County Board of Supervisors is doing to prevent vaccine passports in Placer County.
You're gonna have to sit down. I'm done.
Okay, it's not.
Comments
COVID.
about COVID are not what we're talking about. These are items that are not on the agenda. COVID is at 9:30 on the agenda. This is public. We're gonna start to need.
Okay, so I have some other comments.
If they're about COVID, you're out of order.
No, the other stuff. Okay, I got plenty of stuff for you.
He has a right to comment as a member of the public.
Again, I'm going to ask the deputies to get people out of here real quickly, because we're going to continue on our meeting. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop public comment now. We're going to continue public comment at the end of the meeting. We're going to move to our 9:30 timed item, which is an update on COVID. And if anybody is out of order, I'm asking the deputies to remove them from here as quickly as possible.
I have other comments.
Sit down. We are now going to take up our 9:30 timed item, which is an update on COVID. We'll take those at the end of the meeting. What's that?
I have other items other than COVID I'd like to talk about. Can I have my 3 minutes?
Yeah, let's just ask it separately, but we can deal with it, and he can, yeah, thanks. Okay, we're going to take up our 9:30 timed item, which is an update on COVID, and we're going to first hear from our public health officer, Rob Oldman, Dr. Oldman. So, Rob, you're up.
Great. Well, thanks, Chair Wygant and members of the board. Rob Oldham with HHS. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Great. Well, here to present our HHS COVID update. And first, just wanted to thank you all for setting aside some time for me on the agenda this morning to update your board as a whole, and also for the many individual conversations that we've been having recently about COVID. In addition to the conversations about all the other many issues facing HHS and the community we serve, it isn't lost on me that we've been dealing with COVID now for a year and a half, and just about everyone is suffering to one degree or another as a result of this pandemic, and that just about everyone is ready for this pandemic to be over. And we did have hope as recently as a few months ago that maybe the end was near, as a result of the robust early demand for the highly effective COVID vaccines and state messaging surrounding the June 15th end of the state's blueprint for a healthier economy with all of its colored tiers. Many were under the impression that maybe the pandemic was coming to an end and our lives could finally return to normal. We in public health were still very concerned back in June as we were watching what the Delta variant was doing in other countries, and concerned that maybe COVID wasn't quite done with us, but it did seem like the worst was behind us. Specifically, with so many of our seniors and medically vulnerable residents vaccinated, it was hard to envision a scenario where our hospitals would be overwhelmed again, like they were back in December and January. Likewise, we had the experience here in Placer County of being one of the first counties in California to have students return to in-person learning in the early fall of 2020. Our schools worked really hard to help prevent the spread of COVID in our schools, and we ended up seeing very low rates of in-school transmission last year. We all know that our kids need to be in the classroom, and our experience helped give us some confidence that our schools could safely provide in-person learning this year. In fact, we were hopeful that with all we learned last year and going into this school year with almost half our students age 12 and older now fully vaccinated, that maybe this school year might be even a little easier. Let's see, next slide, please. Flip the slides. And next slide, please. Perfect. So, as we said many times over and over again in the last couple of months, Delta is different, especially in its ability to find unvaccinated groups of people and to spread very quickly. New data are also suggesting that people infected with Delta...
Hey, Rob, could you hold on a second?
Sure.
Again, none of that is going to be accepted. Dr. Oldham is going to be allowed to make his presentation. You need to start conducting yourselves like adults. This is a public hearing, and we're done completely with the behavior that is as if you're 5-year-olds. Do not interrupt him. There's an opportunity for questions at the end. If you want to conduct yourself in a proper manner, you'll be allowed to stay. If you don't, you will not be allowed to stay. Go ahead, Rob.
All right, thank you, Chair Wygant. So as I was saying, new data are also suggesting that people infected with Delta are more than twice as likely to require hospitalization than those infected with other variants of COVID. These unfortunate realities are forcing us to adjust some of our previous assumptions, hopes, and plans. Next slide, please. So looking at these graphs, you can see the graph on the right that starting in early July, we saw a dramatic exponential increase in the number of cases among unvaccinated Placer residents. Eventually, we also started seeing a much more modest increase in cases, even among people who are vaccinated. But as you can see, this Delta surge was driven by the sharp increases in cases among those who are unvaccinated. You can also see that it does appear that perhaps this sharp increase may have plateaued, at least for now. But community transmission rates are at rates that we have not seen since January, during the worst peak of the pandemic. Next slide, please. We're even more concerned when we look at our hospitalizations due to COVID, with the number of patients hospitalized for COVID now exceeding our winter peak. While this surge looked a lot like the winter surge we had back in January, many of you heard from our frontline healthcare workers on a recent hospital tours that this surge is different in a number of ways. First, vaccines are now widely available and highly effective. So about 90% of those being hospitalized are unvaccinated. In the winter surge, infections in older adults, especially residents of skilled nursing facilities, were a major driver of hospitalizations and deaths. Now that over 80% of our seniors and even a higher percentage of skilled nursing facility residents are vaccinated, most hospitalizations are due to community transmission, and the people being hospitalized are much younger than during the winter surge. Many different hospital staff shared with us how they're working to bring comfort and recovery to people who are suffering, most of them suffering needlessly because their illness was easily preventable. This hard reality is taking an even greater toll on our hospital workers, who were already nearing exhaustion after a year and a half on the front lines of this pandemic. Next slide, please. Things are even worse when you look at our ICU hospitalizations due to COVID, which have now far exceeded our winter peak. You'll notice that both for total hospitalizations and ICU hospitalizations, only about half of these patients are Placer residents, which is consistent with the pattern that we have seen throughout most of the pandemic. Some are asking me why we're so concerned about the number of COVID patients in our hospitals if more than half of them are not Placer residents. I think it's critical to understand that we don't have a county hospital, and we rely almost exclusively on two large hospital systems that have regional operating models. The two largest hospitals in Placer have a wide service area and lie on the Placer-Sacramento County border, providing care to residents of both counties as well as other neighboring counties. Moreover, many Placer residents receive care in hospitals in neighboring communities who are experiencing similar strains on their hospitals. I'm also hearing concerns that public health current messaging around the strain on our hospitals is unnecessarily stoking panic and fear. We're trying to be careful not to do so, but to offer a sober wake-up call based on what we're hearing directly from our hospitals, but always with appropriate context that doesn't always make the headlines. Our hospitals have done an amazing job over the last 18 months adjusting to many different challenges so they can be there to serve our community, and we expect that they'll continue to do so. But we think our community deserves to know that all hospital services are impacted when COVID community transmission is as high as it is currently, which is why it's in our collective best interest as a community and a region to decrease transmission. For instance, someone experiencing a stroke or a spinal cord injury right now, there's a good chance that they might be sent home rather than to a rehabilitation bed because the rehab beds are being used for acute care due to the COVID surge. These choices our hospitals are having to make every day will become increasingly severe if trends continue in their current direction, and we hope that doesn't come to pass. We're not trying to fearmonger, but we do think we have a responsibility to tell our residents the truth, even when the truth may be hard to hear. Next slide, please. Again, like our hospitals, our schools have repeatedly risen to the challenge through this pandemic to help keep our students and staff safe in school and to maximize opportunities for in-person instruction as much as possible. While there are lots of different opinions about COVID policies, it seems like just about everyone agrees that our children belong in school, and lots of people are working very hard to keep them in school this year. But like our meeting with the hospitals, the tone of our meetings with school leadership in the last couple weeks has become increasingly dire. Again, Delta variant is proving to be extremely efficient at spreading quickly through unvaccinated groups, and we still have large numbers of unvaccinated children in our schools. The extremely high rates of community transmission that we're seeing with this surge is making the strain on our schools even more challenging than previous surges. Last school year, we saw mostly sporadic community-linked cases in schools. But now we're also seeing the emergence of what appears to be more in-school transmission. We're less than 2 or 3 weeks into school for most of our students, yet some entire classrooms have already had to temporarily close due to apparent outbreaks. Again, our schools here in Placer have worked very hard to adjust to everything COVID has thrown at them through the pandemic to try to keep our students in school, and I know they'll continue to do so. We're very fortunate to have the great schools that we do here in Placer, and they've really risen to the occasion. But I think it's important to understand that our schools are really being stretched, and they need our support to bring down community transmission so that our students, including many who are not eligible for the vaccine, can continue to enjoy in-person learning. Next slide, please. And it isn't just our schools and hospitals that are struggling to adjust to the Delta surge. Other parts of our healthcare infrastructure, like our skilled nursing facilities, are facing different challenges than with the previous surges, but serious challenges nonetheless. And the Delta variant is also having an impact on important public infrastructure, like our jails, courts, and elections, to name a few. It seems that the demand for public services continues to grow, but we're all struggling to meet the demand due to COVID-related impacts on our workforce. And I'm hearing that Delta is having an impact on businesses who are already struggling with staffing and are now seeing large numbers of their employees either sick or in quarantine after COVID exposures. In addition, we're hearing from some businesses that some of their usual customers are staying home because of concerns about COVID, and in particular, concerns about large numbers of unmasked or inadequately masked people in indoor public spaces. Next slide, please. This is on vaccinations. You can see that the average number of vaccinations administered per day that had pretty much been in constant free fall since our peak back in April has actually started to climb gradually over the last month. So as of to date, you'll see that I see here that Placer stands at approximately 61% of our total population having received at least one dose. 70% of our eligible population of people 12 years and older have received at least one dose. But even with that, we have over 100,000 eligible residents who could be vaccinated. Also, some recent developments. The Food and Drug Administration has done full approval for the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine approved for use in people 16 and older with full FDA approval, but still the other vaccines are under emergency use authorization, and it's expected that FDA approval for them will come with time, given the large number of data points now with so many people being vaccinated and overwhelming evidence that all of these vaccines are safe and effective. Additional developments around additional doses for people who are immunocompromised, and also there's news about the potential need for booster doses based off of some data showing waning immunity from some of the vaccines. So more to come on that. I think the science is still being evaluated, but we heard messages from the administration earlier this month getting prepared for a possible rollout of booster doses in the fall. So with over 5 billion COVID vaccine doses administered worldwide and over 360 million doses administered in the U.S., including about 437,000 doses in Placer, it's now pretty clear that these are among the safest and most effective vaccines in history. Yes, there have been some rare adverse events associated with vaccines, including rare cases of temporary heart inflammation, myocarditis, and pericarditis associated with the mRNA vaccines, Moderna and Pfizer, and very rare blood clots associated with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. But it's important to remember that these same symptoms, plus many other symptoms and even more severe impacts, are seen at much higher rates in people with COVID infections than in the very rare adverse events associated with vaccines. And when you talk to our healthcare workers, they're not reporting large numbers of hospitalizations due to vaccine adverse effects. Of course, what they're actually seeing is large numbers of people being hospitalized and suffering because they didn't get vaccinated. I think at this point, it should be very clear to anyone who's interested in looking at objective evidence that the risks of being unvaccinated far exceed any small risk of very rare adverse effects associated with the vaccination. Next slide, please. In response to the impact of the Delta variant described previously, on Wednesday, August 25th, Placer County Public Health issued a health warning to help alert residents of the impacts of our very high rates of community transmission on our critical infrastructure and urge residents to take steps now to protect themselves, their loved ones, and the entire community. In addition to once again urging all eligible residents who are not vaccinated to get vaccinated as soon as possible, we're also advising all residents, regardless of vaccination status, to use high-quality masks while in all indoor settings to protect against the highly infectious Delta variant. Again, we've received some criticism from some who felt the media coverage surrounding this health warning was stoking fear and division and was unfairly blaming Placer residents for the surge in Placer hospitals, despite the fact that the majority of those being hospitalized for COVID are in Placer hospitals are actually residents of neighboring counties. Again, the intent wasn't to frighten anyone, yet to give our community an unvarnished assessment of where we are. We recognize that the Delta surge is not unique to Placer. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that all of our neighboring counties have at least slightly higher case rates than we do. I agree that efforts to try to blame any particular group of people or policy for the impacts we're seeing on our critical infrastructure across the region are not productive. We're also hearing concerns from some that our health warning didn't go further. In fact, some are wanting a health order mandating universal masking in indoor public settings, like some other counties have done. We really appreciate where the folks offering this criticism are coming from. Some of these concerns have been expressed by healthcare workers and others on the front lines who I think really deserve to be heard. Throughout the pandemic, our consistent approach has been trying to align with the guidance from the California Department of Public Health. At times, this has been a bumpy road trying to follow these state guidance and orders. Many of these directives were hard to implement and were not easily accepted by many of our residents. We've had some success in trying to explain the reasoning behind some of the guidance and building support for them when we can. So CDPH currently recommends that all people wear a mask while indoors and mandates that people who are unvaccinated do so. We're tracking with CDPH here in Placer on that guidance, but with our health warning, we are emphasizing the urgency of the situation and of our community adhering to all layers of protection, including masking. There are practical, legal, and strategic concerns with local orders that go beyond guidance and orders from the state. I think it's these concerns that have resulted in Placer and most counties in our region so far choosing not to issue orders that are more restrictive than those from the state. However, I think we're also acknowledging that with this Delta surge, we all need to continue to monitor the situation closely and examine previous assumptions, policies, and practices and adjust. Can you take down the slides now, please? I just wanted to end this morning by reflecting on our hospital visits last week and ongoing conversations that I've had with some of our healthcare workers. I know that in public service, we all hear lots of different opinions, and everyone has the right to be heard. However, amidst all these strongly held opinions and emotions, it can sometimes be challenging to find the facts. We talked a lot about going to credible sources of scientific information, but our visit last week also reminded me of the value of listening to the people who may not be doing scientific research, but instead are working at the front lines of our hospitals, schools, and businesses. Even though these people may not be comfortable speaking out, they have valuable perspectives, and I think they also need to be heard. And today I'm doing what I can to try to bring their voices to the table too. Thanks again for your time this morning and for your ongoing support, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Oldham. For the
Excuse me, I'm going to uphold what the chairman has
actually,
asked.
wait, Cindy, I'm about the next time anybody is out of order, I'm going to ask the deputies to get them out of here. We're going to try to run this meeting in a mature manner and in a civil manner like we always do. And as I was about to say, everybody who actually wants to ask a question and get an answer, even though they may not like the answer, you can come up during comment, ask those questions. So Rob, my plan will be to accumulate those questions. I'm not going to answer them on the fly, each and every one, or get into debates about one, but then you can certainly respond to any and all, and you can express your opinion as well as, obviously, sometimes there's scientific consensus, sometimes there's not. But that's how we're going to proceed. And one more person out of order is the last one. I hope that part is clear. So first I'm going to open up to the board, and Cindy, I think you wanted to say something or ask a question or...
Yeah, I had a question, Dr. Oldham, on our site visit last week. I wanted to first thank you and thank the hospital professionals that shared with us what was going on in Sutter, Roseville. And I wanted to see what any updates you have on their capacity right now. I know they had their busiest day on record that Friday when we first got your email. I don't know if you have any more information. This is an accumulation of those. And then I also wanted to ask if you had any knowledge of Tahoe Forest Hospital's capacity right now.
Yeah, I can for sure update on the Placer hospitals, looking at our dashboard, which it looks like, and I think it's going to be updated later on today with the latest numbers. So it's updated right now on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But it looks like just in general, the hospital, the number of beds, it has been about the same as late last week. And so again, the case rate we've been seeing plateau now for the last week or so, and that's the hope, is that the hospitalization being a lagging indicator that maybe hospitalizations are plateauing. When we met with the hospitals on Friday, I believe one of them had a slight uptick and the other had held steady. So maybe a slight increase, but pretty much about the same number of hospitalizations as we were seeing, during our tour last week. So the last week has held fairly steady, and same with ICU hospitalizations. Although it's at a really high rate, it has held pretty steady over the last week or so. And as far as Tahoe Forest, I think the latest is only 3 patients in the hospital at Tahoe Forest. It's a much smaller hospital, so small impacts, small numbers can have big impacts, but they haven't been as impacted. I will point out that Eastern Placer and Eastern Nevada County tend to have much higher vaccination rates, for what that's worth.
Thank you. And I do know they were able to take a number of patients from Barton when they had to evacuate the South Shore Hospital last night. So, or yesterday, they took 8 or 9 patients, but I don't know what their diagnosis was. Thank you. I appreciate that update.
My pleasure.
Any other board comments or questions at this time? So I'll just, I want to make a couple comments, and Rob, you can respond to this, but again, for all of the public, whether they disagree with us or not, our key here now is just to get information out, the best information we possibly can. But Supervisor Gustafson and I toured Sutter Health Hospital, I believe it was a week ago Monday, and certainly can affirm that visually we saw a facility that was overwhelmed with COVID patients to the extent that compromises were being made as it related to what would be more normal hospital delivery. Now, those kinds of things I know can happen, for example, with some other kind of an emergency, which normally would be short-term and like a massive accident on a freeway or something like that. But what I heard and saw, Rob maybe could comment on this, was a big part of the problem as it related to the beds that were taken up and the staff that were being asked to work so much longer than normal under circumstances like this, is that the hospital stays of the COVID patients were longer than they had been in the first surge. So would you comment on that and maybe provide more of a medical perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wygand. For sure, the big strain, I think, throughout the pandemic, but that we heard is on staffing, and that there are a lot of factors that are different now with staffing, including the resources that were available earlier in the pandemic with traveling nurses, et cetera, are much less available. And so staff are very tired. And then, some around staff morale, and particularly around this, because so many of their patients are unvaccinated, so they see that their hospitalizations as being preventable, and the level of suffering. I don't have data on the length of stay, in the hospitalization, in the hospital. We do have data on the length of stay in the emergency department. So people are, whether they're for COVID or for something else, are having to spend much longer than anyone wants in the emergency department in places that really aren't designed for, intensive, for that level of care, and so our emergency departments are really impacted with people with really long lengths of stay there awaiting a hospital bed up on one of the floors, which is part of the reason why they've had to do things like convert rehab beds into acute care beds. But I don't, right in front of me, I'll try to get that from the hospitals as far as, the length of stay. But your point around, we heard, I think, the same person describing younger people and the impact. It's a different, back with the pandemic, the surge in the winter, large numbers of the people who were really sick were older adults, many of them coming from skilled nursing facilities, and these are much younger people, and so it's just really hard, I think, for the staff to see younger people suffering. I mean, they described for us, the terrible, having to prone patients on their stomachs, and just the terrible experience of people really essentially suffocating, right? Having a really hard time breathing, and so trying to ease their pain. The isolation that comes with not being able to see your family while they're in the hospital, but the pain that comes, to staff. I think the good news is that most of these younger people are actually surviving, but it's a really long, arduous for the patient journey, but also for the people providing that care. So yeah, that was sort of the flavor of what we heard. But I'll try to see it, and if our hospitals can provide more data on the actual length of stay and how that's changing with now with the Delta variant.
Yeah, no, so I'll premise this just in light of the tenor of our meeting and one's recent, but Rob, have you, as health officer or as the board, issued any COVID mandates?
No, again, at this point, we've really, the state has, but we haven't had any local orders that are more restrictive than the state.
Thanks. And with that, noting that people obviously have a choice as to whether or not they want to get vaccinated or not, the reality, the truth is, as it relates to the data in Placer County in our hospitals, as I recall, something like 9% of the COVID patients currently are unvaccinated patients, correct?
That's correct.
And so if they had been vaccinated and that prevented them from getting the vaccination, even though there are these crossover infections now, you could make wouldn't it be logical to assume that 90% of the caseload in Sutter Health would not be there, would be decreased by about 90% roughly? Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I think that's accurate, but I would extend that to say, if the larger numbers of the unvaccinated were vaccinated, that probably even these breakthrough cases, right, would be much diminished. So most of the people who are vaccinated who are getting COVID are catching it from someone, either someone who's unvaccinated or as a result of this surge. So if we took care of those 90%, that it would probably also take care of the 10% or so that are vaccinated.
Well, and in addition, so if, let's assume, only 10% of the COVID patients were in fact in Sutter Health that I saw, then the rest of the medical capacity that would be currently doing things like deferring even cancer treatments, certainly the physical therapy that we saw, those resources would be available to treat those patients who are not suffering from COVID, but in fact were currently ill. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
And then, as we move forward, we've talked a lot about trying to, again, beef up the information that we get out to our public. Obviously, as this meeting is reflecting, it's not working perfectly. So anything that we can do to enhance that and get it on the record for the public, and then the public can make their own decisions, I think we want to work on. I'll just make that comment. But I do know that you've beefed back up. We have some frequently asked questions and those kinds of things in a way that can help at least Placer County Public Health get the best available scientific information, particularly as it relates to Placer County, noting that it's inherent in science that there is disagreement. Science then tends to coalesce around consensus to the extent that it does exist, and that there is a lot of disagreement and unknowns as it relates to the degree to which mask wearing is helpful. I would certainly argue that it's not some kind of, I've talked to you about how one of the things that irritates me about some of the leadership that we've seen in the country and the state about mask wearing is that if you just wear a mask, you'll be safe, and that's certainly not true. Depends on the quality of the mask and the conditions under which you're wearing it. But I think even those kinds of things that are uncertain, to the extent that we can provide that information, it'll be useful, and I suspect we'll get some questions as we move forward. So again, thanks, Rob. I know you've been working at it really hard, and all of that is not going unnoticed by the five of us. So I'm going to turn it over to Jim and then Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't attend Sutter Roseville tour, but one of the consequences of the impact of COVID on Sutter Roseville is the ambulance offload times. There are patients that are there for any other reason on an ambulance that have to wait for more than an hour to have admittance into the hospital. And actually, staff is trying to get out to those ambulances and treat them while they're in the ambulance before they can be into the emergency room. I did tour, actually my wife was in ICU early last week for a broken elbow, but when I was in there, every room that had a door on it had COVID patients that were on respirators. And then I toured it later on last week. 29 patients are in Auburn Faith because of COVID. You could see the wear and tear on the staff. People were coming in. One of the nurses that I happen to know, when my wife was there, had to come in at 3 o'clock in the morning because there was a shortfall. And there's not as much staff as there is. Generally, when you're in the hospital, you have a lot of staff overseeing you. During her stay in the hospital, you could see that staff was short. They were doing the best they could, but it was an impact of the COVID patients in our hospitals. And it's a regional system. It's not a county system. Our hospital system is a regional system. That's why you see people from outside the county into our local hospitals. Thank you.
Okay, Suzanne, then Bonnie.
Yes, Dr. Rob, I'm wondering, can you tell us how do we get our statistics that you're reporting on all these charts?
Yeah, so we have a dashboard, so on the Placer County website, where you can get the statistics in real time. That's updated, as I mentioned, twice a week. Another thing to point you to, actually coming out this Friday, were the much more in-depth epidemiology report. So I just wanted to give a shout out to, I mentioned our healthcare workers who've been at this for 18 months. Our public health team, small but mighty public health team, has also been at this for a long time. And so I know we've gotten some requests to have even more, frequent updates to the dashboard and more frequent in-depth epidemiology reports. But those actually take a lot of work. As I know, as Supervisor Jones, as a statistician, you recognize this, that kind of pulling all the data and crunching the numbers can be very challenging. But we are going to have another more in-depth look into the data and actually addressing some of those frequently asked questions in our report that's set to come out on this Friday. But yeah, on our website, you can find on the dashboard has information around our case rates, around hospitalizations and deaths. I will say just it does look like that maybe we're seeing another spike in deaths. So up until now, the nice thing has been we haven't seen the high mortality rate that we saw back in the winter peak, but just several deaths who's come in the last few days that we're tracking closely. So anyway, all that information, including vaccination rates and data, is there on the dashboard. If you just go to the Placer County website, you'll see it kind of up pretty up front and center.
Well, I was curious because I thought it was my understanding that we get statistics and the reporting from the state. Is that?
Yeah, it's complicated. It depends on which data we're talking about. The hospital data actually we get from the hospitals and have different reporting. Hospitals give us different things, which that's part of what makes it so complicated to answer, especially some of the questions around vaccination status for all of our hospitals, as we get the data in different ways. But as far as the information, there's the information that's entered into the state system, but then we also populate our dashboard with kind of the local real-time data. So there's a little bit of a difference between those two, but over time they track pretty much the same. I know a lot of the demand for kind of instant data, we said before, it's like watching the stock market, and day-to-day changes aren't really as relevant. In fact, I would probably caution people to put too much into the day-to-day changes, because there can be reporting delays from hospitals or other healthcare providers. So, but over time, I think, and you look at the trend lines, I think those are probably the most valuable things to look at, as opposed to kind of the day-to-day variation.
So do they follow correctly and report the difference between those patients that have received the vaccination and those that have not?
Yeah, they're just reported in kind of different ways, but we are getting that data from hospitals, and it's consistent. It's been, those data is, again, it changes from day to day as far as the percentage of patients in the hospital who are vaccinated versus unvaccinated. But over time, it seems to have been pretty consistently about 90% who are unvaccinated at kind of all hospitals, not just in Placer, but around the state.
Right. I know. I watched a news clip last week, and I was disappointed when the reporter created all this panic about the numbers of COVID patients being out of control in Placer County, and then at the very end of her report, she kind of quietly reported that, well, less than 50% were Placer County residents. So, we can thank the media for trying to trash our reputations, but I am curious, of the deaths that we had the increase, do you know if they were Placer residents or not?
Yes, we have seen some recent increased deaths of Placer residents. So all the deaths that we record are for Placer residents.
Oh, okay, thanks. And the other thing too is the other day when we were talking, I was wondering if you'd share some of the long-term complications, because I'm a science major from college, and so I understand a lot of this stuff, but what I didn't really realize when we were talking is about some of the complications that you referred to as the blood-brain barrier being broken by this disease, and some of the other long-term effects that most of us don't think about. I never thought about it until we were discussing it the other day, but the harmful damage that people can sustain as a long-term result if they do get COVID.
Yeah, and I think I have to speak with some humility about this, right? Because we just don't know a lot of the long-term effects. But with COVID in particular, obviously we haven't had COVID for that long, but already there are reports kind of looking into the medium-term effects, for a year plus of people who, especially those who were infected early during the pandemic. We do know that COVID, actually can affect virtually all of the organ systems, including the nervous system, and that's not unique to the coronaviruses, the SARS-CoV-2. Lots of other viruses can do this, and so I think it's important to recognize that although we're largely focused on the acute effects, hospitalizations and deaths. And most people, recover from COVID, especially younger, healthy people. So I don't want to create unnecessary worry and confusion, because the reality is that most people infected with COVID who are otherwise young and healthy do seem to recover. But obviously there are we're seeing young people now who are getting severe illness. And even requiring hospitalization, but also, it's something that we're watching really closely, of this idea of long COVID. We've seen this with other viruses. I think of Lyme disease, and other infectious agents like Lyme disease. People who have kind of long-term consequences of infection, and so it's something that we're interested in tracking with COVID. I think so far there is the initial evidence points to there being that being kind of a serious concern for some people that we have to continue to watch closely.
And I'm curious, could you tell us about a couple of the other serious pandemics we've had in this country that were even more serious than this, that could be treated with vaccinations?
Well, this is I think our most serious pandemic in over 100 years. We've had other illnesses. So first I'll say that there was no vaccine for the influenza pandemic over 100 years ago that per capita killed more people even than COVID. So that one was probably more serious than what we've even experienced so far with COVID. Yet there was no vaccine for that. But we do have other vaccine preventable illnesses. I think of polio comes to mind, right? Of really severe illness that I wasn't around for polio, fortunately, but I heard stories from my parents and from others about how scary it was to be either a kid or a parent back then, and having everyone knew someone who was affected by polio. We've had more recent examples of vaccine preventable illnesses that have been essentially eradicated. But there are a lot of them. But as far as a pandemic, the most recent pandemic, that actually during my career, I was in Virginia at the time, was for the H1N1 pandemic, which some of the lessons learned from that pandemic apply here, but a lot of them, we're just learning how different it is with COVID compared to the H1N1 pandemic.
I guess my only point is, my concern is that in all my years, I've never experienced the government trying to make us do what they think is going to save our lives when they can't save us from car accidents, or they can't save us all. But Anyway, that doesn't have anything to do, no reflection on you, Dr. Rob. But the only other thing I want to say is, what do you think about the state, the government? Aren't they sort of creating their own shortage of hospital staff by trying to mandate and force nurses who do not want to get vaccinated? They either get vaccinated or they lose their jobs. Isn't this going to create a shortage of healthcare workers?
Yeah, the only thing I think I'd say that is maybe talk with our our hospital folks and hear from them. I know they've been really impacted with shortages even prior to the pandemic. It's been worse. I know that having COVID during the pandemic, staffing challenges. I worked with a hospital prior to coming back to Placer. It's been really challenging, and so they want to keep their patients safe. They want to keep their employees safe, and so with a third of all patients in the hospital with COVID, I think it's really tough to have unvaccinated employees. And so, as far as commenting on that policy, and kind of what they're, I think probably each healthcare organization has a different opinion on that. But I would encourage all of us to really listen to the people on the front lines and our hospital administrators. We talk with them on a regular basis, and by the way, I can't overemphasize what a great job they've been doing, kind of managing. We keep throwing different things at them, the virus does, and that they're really adjusting well. And so I'm confident that they'll be able to continue to adjust, but they're really strained right now.
Thank you, Dr. Rob. Thank you for all your help, and thank you for the conversation last week. That was very helpful.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I really appreciate your update, Dr. Oldham, and it is very clear that the virus is spreading. We can't actually deny that. People are getting sick. That being said, I would like to point out to the ladies and gentlemen in this audience that all of you are sitting here with a choice to wear a mask or not wear a mask. And I point that out because this county is choosing to allow people to have some freedom of choice, which you all here really believe in, which I believe in. At the same time, there are residents throughout this county who have opposite opinions of all of you. And our job as electeds is to balance the impact. Dr. Oldham is working very hard. You might disagree on what it is that he is sharing with you and what it is that you're listening to and researching on your own. That is absolutely fine, all right? However, we are allowing you to walk into these chambers not wearing masks, unlike many other counties in the state of California. And I want you to know that I agree with you that it is not our place to mandate masks and mandate vaccines. I don't believe that our board will do that. I can't speak for my colleagues right now, but I know I can speak for myself that I'll continue to fight against mandates, especially like the vaccine. Fortunately, AB 455 is not moving forward in the state of California. In the legislature, that's a good thing. But you all have to actually advocate for those things as well on your own. So I appreciate the fact that you all are here, that you care about freedom and liberty. At the same time, I want to remind you all that there are other residents who care about their safety as well. So right now, one of the things that Dr. Oldham is trying to encourage us to do is to prevent the spread by doing our part, staying away from large groups of people. If you're sick, stay home, wash your hands, all the stuff we were talking about at the beginning of this pandemic. It's important for us to take care of one another, right? And so you might disagree and you can come up and share your opinions, absolutely. As we sit here and listen to you all, I encourage you to give us the same type of respect, right? This is a group of people that care about our community. I appreciate that, but let's continue to show public dialogue where we respect one another. I appreciate you're here. But at the same time, we have a chair that's working really hard to actually run a meeting so that we can allow for public comment and treat one another with respect. I know that's a little bit past the issue of this item, but I thank you for being here. I also thank you and to remember that you're sitting in this space and being allowed in because our government is not telling you that you can't. And that's because we do have freedom and liberty and opportunity. At the same time, we have to balance that.
Okay, I guess I mentioned before, but I'll repeat. If you want to get any questions to Dr. Oldham and hear his answers, just state those. We'll accumulate those. Rob, you can take up those at the end, so we won't be fielding them as we go forward. And if you want to just get up and make comment, you're welcome to do that too. So just come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline, and I'm a resident of Placer County. And I do thank our board for making Placer County one of the freest places in California to live. I have some questions for Dr. Oldham. And I've talked to friends of mine who are doctors, friends of mine who are nurses. Matter of fact, Suzanne's point about how are mandates affecting nursing. I have nurse friends who have highly, strongly held religious convictions against this emergency use authorization shot, and they are having to clear out their lockers in their hospital that they have worked at for years. One of my questions that I have that has been really pressing on me for a long time is, how are cases defined? What is the cycle threshold? Because I understand that when you run a PCR test with a higher number of cycles or revolutions or whatever it is to identify it, the higher rate will show a very high rate of false positives. And then I also understand that 3 of the PCR testing companies have been pulled. Their EUA has been pulled as of December. And so I'm trying to figure out what manufacturers are being used for testing and what the cycle threshold is. Is there a standard of, number of cycles so that we are minimizing the false positives? Because I have multiple family members who've had respiratory issues, coming down from Tahoe in the smoke, and they start, sore throat, coughing, test for COVID and test positive. So, just like, what is that threshold? And which ones have been pulled, and are we still using those? And then if the case is defined based on a false positive, how do we if we retest, does that count it as another case and then if we test positive based on a false positive and then have to quarantine, and lose pay or whatever, lose employees, how can we figure out a standard on that? And then another question I have is, he was talking about the high rates of unvaccinated patients in the hospitals. And in some of my reading, I learned that the CDC counts unvaccinated, including those who haven't received their second shot. So if you've received your first shot, you're not counted as vaccinated. And if you receive the second shot within 14 days, you're still counted as unvaccinated. And Israel now says that you are not vaccinated, your green pass is not valid unless you get the booster shot. So how long is this going to go on? How many booster shots are people going to have to get in order to remain vaccinated? How are vaccine reactions being recorded for apparent outbreaks? I have a friend who's a doctor and said that his cardiologist friend had a patient with blood clots, and he shortly after his second Pfizer vaccine, he noted that in their chart, and the administration told him he had to pull that notation from the chart. So he wasn't allowed to put in the chart that there was a
And I'm sorry, if you
possible-
could wrap up your comments. Everybody's got 3 minutes. And if you have questions that you'd like to submit to us by email, we can get those answered for you too, and it would maybe be a more efficient way to get all this done.
Yeah, so, and then as far as the Pfizer approval, from what I understand, it's a Comirnaty shot that has been approved, and that's not even available for public use at this point. And then he brought up the blood-brain barrier problem with the, with COVID, a long-term reaction from COVID. And I had a employee who went in for a COVID test, tested negative, but the administrator of the test shoved the swab so far up his nose that he was bawling in pain. So I don't know if that could be related to blood-brain barrier disruption. I don't know. So anyway,
thanks.
A few questions. Thank you.
Hi. Again, I just want to remind the doctor of his oath, because he also took the oath to uphold the Constitution, and that's
And I'm
your
sorry,
main.
could you state your name for the record?
Susan
Just-
from Lincoln.
Yep, great, thanks.
So I won't read it, but it does say you're to uphold the Constitution above anything else. That's your contract with the county. She pretty much summed up what I had to say. The CDC is now counting unvaccinated people with people who have had 1 and sometimes 2 vaccine shots. They are counting anyone who is not fully vaccinated as people who haven't had all vaccinations that are allowed. So I asked the doctor if we're doing that as well. I'd like some clarification on that, because that's very important. We need to know if those people had 1 shot, 2 shot, no shots, okay? And the other thing too, I don't understand, I've got a friend here in the audience who had COVID. She was sent home, she didn't even stay 1 night. She was very sick. I didn't see her for 3 or 4 weeks. She's here now. She was treated with ivermectin or hydrochloroquine, whatever, was sent home. I don't understand how come you guys don't get that information. Are you just being ignorant? Or do you refuse to look at the cures that are out there? The CDC says it's 99.9% curable for every single age group. Are you not getting that information, or you're playing dumb? Which is it? Because again, I remind you, your oath is to uphold the Constitution and not support some rogue governor who is making illegal mandates on people. He's rogue, he's gone astray, he's doing his own thing, and you're supporting him by all this nonsense. And honest to God, this is gonna be evidence. It's on all your video meetings that you have. I've seen all the chairs blocked off, everything. Don't think that's not gonna come back to haunt you. And when you say it's not Placer County, I disagree, because this is what you're advocating it. It's very clear in the law. Do we have an attorney here? Do you have an attorney? Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Doug Wells. I'm from Rockland. I've taken a couple notes from today. So Dr. Oldham, hospitals would not be full if hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, or Regeneron were used. So my point is, allow us to buy these therapies and avoid the vaccine. It is cheap and it is readily available and used throughout the world. Let's see, cases are not deaths. Cases give people herd immunity to create a healthy community. So herd immunity creates a healthy community, and cases are not deaths. So to dwell on the spiked cases, they are not deaths. Masks made of fabric have very large holes. Viruses are very small. A mask does not protect you. Actually, what it does is it collects bacteria and allows children who have to wear them throughout the day at school, running and playing and screaming and yelling, to breathe their own exhaust and their own bacteria. Now, I want to know if you're aware of the protests in Roseville on the corner of Douglas and Eureka, where there are hundreds of healthcare workers right outside the medical facility there. What do they know that you don't know? Why are they saying, no, we're not going to get vaccinated? And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I am. And I wanted to bring to your attention some problems with the appointment, or some matters that seem to make the appointment of Robert Oldham problematic. He was appointed on September 22nd at the board meeting of 2020, September 22nd. That was effective September 26th. Yet his oath of office reflects that Robert Oldham signed the document on September 14th, and then it wasn't filed, or it was sworn on September 16th, apparently. Now, he had a duty, in any case, to file that oath of office with the clerk of the county. When I went to find that oath of office, it was not at the county. In fact, I had to have the clerks run around trying to locate it. They said it was on file with the Secretary of State, where it does not belong. And eventually they produced a copy. And again, when I saw the copy, I noticed there was these discrepancies with the date, and there was other problems with it that made it seem, made me question it. The person who administered the oath was Leanne Halib. At the time that Leanne administered the oath, she was a secretary. She's not authorized to administer oaths under Government Code 1225. When he didn't file his oath of office, the office became, at the time required, which was after his appointment, but before he took on his duties, his office became vacant. Robert Oldham is occupying his office illegally. He's also, I believe, committed probably 2 misdemeanors according to the government code, because he took on oath, exercised the functions of his office without taking the oath of office in the time prescribed, and he willfully omitted to perform that duty. Both of those are misdemeanors under the government code. The other issue that we have is that between the time that he signed the oath, apparently, and was appointed, there must have been some discussion by the board about this appointment. It was in between the 8th and the 22nd, so I want to know what was being discussed and why that wasn't being discussed publicly. And so that indicates that there has perhaps been a misdemeanor committed by members of this board, according to Government Code 54959. So I'm giving the board 72 hours to either place Mr. Oldham on administrative leave to investigate this matter, or at which time, if that has not happened, I will be filing a formal claim, and then we will take it up that way. Thank you.
My name is Ann, and I live in Auburn. Just a little background on me. It's my first time to speak to you, so I'm glad to be here. My background is that I'm a speech-language pathologist. I'm licensed by the state of California. I also have national credentials. So I also have background in anatomy and physiology, psychology, neuropsychology, neurophysiology in my training. And actually, after being a member of the John Adams Academy community for a while, I started homeschooling my 3 children, and giving me a broader understanding of how we take knowledge and integrate it. We take in information from all parts of our lives, not just in a classroom, but at home and in our environment and everywhere. And I understand that much more now. Also living in beautiful Auburn, where we can take advantage of the country and the city life at the same time. I am teaching my children, first of all, respect for public responders. I'm married to one. I have family who are in the Air Force and also a nurse. So I have a deep respect for the work that people do. I also teach, as a homeschool teacher, I teach biology, chemistry, physics, psychology, philosophy, all those things together. And I make sure my children understand that in the world you have to notice things. In Costco yesterday, I read the box of the masks that are for sale right by the aisle. the adult ones and the ones for children. Both on the back say, not intended to prevent any disease or infection. A close family member of mine went to his UC Davis doctor to ask for a prescription for prophylactic ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, and he was told, and so the first question this person asked the doctor was, are those effective and safe? And he said, yes, they are. And he said, okay, can I get a prescription for that? He said, I wish I could, but I wouldn't be able to keep my job. So if we're being controlled by or encouraged to believe in policies that are driven by this kind of narrow-minded thinking, okay, that's not connecting all the dots of what all these people are saying, then we're not really using our capacity to understand information to make big, big, big decisions. Like children wearing masks that are not intended to prevent or stop the spread of any disease. Why would we do that? And why would we have policies that encourage it, Dr. Oldham? Why would we even encourage policies like that? And I thank you for listening.
My name is Tina. I heard Dr. Oldham say 3 different times that this vaccine was safe and highly effective, and I have a couple of questions. First is, can you explain why you have not addressed the VAERS system, which has reported over 13,000 deaths? And we know that that only collects 1% of data, so that number needs a couple of zeros behind it. Also, you mentioned that myocarditis was temporary for the vaccine. So 65% of myocarditis patients die. I'd like the data that you've received to show that this is temporary. Also, with the rallies that I've been going to for medical freedom with the doctors and nurses over by Kaiser, my own personal informal poll shows that roughly 20 to 25% of the doctors and nurses over there will either be fired or quit by the end of September or October, and I want to know how Placer County is going to remedy that. Are we hiring doctors and nurses from somewhere else to deal with this Delta surge that's supposedly going to kill everybody? Also, many businesses are requiring this testing, and I also want to say, if the CDC has said that the PCR test is useless, what test are we using? And if we're still using the PCR test, why? And again, what are the thresholds? Is there an industry standard? And if there's not, why not? And if there is an industry standard for the cycle thresholds, what are they? And also, why haven't you said this before? Why don't we know this already? Also, what is the standard treatment protocol for COVID here in Placer County? Why are the doctors not able to prescribe ivermectin and hydrochloroquine? Why are the pharmacies refusing to fill the prescription if the diagnosis is COVID? That's happening all over the state. Also, we haven't gotten numbers recently from you on what percentage of Placer County is fully vaxxed. I think the last I heard for the state was 53%. I'd like to know what the current fully vaxxed number for Placer County is. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael. That sounded like an infomercial to promote the vaccine to me. Why is Placer County in the business of promoting the vaccine? And I've even heard you board members, why are you promoting the vaccine? What do you guys know about the vaccine other than what the CDC, CDPH, which has flip-flopped multiple times over the last 17 months? We don't really know. The other thing is what are you doing in the community to prevent these vaccine passports? our group has brought this up to you many times, and we even created resolutions for you. And we asked you to become a constitutional county, which that just means you follow the Constitution, which we should be doing anyway. And then I also want to point out that the pharmaceutical industry has nothing to lose. They cannot be held liable for any adverse reactions to the vaccines or deaths from the vaccines. So why are you promoting that? And I hear Dr. Oldham talking about a lot of statistics with nothing to back it up. And they're saying, I'm hearing this over and over throughout his talk, and there's no studies to support it. We don't even know that this COVID virus has even been isolated. There's no proof of that. And where are you getting the data? Like when he's talking about the hospital, well, the hospitals were provided, and Jim Holmes said that he visited a hospital and most of the patients were COVID patients. How did they know? How does he know that? Did it say COVID on the outside? And so did he walk the whole hospital and all the hospitals? I mean, why is he talking about that when he has no basis for that? And then here's some pictures of your websites, which is just a joke, talking about cases. Well, the state and the county, they've been pushing cases, making testing mandatory. So naturally, the cases would go up, and the kids have to be tested. But if the PCR test is 90% producing 90% false positives, what does this mean? This is all a lie. It's a lie. So again, the resolutions. We want to see Placer County leading. What are you guys doing to lead to oppose this wicked governor? What are you guys doing? We want to hear and see something other than promoting the vaccine. How about freedom and choice? And I have the resolutions too.
You'll have to wrap up your comments.
Okay, sure. Okay. Oh, they don't want them. Okay. All right. Do you want them? Okay. All right. And then one other kind of unrelated. There was a Board of Supervisors meeting on 8/12 in Tahoe, and I didn't see it on the agenda or anything. But you guys had a meeting, and
you're going to have to wrap up your comments.
Yeah.
If you can't see our meeting agendas.
Okay.
You really, I don't know what to say. If you can't find our agendas, that's almost impossible.
Well, it was put in like
yeah,
last
if you
minute.
could just wrap up your
That's my
comment,
point. It was
yeah,
last
fine.
minute. And then why did you change this meeting from the 24th to the 31st? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Sue, and I'm from Roseville. And for every board member and Dr. Oldham, have you looked into what is exactly in all these vaccines? Dr. Oldham?
Perhaps you didn't hear me. What I said was, I'll repeat it again, though, is that
All right.
we're going to hear all the questions, and then
Okay.
Dr. Ullman is going to respond to the questions at the end.
Okay, and hopefully from all of you too, have any of you looked into what is inside the vaccines? And if you have gotten your shot, did you know you signed that if anything happens to you, you cannot sue anybody. You can't sue the pharmaceuticals, you can't sue the hospital that gave it to you or the pharmacy that gave it to you. And if you ask for what's inside of it, it's a blank piece of paper. And you are sitting there saying and letting Dr. Oldham say, we want all of Roseville, Rockland, Placer County vaccinated. That is not okay. I have a friend that is 37 years with a doctor with Sutter Hospital. He had people coming to him because he's so renowned, asking his advice, and he was giving it to them. He got called in, said, if you say anything against these vaccines, you will be let go. He wasn't going around saying, come listen to me, I want to tell you. He did his job. 37 years. Someone came up and asked him again, Now he has to tell the truth of what he feels is his truth, and he's a doctor. And he said to the person what his feelings were. He got called in, and he was fired. Do we see it in the media? No, no. These hospitals are being paid, these doctors, these pharmacies are being paid extra money for delivering the vaccines. Dr. Oldham, I'd like to hear what you have on that, and I don't know if you're getting paid extra too. I have grandkids, and I've gotten in this fight last year when all of a sudden, after the 2-week lockdown and for all of our safeties, that it was, something was fishy. And I started investigating, and I kept digging, and I kept digging. And I will not stop this fight, because what you're doing to our children at school, trying to pass this vax on kids, they cannot, 12-year-old cannot discern whether they
You're gonna have to wrap up your comments.
Okay, whether they are capable of making that choice or not. All of you took an oath of office, and you better decide what side of the road you want to follow. Because one thing that we need to follow is the Lord. And he is telling us this is all wrong. No matter what you feel or what you've been, or how much extra you're getting paid, this is wrong, and you will all be held accountable.
Am I good to go?
Yes, state your name for the record.
Skip from Loomis. With my engineering background, I've been thinking a lot over the last year and a half of some of the inconsistencies in the way that we've approached this quote-unquote disease. I'm not sure it's a disease. I'm not sure what it is. But mask wearing seems very odd to me because the diameter of a virus is in the nanometer region, tenths of nanometers to perhaps 5 nanometers. The opening in these masks, the best mask, is 3 to 5 micrometers. So there's 1,000 to 1 difference. It's kind of like blocking mosquitoes with a chain link fence. It doesn't really work. It can't possibly work. None of it. So, Dr. Oldham, were you aware of that fact? That's a fact. That's an N95 mask, 3 to 5 microns. Another thing I was thinking about is human antibodies and immunity, how that works. And the immune system is really amazing. So we have an immune system that's probably 13 times more effective than any vaccine, regardless what vaccine it is. And although in this case it doesn't look like the CV19 vaccine is a vaccine, it's more like a medical agent, not dealing with the disease, but trying to prompt the immune system to do something that it wasn't designed to do. So it's troubling to me, Dr. Oldham, and I don't know how you're going to deal with that question. My daughter is a charge nurse at Kaiser Permanente, and she has responsibility for 24 beds at this time. What she related to me was that those who died, quote unquote, from CV19 were really dying of comorbidities, is what she called it. And also, she told me that nearly all those who are placed on ventilators do die. It really is a travesty the way that we're approaching this. But I just wanted to put that before you, Dr. Oldham. Consider that. That is real-time data from Kaiser Permanente. And I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let the 4 here testify, then that will be the end of the people testifying here today, and then we have some people on Zoom that we'll go to after that.
All right. I'm shaking, and this is really not easy. You say we have freedoms, but our freedoms are getting stripped away every day. We should have known that when Trump was censored. I mean, I'm not even the biggest fan of Trump, but he was censored. That's when you knew. Our First Amendment, now our Second Amendment. Did you see the health scare of guns? This is obviously not about our health. Okay. It's a 99% survival rate on all of the numbers. My dad is a 72-year-old man. He had COVID, and he's fine now. You know why? Because he's healthy. I was born and raised in military, and he lived all over the world. You wear a mask when you're sick. You don't wear a mask when you're healthy. These kids are psychologically damaged. My kids are damaged now. And now the government wants to clean that up by sending COVID counselors to all the California schools. There's 11,500 already on California campuses. Only 2,000 are licensed. Even if they're licensed, it's bullshit. Because kids are impressionable. When I was a kid, if an adult told me something, I believed it. And I'm not at school when my kids are at school, and if an adult is telling my children that they should get a shot or COVID is so scary, even though it's a 99.9% survival rate, I'm gonna flip my lid, which is why I pulled my kids out and I'm homeschooling them, which I'm not happy about. But my government, our taxes are paying all of us. And this is where we get upset. They shouldn't have messed with moms, because our babies mean the most to us. My daughter, almost 17, I don't want her to get a job, because I don't want them trying to persuade her. And my 10-year-old is smart enough to see through the corruption. So what is happening? Now, my mom, bilateral pneumonia, okay? She had a 5-day treatment, COVID pneumonia. They wanted her to get tested even though it was obvious she had it. So she got tested because she was scared she wouldn't get treatment. She's okay now. And that's because she got treatment. They're called, what do you call it? Like medicine that you can use, or natural immunity. And vaccines are still an experiment until 2024 and 2025. You can see it on the CDC website, which they like to retract everything all the time. The numbers are never accurate. Also, if you're scared of a 99% survival rate, then do not drive, because you have more chances of getting in an accident, or carry an umbrella because there's more chances of damn rain. It's insane. So, also, you guys approved millions of dollars of a budget for the COVID relief package. That's blood money. It shouldn't have happened. And I'll never stop fighting. Thank you.
I need your name for the record.
I am Michelle Derby. I have 2 children, and I was born and raised in Roseville, and military family. And my father-in-law was the CFO of Barton Hospital for 19 years, a very smart man, and he sees the corruption too.
Hello, board. My name is Renee. I'm from Weimar, and I think for the most part, you folks do represent us, and I want to thank you for that. And I think for the most part, you are one of us, so I want to thank you for that too. The other thing I want to say is that the good doctor that spoke earlier, we don't trust you, we don't trust your numbers, because across the U.S., these numbers are jimmied, they're rigged, we know that. We know that it's a federal mandate that if a person dies in a car wreck, his brains are all over the highway, and then they test him afterward that he had COVID somewhere in there. Guess what the official cause of death is? Yeah. We don't trust your numbers, and also, is it true that doctors are being incentivized financially to diagnose COVID? That doesn't seem fair, doesn't seem honest. It doesn't seem like data that we can trust. That's why we don't trust your numbers. And isn't it also true that of the vaccine, which is being repeated as being safe and effective, more deaths of this vaccine have occurred than of all the other vaccines combined? Isn't that true? So we don't trust your numbers, we don't trust the vaccine, we do trust natural immunity, we do trust ivermectin, who has been out there for decades, we trust hydroxychloroquine that has been out there for decades. Sorry, good doctor, you lose. Thanks again for your time.
So these next two people here are the only ones that are going to be allowed to testify here today, unless you want to wait until the end of the meeting, because as I mentioned before, then we're going to take those off Zoom. So we're taking the next two in line here. I think I explained myself perfectly clear. So please come up and state your name for the record.
My name is Vicky. I live in Roseville. The man who invented the PCR test said it cannot be trusted to count active COVID cases. He seems like a pretty legitimate guy to be an expert, to be making that determination. Therefore, the Placer County Health Department must erase all PCR positive cases from the county website or convert them into successful natural immunity cases. If you do not make this change regarding the PCR cases, then we, the people, will clearly see that you have selfish, ulterior motives. This is a crisis of your own creation, and you are responsible for the fear and the tier system. By mandating or supporting a dubious vaccine, hiding or modifying the VAERS data, not to count those who died within 14 days of a second COVID shot, and completely ignoring educating the public on how to improve their immune systems, and hiding the facts that a very successful therapeutic like HCQ and zinc or ivermectin, Dr. Oldham, the Placer County Health Department, and this board are playing games with the lives of residents, violating their oaths, and should be locked up for treason against the people. The actual number of deaths proves that this is not a pandemic, and your continuing this emergency causes you to lose all credibility, so proved by this audience today laughing at Dr. Oldham's presentation. Zero credibility. The vaccine was for the CCP virus in 2019 and 2020 and does not work on the Delta virus in 2021. Stop pushing last year's expired vaccine. You say pretty words that you're not following a ridiculous governor's orders, and then immediately follow those words, Dr. Oldham, a psychiatrist who continues gaslighting us about cases and case color tiers. If you're too dirty to do the right thing for the people of Placer County, if you're afraid of being blackmailed over dirty deeds that you are personally guilty of doing, like creating high salary county positions for your cherry pick family members, or if you're more concerned about your political career climb than you are about doing the right thing for the right reasons, then I invite you to resign now and let someone with a clear heart and testicular fortitude do it for you. Resign now or start doing the right thing, or be recalled and replaced in public shame, just like Gavin Newsom. I'm not leaving the state. I'm not selling my house and allowing someone to pay higher taxes on it. I'm not giving up my job, and I'm not returning my child to the school district until the schools stop indoctrinating children to be useful, idiot, social justice warriors, and start teaching them and encouraging them to use their God-given brains for critical thinking and their natural talents as entrepreneurs and trade professionals. Benjamin Franklin was famously quoted as saying, "Any society that would give up a little liberty to gain a little security will deserve neither and lose both." End this emergency now and approve a resolution. You approved a resolution ending this emergency on July 6th. I was here, and it went nowhere. It was BS.
You're going to need to wrap up your comments.
I have 2 sentences. You have lost credibility, and we no longer believe any of you. End the emergency or resign now. You're not begging the state to acknowledge that the emergency has ended in Placer County. You're informing the state that it's over. Fire Dr. Oldham immediately, or yelling fire in a movie theater.
This will be the last person to testify in this room, and then we're going to go to Zoom testimony.
I have Zoom on my phone if anybody wants to let us know. That's what I need to do because I took the time to be here today and I want my 3 minutes. Please. Yes. I'm respectfully asking for my 3 minutes.
Again, I think I've made myself clear. There'll be public testimony at the end of the meeting if you choose to do that. We have a long agenda and we're going to continue with it. State your name for the record, please testify.
My name is Jennifer. Dr. Oldham, at the very beginning of your comments, you stated that you were hoping that COVID would be gone by now. As a health professional, Dr. Oldham, what would make you think that a virus could be so quickly eradicated? Humans cannot hide from a virus behind a mask until it goes away. As with all viruses, we just need to live with it. And it should be the decision of every individual how they choose to protect themselves as individuals. How are you determining that it is a Delta variant of the virus that is surging? Testing does not differentiate the variants. Regarding hospitalization, if medical professionals were permitted to actually treat patients with effective treatments, as others have said before me, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, this may not be the case. However, they're not permitted to use these therapies. Why not? Yeah, why, doctor? You also, Dr. Oldham, stated that you are concerned with stoking fear. If that's the case, then you please stop stoking the fear. What we're experiencing isn't a pandemic from COVID. It's a pandemic from people like you who are constantly overwhelming people with your case counts, your masks, number of shots given, and the ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, testing of healthy people. At my child's school, she's supposed to test twice every 10 days if she's exposed. Stop this insanity and start doing the right thing. Mr. Holmes, you talked about the time it's taking to offload ambulances. How does this compare to something like the flu, which used to surge before COVID? Have you looked into that? Mr. Oldham, you've mentioned multiple times that it's your opinion that if people would take the COVID shot, we'd see less cases. How do you arrive at that opinion when the CDC director stated on August 6th that the shot does not prevent transmission? The board talks about opposition. If they feel strongly, they can stand here and talk to you as well. And the last thing I'm going to do is ask a question for my 14-year-old daughter with autism. Do you care about her? Do you care about children with disabilities? Because if you did, you would understand they have sensory disorders that cause major problems with them wearing masks.
Okay, let's now hear from our first Zoom caller.
Ranjani, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Wygand and Placer County Supervisors for having me today to share my experiences. I'm Dr. Kalyan. I'm an infectious disease physician working locally in the community and at local hospitals. Our hospitals are brimming with COVID patients. Getting staff to work to take care of patients, nurses, respiratory therapists, doctors has just not been easy to have them around to take care of these patients. When someone gets sick at home, the staff that would be taking care of someone else's mom, dad, aunt, uncle is now taking care of their own loved one at home. Everyone is stretched thin. Everyone is tired. Only way to get through this pandemic is to get vaccinated. Kids at school who are eligible to get vaccinated should get vaccinated when eligible. When indoors, they should be masked The combination of masking, vaccination, ventilation, distancing is really the only way to keep the virus from jumping from one human host to another. This is a Swiss cheese model. Not all of the remedies, treatments work. It's a combination of strategies that prevent infection. Only way to keep kids from being sent home is to get them to follow the rules of masking around others and to get vaccinated. There's enough science and safety data to show vaccines and masks do work. We need to work together to get the correct information out there, get people to do what it takes to keep their loved ones from getting sick. We have young moms and dads leaving orphans behind. We have kids being sent home positive from school because they were unmasked. The parent who might have been working as a nurse, taking care of a sick patient at the hospital, now has to take time off to take care of their own child for 10 days. We're quick to act on wildfires. We see homes destroyed, people running for their lives and livelihoods. COVID-19 has been destroying our health, our families, our livelihoods too for the past 20 months. Just as we seek resources for our firefighters, now we seek your help to ensure we follow the recommendations of our public health officials of the county and state. These public health officials track and the COVID numbers just like the fire officials track fire containments. Our fire officials follow the fire routes so they can prevent fires from jumping from one place to another so we can be better prepared. Our public health officers do the same surveillance so that we can prevent infection from jumping from one family to another. Finally, our fire officials figure out how to mobilize resources to keep families safe. So do our public health officers. They closely follow local communities, hospitals, schools to determine where these resources are most needed to keep families safe. We ask the board to support schools and businesses in their vaccination and mask efforts. Those in the medical community and those in infectious disease, we seek the support of the public to do what is asked of us by our public health agencies. Mask, vaccination, ventilation, distancing work. Only way for us to get through all this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrence Chang, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Terrence, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Dr. Terrence Chang. I've had 40 years of experience in medicine. I'm board certified in pediatrics and also a specialist in adult and pediatric asthma and immunology. I'm also professor of clinical pediatrics associated with UC Davis School of Medicine. Now, one person asked the question previously about what did we do for previous pandemics, and polio was brought up. I'd like to bring up another pandemic because this would shed light on what we should do as a county and as policy. Smallpox. Have you heard about smallpox? Many of you are too young to know about smallpox. Well, smallpox was caused, it's a pandemic, world pandemic, just like COVID-19. It caused many deaths. In the United States, just for many of you in the boardroom here don't know, many have died from COVID-19 from the variant strain A, but now we have the Delta strain, and which is much more contagious and deadly. Now, the smallpox, the way we dealt with it in the world is that we mandated vaccines, mandatory vaccines, no buts and ifs, no freedom. And that's how we got rid of smallpox. If we did not do that, we would still have a lot of people dying of smallpox. In fact, much of you will not exist today. And as said from the previous physicians and Dr. Odom, masks and vaccines do work. I'm an immunologist and have worked with vaccines, and I have seen it work. However, I have to admit there are pros and cons of vaccines. Yes, people do die. People do have side effects, serious side effects from vaccines. I've had family members that died from vaccines But yet, it's like going out right now, going to your cars and getting hit by a meteorite from outer space. It's that those are the odds. There are risks and benefits. Now, going back to COVID-19, the Delta variant, now, many kids were given mask exemptions. In my district, and I have lived here for over 26 years in Placer County, for record, I have 5 kids, grew up here, and now I have 3 grandkids. I'm retired. And many, several classes, I understand, have closed down in the Eureka School District. And I suspect partially because kids were given the mask exemptions. So mask exemptions should not be respected at all. And doctors who give mask exemptions should be taken the license away. Now, much has been given talk about freedom of choice. It sounds good, doesn't it? Because we're United States citizens. I'm proud to be American. Yay, freedom. I love choices.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
However, you're not going to have a choice anymore because all you have to do is look at the handwriting on the wall. It says that we dodged the bullet last year from COVID-19, but this year there's a machine gun that's aiming right straight at us, and our resources are being stretched. Nurses are going to give up. There are not enough nurses, doctors, because people are going to get sick. So those that don't want masks, don't want vaccines, well, good luck. You're asking for it. And I'm afraid that you have your brains twisted upside down, inside out.
I'm sorry, could you please wrap up your comments?
Okay, so I'm going to end it with that, with a warning that it's coming, and we're going to have an early lockdown if we don't follow Dr. Odom or the chairman's inclination to be well guarded and do the things that are necessary to isolate ourselves and to minimize the spread of this germ and mandate. I think mandating vaccines is the way to go. Amen? I'm afraid most of the people in this.
Veronica, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning. It's Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation. I'm here to express our appreciation for the support coming from Placer County to help increase access to COVID vaccines in the community. Since the county started partnering with the Community Foundation's Sleeves Up Placer program this summer, more than 750 people have come out and chosen to get the shot. A key part of this is having the mobile vaccination van facilitated by the county. The response from our community partners and the people we're serving for these clinics has been affirming. There are many people in the community who want to get the COVID vaccine, but just haven't gotten a shot yet. There are also many people in the community who are hesitant about the vaccine because they are trying to sort through what information is true, and they also want to know who they can trust. People want to share their vaccination stories, and the first thing they express to us is their gratitude. The clinic is fast, easy, and convenient. They didn't have to wait days or weeks for an appointment. They didn't have to stand in a long line, and they had a choice of the vaccination they wanted. They're also thankful for the incentives that the Community Foundation's program is providing. One mom actually called our office to say that it was the $50 Visa card that got her 16-year-old son to accompany her to the clinic. It was right before school started, and she was relieved. We are also hearing about how the clinic has been building bridges in the community as a trusted resource. During the 2 months the clinic had a weekend spot at Denio's, the vaccine numbers doubled, tripled, and even more. It's because of word of mouth, the community spreading the word that the clinic was there offering a safe, free resource for anyone who wanted to simply walk up and get a shot. The last weekend of the clinic, 95 people chose to get vaccinated. And the $50 Visa cards are helping to boost our local economy. Each person who gets a shot gets a gift card and is encouraged to use it to support a local small business. As of today, that's amounted to about $40,000 and counting. Now more than ever, we are getting invitations to partner up. Sleeves Up Placer clinics will be at the Galleria Mall, Sierra College, and at the Gold Country Fair for multiple events. The county had originally planned to conclude their mobile clinic today, but after seeing the momentum and that interest is still building, they've extended their contract with the SNAP nurses to go through the end of September. This means that the Sleeves Up Plaza will be able to hold at least 25 more mobile clinics in the coming weeks, and that is an investment that we should all be celebrating. Thank you for working with us and the dozens of community partners who are supporting Sleeves Up outreach. It's been great teaming up on an effort that couldn't be more timely or more important. You have a dedicated team at the county, and I want to thank Health and Human Services for supporting us. Thank you, Dr. Rob Oldham, Mike Romero, Raul Martinez, Katie Combs Pritchard, and everyone on staff at the county that are helping us make this happen.
Sarah, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi. So I'm a nurse, and I've met with several of you guys prior. And can I just say that was horrible sponsored paid programming right before me, and absolutely word vomit coming out of their mouths. And I'm really hoping that we did not pay for that as taxpayers for their quote unquote testimonies. I want to make a comment on what Dr. Rob Oldham has said about the VAERS isn't reporting, or that there's nothing in the county. However, I have documentation from my hospital stating they do not report. They only keep it internally. That is not legal whatsoever. And the only time they even report internally is if when they've administered this shot and they have something in 15 minutes happen. That's it. All these people coming in with heart seizures, strokes, anything like that, nobody's batting an eye. And every single time I look at them when they're young patients and they've had 1, 2 vaccines, guess what? That's why. It's disgusting. So again, what Supervisor Jones had said about the healthcare shortage, that's real. That is happening already. And it's only going to get worse. Myself and hundreds of others around the state are going to be fired. We're not going to quit. We're going to be fired. And the reasoning is going to be because we will not submit to this draconian rule of vaccines and testing. So my question about the PCR testing, when it's already been proven it cannot distinguish between COVID and the flu, why are we testing healthy people? Is it to keep our numbers inflated? Why are we doing this? Why are we mandating this? This is disgusting. And again, I've asked this multiple times, and even Dr. Kasiri in Sac County has already stated, we cannot test for this Delta variant. Only at specific labs can they do that. And she's also stated that we've never even isolated COVID or the Delta variant in the United States. The only thing we've gotten is from China. So again, please answer, how are we actually testing for COVID and the supposed Delta variant? Thank you.
Charles, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, my name is Charles from Lincoln. I am a scientist and engineer and have worked as a highly specialized medical professional for over 20 years. I am actually the only person in the state of California qualified with the equipment that I am in charge of. Is there concern that there is about to be approximately 30% of the Placer County medical workers facing termination in the next 2 months for non-compliance, and the impact that we will see as this potential mass exodus of medical workers goes into effect? I am requesting that Dr. Robert Oldham correct his statement made earlier today regarding the Pfizer vaccine approval. He stated that the BioNTech N vaccine was approved by Pfizer. That is not correct. It is the Comirnaty vaccine that was approved. So I would request that he make a correction to his statement. Does the board support or oppose AB 1102, which involves discriminatory statutes and green lights employers to further discriminate against employees regarding medical mandates? And if so, will the board research AB 1102 and make a public statement one way or the other? To the first doctor who spoke, Yes, you are correct. Ventilation and filtration are great for preventing the transmission of COVID. However, the best filtration that we have as humans is a HEPA filtration unit used in biocontainment labs, which I also work with. And Skip from Loomis is actually correct on this statement. The particle size and effectiveness of masks, not only does a mask not stop COVID particles, but HEPA filtration doesn't either. So, Skip, you're correct. To Dr. Terrence Ching, who spoke last, yes, smallpox vaccine was fantastic. It is made with weakened smallpox, which is effective in preventing the transmission of smallpox. However, COVID vaccines are gene therapies. Those are not made with weak COVID particles. So, not the same at all. Anyways, that's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're going to take one more Zoom testimony, and then public comment will be continued to the end of our meeting.
Sandy, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, good morning, board. Thanks again for allowing me to speak here. I do also have some questions about the PCR testing and the problems, the inability to differentiate between the flu virus and the SARS virus. The fact that there are therapeutics that have been proven to help people overcome this without as much suffering, and they've been silenced. The manner in which physicians are being threatened to lose their livelihoods, their licenses that they've worked so hard for, if they prescribe these therapeutics for patients. The fact that we aren't really talking so much about the immune system and how we can fortify it. Vitamin D. It's been known that a great number of the population is deficient in vitamin D, and it plays a very important factor in the body's ability to fight off disease, infections. But we're not talking about that. Also, the whole comments about the cases versus deaths. Before we were talking about deaths, now we're just talking about cases. And every time you test people, you're going to have cases, but they're not complicated. They're not, people aren't dying from these things. Yes, we don't know a lot about long-term effects of any of these things, including these so-called vaccines. So we can't wait that long, right? I mean, that's why we don't want to trust it. We should have that choice. Freedom of choice, right? And then the previous caller spoke about AB 1102. I agree with that, with what he's requesting, which is how you feel about that as a board, and how you as a board representing us, the people here in Placer County, can speak against that. In addition, I wanted to read quickly here a press release that was issued out on August 25th by the Nevada County Deputy Sheriff's Association. They said, although Nevada County has not issued any vaccine mandates for its employees, we recognize that the state issued order requiring all healthcare and school staff be vaccinated has negative impacted many within our community. We stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who continue to serve our community in both public and private sectors, and adamantly defends an individual's right to choose whether or not to be vaccinated. I'm just going to go towards the end here because I see the time. Those in public service, include medical professionals and educators, have been on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic. Through their own research and experience, these professionals have come to understand that risks associated to COVID-19 and have educated themselves in order to make the best decisions for themselves and their families. We advocate for our members to continue to have the right to choose between the vaccination and another option. We further demand that employers include the state of California respect an individual's right to make their own choices on issues related to their own private personal health care. And it was signed by the president of the Nevada County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Rory Saunier. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, so we're going to close public comment this time, and Dr. Rob, you're free to answer whatever.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
Mr. Chair? I wanted to ditto some comments that Bonnie made earlier, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for settling down for the most part and listening to the discussion, because it is important that we listen to each other in public office.
I just have to interrupt and say, I don't know that anybody settled down. I think some of them just had fun and then they left.
But one of the things I'm concerned about, first off, is some of the comments that were made, as Bonnie suggested, and I think we all are in agreement, were about issues that are not county business. They are governed by federal and state mandates, not this county's mandates. And with that, many, and in fact most of the people that were in the room have left, and we are already several hours behind in our business of the day that others disagree with. So what I wanted to suggest, if Dr. Oldham wants to try to answer these, but I feel like a lot of the minds are already made up and people have made statements, and I'd rather have the questions answered with research and citations and posted versus trying to add, because these people have done their research and they are convinced of their position, and we're asking Dr. Oldham, who can't be a master of all of the research in the world, to answer off the cuff on some of these issues. So I just wanted us to be cautious about that.
Yeah, no, Cindy, that's a good point. Point well taken. I've met with some of these people, so you're right. I think it's clear some people came here specifically and solely for the purpose of disrupting the meeting and talking about items that have absolutely nothing to do with the county's business and or our authority, and they don't care. But there were some valid questions in there, and I've been making a commitment to make sure we, as a public health entity, can provide that information. But I think, in light of your comments, Rob, how about why don't you plan on just posting under the frequently asked questions answers to the questions that were relevant and intelligent? And you can pick and choose amongst that. And then we'll proceed on with the rest of our meeting, as Cindy mentioned, way behind schedule. And we will be making sure we put in place policies that provide for a more professionally managed meeting going forward. No,
you're not fired yet.
Yeah, not yet. So I don't, Jim, did you have any more comments, or Suzanne, you have something you want to add?
Yeah, before we leave the topic, I just wanted to add my own personal comments. I can only speak for myself. I don't want to speak on the rest of the board members, but I just wanted to bring up, I know many people are very heated and very passionate about this subject, as actually we all are, our family members, everything. We all are as passionate as you are. But it's a little bit offending me that so many people came and they accused us of things and, said things, and then they all left and didn't give us an opportunity to defend ourselves or to speak for ourselves. And so thank you for staying and listening. We appreciate that. And so the only thing I wanted to say about some of the flyers and things that were pointed out is to understand, at this point, those are only recommendations. And I know it seems kind of silly, but we as a governing body would be remiss, possibly even negligent, if we didn't speak on behalf of, the federal government is saying, please get vaccinated. Okay, please get vaccinated if you want. Please wear your masks. Okay, if you want. I will say I am fighting the mandates. I would partner with Bonnie in that I will not support mandates in Placer County, but I also want to let you know, for those of you who came to the last meeting, I spoke on schools. Schools are the one thing that we do not have jurisdiction over. I shouldn't say one of the things we do not. Schools are a stovepipe of their own. They come under the state government, the state health department, and the California Department of Education, okay? We cannot tell them what to do. So if you have issues with schools, you need to go right straight to that issue. as well as private businesses, what they mandate on their employees. We have no control over private businesses. So all in all, I want you to know that we have to think about the safety of people, but it's your choice. It's your choice. If you want to get any of this stuff, you want to wear a mask, you want to get vaccinated, those are still your choice. And I will work very hard to preserve your freedom of choice. And I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you for expressing your comments and everything, because otherwise we may not know about it. I know a lot of you do email, and so we do get your comments, but we do appreciate hearing from you. It's important as your leaders that we know what you're thinking.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let you know I agree with your decision and with Supervisor Gustafson's suggestion that we let Dr. Oldham go through all those questions. Otherwise, we would be here till dinner time, I think.
We will be anyway.
Yeah, right. Oh, we will anyway. So anyhow, I just want to let you know I agree with that.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, well now, one thing I forgot was any board members' committee assignments and or county exec reports. So if anybody, Bonnie, do you have one?
Yeah, just real quickly, I wanted to recognize Sergeant Nicole G., who was one of the 13 service people who passed away or was killed this last week. Our condolences go out to her and her family, as well as all of the service members and their families who lost their lives. And there is a vigil this evening at 6 p.m. in Roseville at the Vernon Street Town Square if people would like to recognize her. So I wanted to share that. The second thing I wanted to share is that El Dorado County is experiencing a terrible wildfire, as we all know. I had the opportunity to reach out to some of our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors in El Dorado County to offer support, and I really appreciate our staff, OES and the PIO's office, lending a hand right now with their operations, and we've had our county staff reach out from the CEO's office as far as what we can do, not only now, but as they move into recovery once this fire is hopefully soon taken care of. But they are, they're our neighbors. They are experiencing a horrible situation, and so I'm grateful that we can lend support where we can. And then just one last thing, so folks know we do need poll workers for the election on September 14th. If any of you all are able to spend the day and volunteer, you can contact Ryan Ronco at our clerk recorder's office, since we do need people to work at the polls. Thank you.
Great comments, Cindy. And I'll just state one, I want to apologize publicly to Chief Brian Estes from CAL FIRE, who was here to speak under public comment in light of the emergency. Next time he'll be on the agenda to make sure that we can return civility and protocol to our meetings. But that would have been a part of our meeting today, was get a brief. He's obviously very busy right now, and he'll have a special time at the very beginning of our meeting next time. And then just so you know, at the end of the fire season, we're gonna have a presentation where he'll brief us as to the landscape, literally, as to what we're looking at with these increased fires in our neck of the woods at a sad rate over many years now. Cindy.
Yeah, I wanted to echo that about Chief Estes. He was here to give us a report. I was able to go out yesterday with him to the front lines up on Echo Summit and see the fire spotting into the Tahoe Basin, which of course is all fire is catastrophic, but when you start to see it race down toward folks' homes, many full-time residents' homes in the South Lake Tahoe area. I also had a chance to talk to a couple of our deputy sheriffs that were out assisting, as well as CHP officers and many, many others trying to get people out of the basin and safe. I can't tell you, I know you all know this, how frightening it is to see those fires and what our first responders are doing to protect lives and property in these times. So I look forward to hearing from Chief Estes, but I want to thank him publicly for the tour yesterday and for scaring me a little bit beyond my comfort level in driving up over Echo Summit.
Yeah, thanks, Cindy. Okay, so with that, we actually will take up our 10:15 timed item where we're going to be considering a resolution to reaffirm the local emergency with regards to the river fire. and a resolution to consider implementing a local health emergency as a result of the river fire. And Dave Atkinson is here to present that to us, our Director of Emergency Services. Morning, Dave.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dave Atkinson, Assistant Director of Emergency Services, here to present two items related to the river fire to your board this morning. I'd like to start with just a brief update on some of the significant events that have occurred since I was here last on August 10th, when your board ratified the original proclamation for the river fire local emergency. Of course, as you know, the river fire was declared fully contained on August 13th, and the final reported acreage was 2,619 acres, with an estimated total loss of 102 residential structures in both Placer and Nevada County. Teams from county departments, Cal OES, and FEMA conducted damage assessments of both public infrastructure and private property in support of our request for state and federal assistance. These efforts confirmed 49 primary residences were destroyed in Placer County, and I know many of your board had a chance to view the area firsthand. In partnership with Cal OES and Nevada County, we opened a local assistance center at the Colfax Elementary School, and I'd like to take just a second to publicly thank the Colfax Elementary for hosting that for us. It was a great venue for that. Representatives from the county and state agencies, plus several community-based organizations and nonprofits, were on hand to provide assistance and in some cases issue replacement documents right there on the spot to support survivors as they begin the recovery process. Between the 2 days, we checked in 100 households, and between all of the various stations, we had over 1,000 interactions and transactions at the stations. Because of the efforts in partnership with FEMA and Cal OES, we were informed on August 24th that Placer County was one of 4 counties to be included in a federal major disaster declaration that immediately provided federal aid to our survivors. The next day, actually, we began signups, and I'm pleased to report that we've already had 23 different folks sign up already for FEMA disaster assistance. And I'd be remiss if I didn't remind people that this is a really important step that they need to take in order to get assistance, and there's multiple ways to do that. I also received word that Placer County was approved for what's called California Disaster Assistance Act aid, which means that instead of a 25% cost share, the county's cost share for response and recovery efforts will actually be 6.25%, so a significant increase in the amount of assistance. And in working with Nevada County, we are organizing what we're calling a Bear River Watershed Task Force to collaborate and coordinate efforts on the major infrastructure and landscape scale concerns we have around those vital water resources that run through the fire footprint. In support of the continuing work that I've briefly described above, we are asking your board to consider adoption of a resolution to affirm the local emergency in Placer County due to the impacts of the river fire. As I noted during my presentation to you on this matter on August 10th, proclaiming a local emergency is part of the process for a county to communicate and request the need for outside assistance associated with responding to and recovering from disasters. To provide a little historical context, Placer proclaimed a local emergency for both the 49er fire in 2009 and the King Fire in 2014. The resolution before you also requires that staff return to your board every 60 days to review and reaffirm the continued need for the local emergency. Thank you for your board's consideration of the request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions of Dave at this time from the board? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Cindy?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I was just going to make a motion when you were ready.
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, do it. Yep. Okay, so this is a motion with regards to both items to, do we have to do those separately? Yep, okay, so this is the resolution to reaffirm the local emergency Placer County due to the river fire. Motion Gustafson, second Holmes, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, the second item that I would ask your board's consideration for this morning is adoption of a resolution ratifying the declaration of a local health emergency related to hazardous waste and fire debris stemming from the river fire. With me this morning is Jason Philippe, Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, who oversees environmental health among some of the other programs in Health and Human Services, and will be here to help answer questions at the end of the presentation. As I mentioned earlier, 49 residential structures were destroyed in addition to numerous other outbuildings and nearly 1,000 acres of timber. in the Placer County portion of the River Fire area. This will, of course, generate a significant amount of debris that must be removed and properly disposed of. A large-scale cleanup is costly and requires a multidisciplined team to deal with the household hazardous waste and other contaminants found in building materials. As an unfortunate outcome of the increasing number of large and destructive fires in California, the state has developed a program to aid local jurisdictions in the fire cleanup process. Declaration of a local health emergency is the first step in the process of securing this assistance from the state. Following the interim public health officer's declaration on August 24th, the county made a formal request to the state for this assistance, and I was notified that Placer County has already been approved for phase 1, which covers the removal of household hazardous waste. The Department of Toxic Substance Control is actually already in the area. They're working with Nevada County right now and plan to start that work later this week, and then plan to move over to the Placer County side as soon as they're finished in Nevada. This local health emergency declaration will also aid us in seeking assistance for providing protection for the watershed issues that I mentioned earlier. There are some early National Weather Service forecasts that are showing a wetter winter, which of course is sorely needed, but at the same time also presents some unique challenges in terms of protecting the watershed from sediment and debris flow, both for the river and as well as the canal system that provides water to many of our residences downstream. Unfortunately, Chief Estes wasn't here, but it's interesting to note that El Dorado County has also proclaimed a local emergency and a local health emergency. I understand South Lake Tahoe is also proclaimed a local emergency. And so this is, I won't go so far as to say it's routine, but it is part of the typical process as we move forward with this. Thank you for your board's consideration of this request, and Jason and I are here to answer questions.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move approval.
Motion, Gustafson, second home. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thanks, Dave. One thing I want to point out that might be something to focus as we go forward is PG&E water diversion facility. On that facility is a critical piece of infrastructure. Placer County Water Agency, I think Nevada Irrigation District, so if we could kind of keep an eye on, I've had one conversation with Primo Santini, Director on Placer County Water Agency, but I think somewhere along the line we need to pick up conversation about making sure that that is protected well and in our interest. So.
Absolutely. Actually, all of those folks that you mentioned are already part of our kind of a collaborative watershed group that we have going, including the RCD and on both sides of the river. So we're really trying to really seek out all the different entities that are going to have issues and make sure that they're well represented.
Yeah, thanks again, Dave. You've done a great job in your new job and under an amazing circumstance. So
thank you, sir.
Now take up our 11 o'clock timed item, Community Development Resource Agency Conservation Program Fees Annual Inflation Adjustment. Greg.
Hi, good morning. Michelle Kingsbury with Community Development.
Michelle, I'm sorry.
I'm a tag team today. Good morning, or good afternoon, Michelle Kingsbury, Community Development Resource Agency. The item before you today is a request for adoption of a resolution approving the annual adjustments of the Placer County Conservation Program fiscal year 21-22 development fees. As you're aware, the PCC program was adopted on September 1, 2020, and with that, several nexus studies as well as development fees were also approved through those actions. The purpose of this request is just to update the plan's original development fee schedule with the inflationary indexes associated with the appropriate fees. We would return with a request to adjust the fees similarly on the regular schedule that all of our normal development fees next year. We'll get back on cycle with those. But to summarize the action for folks, the updated land conversion fee schedule, as shown in the memo's attachments, would increase by 1.56%, and it's based upon the appropriate trends in agricultural land and lease value index. In addition, the special habitats fee schedule would increase by 1.74%, and that's based upon the appropriate consumer price index. Urban Economics, who also has a memo that's attached to your board package, provides a lot of the detail associated with these fees. The Placer Conservation Authority voted to recommend these annual inflationary adjustments at its meeting on July 21st of this year, And we're also working with the city of Lincoln, who would also have to adopt this fee schedule. We're working with their staff to get that calendared for them as well. With that, certainly Greg McKenzie is here for technical questions, as well as myself to help answer any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions by board members? Any questions, comments from the public?
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Mike Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. The PCCP is a federal habitat conservation plan, and HCP and the state natural communities conservation plan, NCCP. These programs do not succeed without the support of the people in the affected area. These fees are necessary for the program to succeed, absolutely. Now, it is already one of its Achilles heels that Placer County Parkway is in it. The voters spoke on this in 2016, countywide, to reject increasing the county sales tax for the purpose of that and other highway increasing projects and so forth. Now, then the legislature stepped in and allowed a vote in 4 cities. And though Loomis did drop out, the polling last year showed that the cities would not support it then. But who was left out by the legislature? The people in the rural areas who do not live in those cities. Now, nearly all people affected do not live in the cities, and they don't support the PCCP fee increase. This fee is in a way an end run around what the voters did on the sales tax. I'll close by talking about the biggest the biggest HCP and CCP in the state. The California Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan. That was in development for several years, and what happened? The localities dropped out. Enough said. Please do not support this fee tax increase. Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thanks. No further comment. Bring it back to the board for consideration. Just emphasize that this is now going to get woven into our other fee increases for consideration every year on an inflationary basis, but this fee on a 5-year basis, in accordance with the extensive document reflective of the PCCP, has to have a real thorough look to make sure that what we do charge actually is adequate to put the conservation in the ground as we go forward, which has been a problem with other conservation plans. So I just wanted that for the public to know and for colleagues to look forward to.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure of the board.
Well, I'll go ahead and move approval, and this has to do with preserving wetland mitigation, et cetera, right? Nothing with transportation fees, right? 2 different things.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. I'll move approval of the item.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Great. Take up our 1105 timed item, which is established zone of benefit in County Service Area 28 for Meadows Estates, and Will Garner, I think, is going to present. Yep.
Good morning. Will Garner, Public Works Department. And this item before you today is to establish zone of benefit 190 for Briar Meadows Estates subdivision, Briar Meadows Estates 2 subdivision, to set an assessment to fund road maintenance, storm drain maintenance, and streetlight maintenance. The subdivision is located in North Auburn off of New Airport Road. The subdivision was approved by the board in 2007, and one of the conditions of approval was to form this zone of benefit. The subdivision will add 36 single-family homes on 14 acres on New Airport Road, and beginning next fiscal year, the annual assessment for the engineer's report that was prepared would be $345 per year per parcel. We are recommending that you conduct a public hearing, consider any protests to form the zone of benefit, and adopt a resolution creating county service area number 28, zone of benefit number 190 for the purpose of road maintenance, storm drain maintenance, streetlight maintenance, and establish that annual assessment.
Thanks, Phil. Any questions by board members of Will? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, so I will open it up to the public. See no public comment, I'll close the public hearing, and then the clerk will tabulate the ballots.
We received one ballot in favor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure of the board. Second. Ocean Home, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Will. We'll now take up our 11:15 timed item, which is Community Development Resources Agency Short-Term Rental Appeal, Brett Williams for Agate Bay Realty.
Mr. Williams is on Zoom, Chairman, just as an awareness.
And I think Eric is going to kick this off for us.
Oh, and may I make a comment, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
sure.
So I was absent at the last meeting when this item was begun. I just want to note for the record that I watched the testimony of the board item and also read through the materials. So I'm up to speed with what the board discussed at the last meeting.
So it looks like Clayton is going to kick this off for us.
Good morning, your board. Yes, I am pinch hitting for Eric today. He's out. So, Clayton Cook, Senior Deputy County Counsel, representing CJRA on this matter. This matter was heard by your board a month ago, July 27th, and at the time the board continued the matter to receive additional briefing and information on the issues surrounding this appeal. Based on that direction, we prepared an updated staff report that's attached to the agenda, and my presentation today will focus on those issues and questions that the board raised at the last meeting. So a bit of background on this matter. This hearing was continued from July 27th. Mr. Williams represents 33 individual property owners who were each fined $500 for violating the short-term rental ordinance. After the property owners were fined, Mr. Williams appealed. His appeal was initially heard by an administrative hearing officer who upheld those fines in a decision issued in March. And then Mr. Williams appealed that decision, which took this to your board. The appeal turns on the property owner's decisions to not provide proof of trash service with their permit applications. Proof of trash service is required in the short-term rental ordinance, specifically at section 9.42.030. That's the section for permit requirements. It states, an application shall include proof of existing garbage service and total number of trash receptacles. So this is, apologies in advance, this is somewhat of a lengthy slide. This provides a bit of a timeline though, and I'm going to walk you through some of these dates just to highlight basically how things played out. Mr. Williams was aware of the trash requirement going back to January of 2020. That's 10 months prior to the issuance of the fine, and he simply elected not to provide that information. In the record at pages 72 and 73, he specifically asked code compliance by email on January 28th if he needed to get proof of trash service for every house. Specifically, his inquiry was because he was professionally managing those properties. The code compliance officer responded in the affirmative and told him that he did need that proof of service. So after January 28th, we fast forward to July 28th, which is when Mr. Williams submits portions of information for the applications on those permits. July 31st is the deadline where the permit applications need to be provided, and also that deadline where proof of trash service needed to be provided by. After that deadline passed, there is a multitude of communications between Mr. Williams and staff. Staff reaffirmed the requirement of trash service on August 12th, then again on September 23rd, then again on November 4th, and then again on November 13th. It's worth noting, I think, that Mr. Williams argued with staff in emails in that September 23rd timeframe about the trash requirement being unreasonable. He informed staff at that time he'd be bringing up his concerns with Supervisor Gustafson and Mr. Leopold at the next board meeting. And staff responded and reiterated that the trash service information was overdue, in fact delinquent, and that they needed that proof of trash service to move forward with processing of the STR applications. So after that communication, September 25th, staff reached out to Mr. Williams and informed him that they would accept a letter from Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal or the trash service provider with a list of the properties that were being professionally managed and that service was being provided to those. On October 17th, a couple weeks later, Mr. Williams then again asked if a letter from Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal would be sufficient. Staff confirmed that that was allowed on that same day. Then we moved to November 3rd and 4th, where staff left Mr. Williams a voicemail reaffirming this requirement of proof of trash service. Then an email on November 4th explaining the same thing. That November 4th email noted if trash service information was not provided by November 18th, then citations would be issued. So you knew as of November 4th that if you didn't meet the November 18th deadline, that there would be a citation. Interestingly, in that email, there were a couple properties that had been cited in advance. Mr. Williams is representing 33 properties. There were, I think, a handful, 3 or 4 that had been cited. In this November 4th email, staff indicated that if he provided information for those 3 or 4 by the 18th, they would rescind those citations. So we get to November 13th. We're still moving towards that November 18th deadline. Staff again reminds Mr. Williams of this proof of trash requirement, notes that it's needed by November 18th. You get to November 18th and the deadline passes without that information being provided. The information was ultimately sent in by Mr. Williams November 30th. He did send it to Revenue Services instead of the short-term rental program, but either way it was overdue by 2 weeks at that point. Citations were issued to Mr. Williams on December 4th. And based on this timeline and this information, the requirement was clear. It was known by Mr. Williams in advance. He elected not to comply with the requirement, which meant that the applications could not be processed. And during this time, staff spent a significant amount of time responding to Mr. Williams and urging him to provide that information. I think the record shows that based on these dates. When he didn't comply with the second deadline of November 18th, which was after the July 31st deadline, staff was left with no other option other than to fine the delinquent properties. So based on that information, staff recommends upholding the hearing officer's decision to fine $500 for each property that failed to comply with the short-term rental permit ordinance requirements, and specifically that proof of trash service requirement. I think it's worth noting that there were roughly 2,600 short-term rental permits issued in 2020 that were all able to complete this process without issue, including that proof of trash service requirement. This is the only one that has come before your board. There were some inquiries about the fine amount at the last hearing. Since this is an appeal hearing, staff is obligated to bring forward the ruling of the administrative hearing officer, that underlying decision, and that was $500 each for each of the properties, for a total of $16,500. That $500 fine amount is set forth in the short-term rental ordinance. There's specifically a section on penalties, 9.42.060, which says fines can be made up to $500 a day for each violation and up to $1,000 per day for subsequent citations. The amount included for that fine amount in the short-term rental ordinance was initially set for purposes of recouping staff time, but also for staff time involved in the hearing process. I think from the record it shows pretty clearly that there was a lot of communications between Mr. Williams and staff leading up to this due date, specifically informing him of the requirements, letting him know how he could comply, and even working with him by suggesting the letter from the TTSD. So since those appeals were filed, Cedra staff has also expended a significant amount of time. We have an administrative hearing officer appeal and then 2 hearings with this board. Cedra staff is estimated that that's roughly $16,000 in staff time to this date to get to this process. So for those reasons, staff's recommendation is to uphold that fine of $500 per property that was not in compliance, for a total of $16,500. As a result of that, I will go ahead and conclude my presentation. I would also like to note that the Assistant Cedra Director, Crystal Jacobson's here, and Revenue Services Manager, Doug Jastrow, is here as well. So if you have any questions for any of us, we're happy to answer them.
I have one, Clayton, to kick it off. So noting that we really started on this path as a result of complaints and issues, we were having conflicts as a result of short-term rentals, and trash being about as loud a complaint as we got. Can you tell me a little bit about the detail with regards to the arguments on the 23rd of September? The document states, Mr. Williams complains of requirements for professionally managed property, and you said something. Did he argue, for example, that there should be no required trash pickup service?
I believe those arguments were made. He was also making an argument that since this was professionally managed, that those requirements weren't needed. But I think one of his arguments was basically that it's presumed that there should be trash service, and so the requirement itself was not needed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The proof of service wasn't needed, not the I don't think he argued from what I've read. They didn't need trash service.
Right. Apologies if I misspoke. Yes.
Yeah.
The proof
No,
of
I think you
compliance
said
is
it
not
right. I
needed.
just wanted to make sure.
Well, although I'll put it out, I'm wondering if they're not one and the same. That's like, I guess, if we're having trouble with excessive garbage as a result of short-term rentals, the way to resolve that is to require the trash service. And if somebody is arguing that you don't need the certification that exists, are they not in the same arguing that there shouldn't be any service? So Jim had his light on first, and
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me see if I've got this straight. 2,600 other applicants have filed with no problems. They did it timely, without any complications, without any misunderstandings. And Mr. Williams has had more than 18 months to comply, but somehow he still hasn't been able to comply. Is that my understanding?
Yes, the majority of property owners did comply by that July deadline, but there were some other ones that we brought into compliance over that time frame, and that was probably the reason for that window from July to November, that we were getting other properties into compliance.
Okay, thank you. I thought that's what I meant.
okay. Suzanne?
Yes, it was my understanding that Mr. Williams was part of the team that was putting together this ordinance and the requirements. Is that true?
My understanding is he was involved in the process initially, right?
Okay. And the process, process by which the discussion was, what are the things that we should require proof of and
Correct. There was a task force. I was not a part of that task force, but it's my understanding he was a part of the group that sort of helped to inform the development of the ordinance. Yes.
Right.
Correct.
I think Cindy knows more too about it.
No, he attended several meetings in my office with all of the property management firms, the major ones, to discuss what should be required and what would be a delineator between professionally managed properties and others.
Sure. Was there ever a discussion that proof of trash would not be required by properties that were managed by property management companies?
I'm not aware of that.
I think Mr. Williams believes that, but I don't recall it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he said, she said.
I don't recall it myself.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so we had the public hearing up at Lake Tahoe. That's been closed. But to the extent that there's any comments with regards to factual evidence that's been presented, I'll happy to let that be provided.
Chairman, do you want to ask Mr. Williams if he has any?
Sure.
Mr. Williams, if you have any comments to give, now would be the time to do so.
Great, thank you for your time. I'll be as succinct as possible. I know with the Caldor fire and other issues you've had this morning that time is of the essence. A few things that I wanted to clarify in that presentation, and also Supervisor Wygant's question is, the question isn't whether or not short-term rentals or we have a trash problem in Lake Tahoe. It's not because we don't have service, it's because people don't get it picked up frequently enough. For example, we only have 2 cans in a bear-proof trash container, and that's not going to accommodate if you have week-long stays. And in turn, I get the trash picked up twice a week during the peak times. I was part of the origination of this ordinance, and at no point were we discussing that the issue with trash was actually that owners didn't have trash service. The issue of trash was that the existing trash service is not sufficient based on Tahoe Truckee Disposal not being open on weekends and only having 2 cans of trash put in a container for only pickups every once a week. So I want to clarify that. And then I also want to clarify the comment about it must be Mr. Williams's problem with the trash service because all these other people did it. Well, if I'm an individual owner, which is I think somewhere around 45% of the certificates, it's easy for me to send in a certificate of the trash service. I just scan my bill and it's done. If you're trying to get an RSVP from 33 different owners to scan in their trash service and give it to you and then return it, it becomes really cumbersome because they're counting on you as a property manager to take care of these things to begin with. In turn, that is why I asked if I could get Tahoe Truckee Disposal to certify that these are in place. I heard from the STR department that that was okay. If you look in this testimony, during this duration of trying to get this proof, how frequently I had to reach out to Tahoe Truckee Disposal to follow up on this. They only have one person in their office in order to certify that this is the case. So this is not being presented, in my opinion, in the right light, that I wasn't working in good faith from September to November to actually get these things done. I think you'll see that within my correspondence and emails with Tahoe Truckee Disposal. And I think it's also worth noting when those 33 properties were finally received, none of them did not have trash service, and so in turn, I was working in good faith to make this happen, but my hands are tied a little bit with the timing of Tahoe Truckee Disposal. And are we charging our businesses and our people for staff time now? Because that's something that I haven't seen in previous board meetings, especially considering I didn't choose this path, that this was chosen by the short-term rental department. And what was left out of the testimony was the frequency of correspondence from revenue services and the short-term rental department from July to December, and eating up my bandwidth with false notices. For example, not locating my check that was sent, not being able to find my self-certification forms that were sent with the check. And you'll see this in the timelines that I have provided with the frequency that revenue services and STR sent me things that I had to go back and prove to them that these were accurate. So I think that's important because as a small business person, you only have so much bandwidth to handle things. And the number one thing that I'm handling when it comes to short-term rentals is a standard. And if you want to ask the STR department, how many of, or even Mr. Jastro with revenue services, how many times has Agate Bay Realty actually had a problem with the standard, whether it be trash, whether it be noise, all these things? Those are the things that I find important in this ordinance. And I think that's what the community wants. And I worked in good faith to cover the administrative part. But when I make mistakes with the administrative part, it sounds like I'm supposed to pay $16,500. But when revenue services sends me that they didn't get a closing certificate for a property and it finds out that they did, or if they send me a notice that says we haven't received permits for these properties, and then I tell them those are properties that I don't even manage, those type of administrative errors for some reason would be deemed reasonable, but mine for some reason are deemed unreasonable. So I think if you look through those timelines that I provided and the copies of the emails, I think it will align with what I'm indicating today.
Thank you. Does any board member have any questions of Ms. Williams? Bonnie, then Suzanne.
I'll let Suzanne if she's got questions.
Yeah, do you have questions of Mr. Williams, Suzanne?
Yes, I do. First of all, well, I'm not sure if this is the right person to ask, but I'm wondering now, does the proof of the trash service, does it indicate how often trash is picked up?
No, not that, no.
Okay.
Just that you have service to that address.
Okay, so basically all you require is the proof that there is service.
Right, and it could be a bill, it could be an email from the service provider. We worked with all different kinds of property managers, and we're very flexible in terms of what was evidence of proof of service.
So out of all of your short-term rental properties, approximately how many other ones were late in submitting proof of trash?
This is the only one that has been cited for this. And I'll say we have approximately 60% of the properties are managed professionally, and we have property managers that manage up, I think, close to 100 properties and didn't have this trouble with any other property management firm.
Okay. So then my other question is to Mr. Williams is, when you finally did submit proof of trash, is the timeline correct in that your proof of trash was November 30th, 2020?
That sounds accurate, Supervisor Jones. That's when, and you'll see the correspondence with the emails with Tahoe Truckee Disposal from October all the way through November to try to get that specific certification. But again, only for some reason, for only one person, and you'll see that also in the emails, can do that certification. I think a better question to ask staff on the trash service is, the due date was on July 31st. How many professionally managed companies met that trash service as of July 31st? Because I know the short-term rental department was inundated with the amount of permits and so forth. So I don't think that actually I was that unusual in the trash service. It's just that the trash service certification for most of these property managers took place sooner than November 30th. But the reason why mine couldn't be certified prior to November 30th wasn't because I was standing by the water cooler, but rather I'm constantly in touch with Sue at Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal in order to get that certification.
Did you by any chance reach out to this person that he's saying has a record of him contacting them since July?
Well, I would just say, in terms of the process, the burden is on the property manager or the property owner to provide the verification. I'd have to look through the record to see if our staff actually reached out to the service provider, but the record does show that we have asked many, many times that for the property manager to submit that proof. And I will say, with other property managers and property owners, we did work with folks. So they get their application in by the due date. Maybe it takes a couple of weeks for them to submit the, other evidence that they need to provide with their application. We do kind of do a little hand-holding, but this is the only one that we had significant delay with.
And another question for Mr. Williams is, did you submit everything else for your properties outside of just the proof of garbage prior to the deadlines?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. Yes, I submitted not only the check and the self-certification forms, and I sent those off, and that's what I'm bringing up is that Mrs. Jacobson indicates that there's some hand-holding, and I think that is something that has always taken place during the course of, whether it be on the revenue services side or STR side. I sent all that stuff in, and you'll see within my timelines, I get notified in September from the we don't have your check. We don't have your self-certification forms. So guess what I have to do? I go to the bank, here's the process check, and they say, well, we don't have your self-certification form. So I'm going to go through that whole exercise again. And I think that's some of the key parts of this, that I'm not disputing some of the timelines, but I do find it convenient that staff has not referenced any of these timelines of false allegations that prove to be inaccurate from July to November.
Well, on my timeline, the only thing that they are pointing out on September 25th is that they were talking to you about offering an alternate proof of trash service. It doesn't mention anything else that you're talking about, that your check got lost or anything else. It seems like they're only concerned with the proof of trash. So the question is, there was a deadline of July 31st, and you did not meet that deadline. And according to this, are you disputing that they contacted you? It says they informed you on the 23rd of September. They offered you something on September 25th. And then there was communication October 17th, again, November 3 through 4, November 13, and then gave you a final deadline of November 18, another additional 4 months, and with still no proof of trash, but everybody else got theirs in. So.
Yeah, what I'd like to clarify is on September 23rd so 2 days prior to what you're mentioning, Supervisor Jones, is when I did receive an email from the STR department that they had not located my check. They couldn't find my proof of my self-certifications. Once I sent a copy of the cash check, then
Well, let me stop you right there, because what you're talking about is not at issue here today. The only thing that's at issue here today is the proof of trash. So I don't want to really kind of muddy the waters with talking about other things. So.
Well, I think that if you look then through my transcript, you can see with Tahoe Truckee Disposal, which is the only option that I have when it comes to giving proof of trash service, that I have a sequence of all those dates reaching out to Tahoe Truckee Disposal in order to satisfy that request from the point that I was told by the STR department that it was still required.
Correct. I mean, the only thing that was going to satisfy the requirement was the actual proof. And I know you probably did, act in good faith to accomplish, but it's kind of like our, income taxes. No matter how reasonable, unreasonable, or how we act in good faith, the IRS is not going to forgive us if we don't get our stuff turned in on time, especially if we owe them something.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, but I also paid the IRS on time, and the IRS also issued me, in essence, a audit a few times, and I cleared that audit during the time of this time period as well. So I think, if we're going to talk about a standard of administrative errors on my behalf, and it's going to be required a $16,000, $500 fine, and yet we're not going to talk about, even during the same period of time, the significant time that I had to spend in correcting errors that were inaccurate, I think that is relevant.
Well, the only thing that really is pertinent here is that the proof of trash wasn't submitted. It didn't seem like the other 2,600 properties had an issue with this kind of a delinquency, and so I think that's what this is. It's just a matter of you didn't get it turned in. I mean, there's no way to place blame. It's just if it was a requirement and you were in on the original committee to hash out the things you felt should be required in order to get a permit as a short-term rental, then you may have even had a little bit of notice before all of this. And my only interest right now is that you had a deadline to submit. They extended the deadline an additional 4 months, and it still wasn't submitted. I don't know what to tell you, but it didn't happen. And so, but thank you for answering all my questions.
Bonnie?
Thank you. Just a couple of things that I want to point out to staff that I have concern about, which was that, Mr. Williams did send the check to the wrong location, but a check was cashed and documents were not forwarded. And so I know that different counties have different departments have different procedures, and not everybody talks to one another. But I think that's actually an issue that, on a larger whole, we need to address, right? We are supposed to be one county. If a department receives information that doesn't belong to them, they need to forward it. I do that. If a constituent or an issue comes to me and it belongs in Supervisor Gustafson's district, I look at it, I refer it. I think a county as a whole, we need to do that. And so I can understand Mr. Williams' frustration that his check was cashed, the department didn't know about it, and then he had to do the work to find it out. And he had to go back and he made a mistake by not sending it to the right place, but the check got cashed and the documents didn't get forwarded. And so he had to actually do that cleanup work to get the documentation in. I do have concern, which I shared, that on the application and on the certification, self-certification form, it does not say that you have to submit proof of trash. It says it in the ordinance. I don't read ordinances, I read applications. If I submit something, I don't go to the city or county ordinance, I go to the application and I fill in the information. The paper copy does not say that, the paper application. Maybe it says it on the online application, but I didn't go in and try to start an application myself. So I want to make sure that when we have applications and we have requirements, whether it's in this or any other process, we need to spell out what those requirements are. Now, to Mr. Williams' point, staff did share that information in July and requested the proof and, said that it's part of the ordinance, and so that was incumbent upon him, once he understood that in July, to take care of that item. So he did have time to do that, and he says that it took some time with the trash disposal company to get the information he needed. He didn't get in on time. At the same time, I look at us not really doing our complete due diligence and making things clear, following up, et cetera. So I think that there could be some reduction in the fine based on the fact of all the work that he had to do on his end. And yes, it was staff going back and forth, but our staff also didn't do it as well as it could have been done.
Supervisor Gore, can I just
Actually,
comment?
Mr. Williams, though, we're just taking, your purpose here is just to provide any factual differences of agreement, if there are any, and I don't think we heard it.
That is actually, Supervisor Wygant, what I want to clarify is, back in July, the STR department did not contact me to let me know that self-certification was required. So to your point on the application and the self-certification, it not being noted anywhere in that, in those documents is the whole reason why it wasn't provided back in July to begin with. It was only in September did they get in touch with me, and that's when I started the process with Tahoe Truckee Disposal. So I do think that's something that is relevant.
Suzanne.
Yeah, I was just looking back on the timeline here, and it actually said that on January 28th, Mr. Williams emails the STR asking about the trash requirement, and staff confirms that properties will need proof of trash. So from January until November 30th, when he submitted the proof of trash, that's 10 months. I think that's ample.
Agreed.
Notice.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board? Or are there any other questions of staff? Jim?
I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chair, unless there's any other comments.
I see none.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that the board uphold the hearing officer's decision that the 33 individual citations issued for renting without an STR permit are valid, and order payment in the amount of $16,500.
Is there a second? It appears the motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion? Cindy?
You know, I don't have a motion right now. I was going to share with the board that this is a really challenging vote for me because I know Mr. Williams personally. I've worked for and with Mr. Williams for a very long time. I do think staff's recommendation is appropriate because all the other professional property management firms were able to comply. And I understand the frustration that things get lost in the mail, checks get cashed, issues come up, but in the end, we knew that this was the situation. I'm just really struggling with this, so I'm looking for any other guidance, but it sounds like we had a lack of a second on that motion, Jim, and I don't know if you're willing to reduce the amount at all, or...
Well, let me add maybe a perspective. Yeah. I would have voted for your motion, Mr. Motion Maker. One of the key components for me is that, one, statistically, you just had overwhelming performance by everybody else except Mr. Williams. Secondly, if you're in the business of property management, being able to manage things to a completion is a critical component of reflecting whether or not you got to be in any particular business like that. So I'm not insensitive to the fact that it's our first time around. I'm open to a reduced fine of some consequence, but I think we're trying to balance really supporting the direction we provided to staff to try to create a better circumstance up there with short-term rental ordinances. We heard all of that. We made a decision. I'm sure the first time out, no one's going to do anything perfectly, but I think all in all, we did well. So I'm open to something of a reduction, but I think that perspective is real important. So, Suzanne.
Yes, I thought perhaps we could discuss it then for a minute. Normally, in a case like this, we would find, let's just say, I have a constituent in my district who owns a short-term rental up there, and they are not having it managed by a property manager, and they're being charged their fees for people who, or for folks who have an STR that don't have a property manager. They're charged a greater fee than the property management companies. So right away, those individuals who own STRs that are getting them managed by property managers get a break. Now, when they do something to incur a fine or fee, it's $500. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. So for my individual homeowner, it would have been, if it had been them, it would have been a $500 fine on them. Where in this case, he happens to be managing 33 properties. So he's actually managing for 33 families, their second home, their rental property. So what we're saying is that we should be imposing, they've trusted him to take care of their business. So we're saying that, so now he has not complied, the 500 fee applies, but it's applying to each individual 33 properties, not just one. That's why it sounds so great, 16,000, oh my goodness, 16,000, that's outrageous. No, it's the same fee that we're imposing that we would on my one property owner. That's how it works. And the fee and the penalty, it has to have some meaning if you want them to comply with this. But now, since the motion failed at that, I think we need to discuss what a reasonable fee might be, because apparently we're going to have to discount it now. So maybe we should discuss.
I don't know that you need to. It sounds like you should have seconded the motion, but, because you are in support of it, correct?
Well, I'm in support of a penalty and a fine, yes, because he's violated the rules set forth in the STR regulation.
Jim's had his light on for a while, so maybe he has.
So if there was one individual that failed to comply, their fine would be $500. And it's up to the property manager to manage the properties if people are hiring him to manage them. And so I don't see why we should reduce the fine when it's clear in the staff report and in the ordinance that that's the fine that's been set. And if we start diminishing that fine, we're setting a precedent for anybody else that can see what the board did. So I think the board has to stick with the recommendation from the hearing officer and uphold their decision. And so I'll remake my motion.
I think that's a first.
To uphold the hearing officer's decision that the 33 individual citations issued for renting without the SDR permit are valid and order payment in the total amount of $16,500.
I'll second that motion.
And I'm going to discuss, because I hear what you say, Jim, and I also look at how, on our end, we didn't do things the way they could have been done. They could have been done better. I don't like to be a punitive board, right? I want to actually have people comply and work with us and have this be a process where we're actually getting what we need. So I would actually like to reduce that amount, but since there's a second, I mean, I would just cut it in half, because it's still a penalty, and then we can continue to move forward. So that's actually my friendly amendment to your motion.
Well, we have a motion and a second.
You have a second, all right.
So, so Suzanne, did you?
I just wanted to make another comment.
Sure.
I wanted to say that I don't think we're a punitive board because the penalty and the fines are in the ordinance. It just happens to fall on our laps to approve or deny it. So we're following the law. We're following the ordinance.
And I'll add just one other comment. In that same meeting, Bonnie, we had quite a bit of discussion on needing to raise the penalties to get better compliance on a number of components of the short-term rental ordinance. So in fact, we had a lot of public testimony to actually raise the penalties that we're considering, because it seems that some need more urging at a higher rate to penalize them. And just for background from the rest of that meeting, that a couple months ago.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Gore?
No.
Holmes?
Yes.
Jones? Yes. Gustafson?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, the chair is in a bit of a quandary, but if somebody wants to yell at me, you can. We have a 11:30 timed item. We have a long closed session. We have a 1 o'clock timed item. But so what I'm going to do, unless somebody really yells at me again, is take up our 11:30 timed item. But hopefully we can get through it as quickly as possible. I know there's been a huge amount of work done into it, and the board is up to speed as to the details, just so everyone knows. But with that, I'll turn it over to Kate for a presentation. It's Law Enforcement Management Association Memorandum of Understanding. No one yelled at me yet.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Kate Sampson with Human Resources. We have just a brief presentation for you, and then hopefully you can move along with your agenda. It's my pleasure this afternoon to request adoption of the inaugural Memorandum of Understanding with the Placer County Law Enforcement Management Association, and also to introduce ordinances implementing the terms of the agreement. By way of background, your board recognized the association, also known as LEMA, as the exclusively recognized employee organization for sworn classified law enforcement managers this April. Following recognition, the county and LEMA commenced negotiations where we worked together to draft this first MOU documenting current conditions and also reach tentative agreement on new terms. The LEMA membership ratified the agreement by election on August 19th, and I'd like to invite Che Johnson, our chief negotiator, to share a few details of the agreement with you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to speak with you. Today is a very particularly special day. While MOUs or memorandums of understanding are often brought before elected officials, it's not often that you get a first contract with a new bargaining group. This was a thoroughly enjoyable process and was truly done in the spirit of positive labor relations with the Lima employee group. We were able to hear their concerns and in a very efficient and timely manner come to an agreement that's before you today. Highlights of the agreement are that it provides for guaranteed wage increases for the Lima membership, consistent with the county's goals of ensuring market comparability, that we're able to recruit and retain the employees that we need, and also that we have a long-term sustainable plan that is going to be in the best interest of the county. We also were able to reach various adjustments within the agreement to ensure that there is a incentive for members of the county to promote up beyond the Deputy Sheriff Association to the management group and to stay here so we can keep our long-term employees. Again, both Kate and I are here to answer any questions that you may have, but before we answer any questions, we did have representatives from the association that wanted to address the board, so we would turn things over to them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I am Jeff Swearingen. With me is my Vice President, Nuno Tavares. I know we look alike, so if you have a hard time telling us apart, I'm the tall one, he's the good-looking one. It does feel a little bit odd introducing myself as the president of the Placer County Law Enforcement Management Association, otherwise known as the PC Lima, since we all have working relationships together. But for those who are viewing remotely or in the audience who don't know who we are, that's our role here today. We'd like to thank the board, number one, for recognizing our organization and adopting a resolution approving our inaugural MOU. It's kind of a historical moment for us as an organization. That being said, we do stand fast in our belief that Measure F does apply to the affected members of the PC Lima. We are really proud, Nuno and myself, to represent the other 20 members of our total 22 membership organization. We're very humbled to be able to represent them. Collectively, those 22 sworn members of the PC Lima represent 512 years of law enforcement experience. When we first started this journey toward forming an organization, we reached out to Sacramento County. We knew that they had a Lima in existence. We were just looking for some guidance. They were actually quite shocked that we didn't have one, and through our research, we found out that we were one of the only ones in the area, as far as the counties go, who didn't have a Lima. Many of those agencies much smaller than ours. So we were quite surprised, felt probably it was time. The Lima exists to make sure that Placer County receives the finest leadership for our respective offices. Besides running the day-to-day operations, the same individuals are charged with making critical decisions and managing critical incidents, making life-saving decisions, certainly managing high liability events, such as criminal and investigations of officer-involved shootings, armed and barricaded suspects, hostage incidents, active shooters, managing major crime scenes, God knows, wildfires, and disasters, both man-made and natural. These fine leaders make extremely difficult decisions while being mindful of their exposure for the county. It is our goal to make sure fair compensation is afforded to our membership in order to continue to incentivize high-quality individuals to promote into the management team and provide the best possible service to our community. On behalf of myself and the members of the PC Lima, I'd like to thank you for your support, and I'd like to turn it over to my vice president, the good-looking one.
So I know we have plenty of time, so I prepared a really long speech. I'll be very quick. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to be before the board. While Jeff and I have both stood at this podium multiple times speaking for our elected officials, today, for the very first time, we speak for 22 of the finest law enforcement leaders in our region, and maybe I'm a little biased, but we have a lot to look forward to. First of all, I want to thank Kate and her negotiations team for a very professional process. Jeff and I, first time. I think Kate's team as well, doing her first contract. But we have a lot to look forward to. We look forward to the continued relationships with the board and with the CEO's office. We continue to look forward to structuring MOUs that working collaboratively will achieve our mutual goals of giving our sheriff and our DA the best possible tools to recruit and retain the best leaders that we can find to serve our DA, our sheriff, and of course our citizens. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity and for this process.
Thank you. Okay, anything else?
Unless there are any questions from the board?
Board members, Jim, do you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment to the president and the tall one. I just want to thank you both for your professional and respectful approach and outreach to us. I was at an event honoring the current sheriff, and I saw all your management team there. And I was talking to the former sheriff, and I remarked, what a great job that has been done with the leadership in Placer County Sheriff's Office. It's remarkable, and I'm very, very proud of you. So thank you so much.
Cindy.
I wanted to echo those comments as well. I really appreciate the professionalism and leadership that you provide our county. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We have the best, we want the best, we're going to keep the best, and this is a good step forward in continuing that growth and development for all of our deputy sheriffs on up through the ranks. So I really appreciate your leadership on this.
I'll just throw in ditto to both of those comments, and we've got an interesting item coming up that is related in our next board meeting, and I think the attitude, my attitude, and I think of all of my colleagues, is that we want the best and the brightest here. Public protection is our highest priority, or as high as any other. To do that, I think we want to pay something above market to make sure that we can attract those kinds of people. That is something we can argue about forever, of course, but you guys just took a very healthy and constructive approach to all of that, as well as staff, and so thank you for getting us here so efficiently and well positioned. Anyone from the public like to address this item? So what's the pleasure of the board? We have 3 items. We have the resolution, introduction of an ordinance, and introduction of uncodified ordinance. And can we take those together separately? Have to take those separately. So the first is resolution approving the memorandum of understanding.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Then we need to introduce an ordinance, waive oral reading to amend Chapter 3 of the Placer County Code consistent with a memorandum of understanding.
And I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We then need to introduce an uncodified ordinance, waive oral reading to adjust compensation and benefits for the associated represented employees.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So we are going to close to, we're going to adjourn to closed session.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, thanks. We have a lengthy closed session. We have a 1 o'clock timed item, so, you know, everybody's going to have to be prepared for that, but I'm sure we're not going to be here right at 1 o'clock. I don't know when we will be here, so you need to be prepared. Then I'm sure staff is listening. We have lengthy list of department items that will then be taken after the 1 o'clock hearing is completed. So anybody on staff and or someone who wants to tune on those items, that's essentially what our schedule looks like going forward. Karen.
Can you give an estimate? Yeah.
I can't, can you give an estimate, Karen?
An hour.
An hour. We'll be in a closed session for an hour.
So can we post that up? Because I know people are going to.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 4 items of existing litigation, 1 item of anticipated litigation, 1 item of a conference with labor negotiators, and 1 item of real property negotiations.
Thank you. Okay, the board has returned from closed session and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to considering the following items of existing litigation. On County of Placer versus Amerisource Bergen, the board heard a report and provided direction. on the matter of Sierra Watch versus County of Placer, taken together with the second Sierra Watch versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and provided direction. On the Stop Baseline Commercial Center project matter, the board heard a report and provided direction. Under anticipated litigation, the board considered one potential case of potential exposure to litigation. The board heard a report and provided direction. On conference with labor negotiators, the board heard a report and provided direction. On conference with real property negotiators, the board heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a 1 o'clock timed item, but before I do that quickly, I have two quick sheriff department, under department items, 2 items with the sheriff department, and I'm going to take those up quickly so those folks can get on their way. So the first one is Town of Loomis Law Enforcement Service Contract.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Mr. Schwab. I'm Jerry Rogers with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and I come to the board asking your approval to amend the law enforcement service contract with the Town of Loomis. Please approve an amendment number 6 to the contract between the Placer County Sheriff's Office and the Town of Loomis to adjust the rate for law enforcement services to $1,907,280 for the July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022 term. This represents an increase of $128,611 or 7.23% over the previous year. Revenue from this contract is included in the Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2021-22 adopted budget. And with that, be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions by the board? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public? What is the pleasure of the board? Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next item is a 5-year lease purchase with Axiom Enterprises for tasers.
Yes, hello. So first I have Support Services Captain Troy Minton Sanders here with me as a subject matter expert to help answer any questions that you may have regarding the program. We are asking the board today to authorize the purchasing manager to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement with Axon Enterprise, Inc. for 170 Taser 7 units and accessories in the annual amount of $175,000 for a total 5-year amount of $875,000. The Placer County Sheriff's Office currently uses the Taser X26 and the X26P, which is a less lethal enforcement alternative that has been utilized by the Sheriff's Office for approximately 15 years. The entire inventory of tasers in use by the Sheriff's Office are either at or well beyond their recommended 5-year useful lifespan. For each, a number of these tasers fail during annual testing and are not replaceable under the warranty. More importantly, the random and unpredictable failure of these old tasers presents a significant officer safety risk to the deputies and correctional officers that rely on this equipment to function properly during critical incidences. Axon Enterprises, Inc. recently introduced a new and improved model Taser 7 with several enhanced features that are not available on the current models. These improvements include a more accurate dart design, dual cartridges, a dual laser aiming system, and an arc feature that provides officers with the ability to warn suspects before deployment, aiding in de-escalation efforts. The Sheriff's Office is requesting to purchase 170 Taser 7 units to replace the outdated Taser X26 and X26P inventory through a lease purchase agreement. Axon's Taser certification program offers a payment option to spread the cost of the Taser 7 purchase over a 5-year period while immediately equipping the Sheriff's employees with the new Taser platform. In closing, the total cost of the lease is $875,000 with an annual payment amount of $175,000. Funding for this first year of the lease program is included in the Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2021 to 22 adopted budget and will be in the subsequent requested budgets for the remainder of the lease. There is no impact to the general fund. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Cindy.
Yeah, I had a quick question on, I support this all the way. But it says there is no impact on the general fund, but 50-some% of our sheriff's budget is general fund. So I just wanted to make sure I understood why we say that, because in future years it will be part of what we consider each year in the budget, correct?
So from what I understand, when we were talking with CEO's office, there was a portion that was included in with the budget.
So it's not in addition, but
correct.
It's not
Correct.
in addition to what we.
There's no impact to the general fund for the addition.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No additional impact.
Correct.
Yeah. But it is included annually in what would come forward. Okay.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah. I support it. I just
sorry
wanted
for
to
the
make sure.
confusion.
Yeah. No problem.
See no one else. Anyone from the public? What is the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Now you guys can get up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Todd.
So now we will take up our 1 o'clock timed item, which is urgency ordinance extension moratorium related to short-term rentals, and Crystal is going to kick that off for us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson, the Deputy Director of the Tahoe CEDRA office, and with me today is Doug Jastro with Revenue Services, who can help answer any questions that come up regarding the TOT and short-term rental interface. So the item before you today is related to our short-term rental program. We are requesting your board conduct a public hearing to consider introduction, waiver of oral reading, and adoption of an urgency ordinance extending until March 31st, 2022, a moratorium that was imposed in existing ordinance 6094B related to the issuance of new short-term rental permits pursuant to Placer County Code Chapter 9, Article 9.42. So just really quick, a general outline of what we're going to talk about here today, just some quick background, a little touch on the moratorium itself and the status, and then I'll dive into some housing data, STR permit and TOT certificate data, just touch on that again. And then I have some maps that I'd like to show the board today, and then we will touch on enforcement data, best management practices, and then recommended action and next steps. So just by way of background, again, in November 2019, your board approved the first short-term rental ordinance. I want to point out the ordinance only applies to the Eastern Placer transient occupancy tax boundary. I have had a number of calls from folks thinking that this applies countywide, the moratorium. So just so everybody knows, the short-term rental ordinance only applies to the Tahoe area. So the item before the board for today only applies to the Tahoe TOT area. So in January 2020, the ordinance did take effect. We came before your board with a very minor update in March 2021. It was more of a cleanup to the code. And then in June 25th of this year, the Mountain Housing Council convened an emergency meeting with its partners to talk about the housing crisis and brainstorm solutions. So over the last year and a half or so with the pandemic, there has been a lot of concern about there's been a decrease in workforce housing as it relates to the real estate boom and an increase in second home ownership. So there's been a lot of concern about the housing crisis and it being exacerbated by the pandemic. We've also seen an increase in community concern related to sort of the increase in visitation in the Tahoe area, and a concern regarding the preservation of neighborhood integrity and character, which was really what led to the initial adoption of the ordinance itself. So again, the ordinance today does not include any provisions like a cap on STRs. It is really related to regulating nuisances for STRs. So then following that June 25th Mountain Housing Council meeting, your board had a hearing on July 27th to consider the moratorium. At that meeting, at the July 27th meeting, you also heard a report from the Mountain Housing Council and from staff on the housing crisis and the efforts that we are undertaking to address housing. So there was a pretty robust presentation prior to the moratorium hearing on housing. I also want to point out that on the 14th of September, you're going to hear an annual update on our housing program. So we'll come before your board again and really talk about the things that we're doing in the Tahoe area around housing. But on the July 27th board meeting, we brought before your board a urgency ordinance to consider adoption of a 45-day moratorium. And it was really the Mountain Housing Council meeting that sort of spurred that as one solution to address housing. So there's a lot of concern in the community about the increase in second home ownership and the interest in STRs over the last decade or so, and really the decrease in or decline that we see in available housing stock for our workforce housing in Tahoe. So I just want to point out, just a reminder, and I pointed this out at the July 27th meeting, but short-term rental permits do not provide a vested interest or land use entitlement. They are not permits that run with the land. Rather, they are annual permits that run with the permit holder themselves, and they do expire annually. So at the meeting on the 27th, your board did adopt that 45-day moratorium as a way to kind of put a pause on the program, for us to assess the program and do a little research about the concerns the community had related to housing and short-term rentals. So since that meeting, we have held stakeholder outreach, including a meeting on August 11th. There was an STR forum that was held, and then on August 12th, a town hall meeting where we had a presentation and took feedback at that meeting as well. We've also done significant research on short-term rental programs, and I would just say that that research is ongoing. And then we sort of etched out a work program for what we could include in an update to our short-term rental ordinance. So with that, today we are requesting your board extend the urgency ordinance adopt the urgency ordinance that would extend the moratorium to March 31st, 2022. That is the date of that the 2021 permits would expire. We are also bringing forward with this urgency ordinance some revisions to the exemptions that were included in the July 27th ordinance, and I will touch on what those revisions are here in a little bit. I also want to point out that per Government Code 65858, we did post a preliminary report on the moratorium to our STR program webpage. So this was required to be posted ahead of your agenda packet that went out for this hearing today. So since that initial posting, we had continued to do research and review the program, and so we have made a couple of revisions to the initial ordinance, which I just mentioned. And so what was posted with the board packet is slightly different than what was posted 10 days ahead. So just a heads up on that. So just some takeaways. This was presented to your board on the 27th on housing, what's happening in the Tahoe region on housing. New housing units built between 2010 and 2021 in Tahoe is around 1,300. We've seen a decrease in owner-occupied units between 2010 and 2021. So we've seen a decrease of 173 units. So we are seeing an increase in second home ownership and a decline in available housing stock for our workforce. Almost twice as many homes sold in 2020 as in 2010. So again, there is a boom for sure in the housing market. And then half as many homes are sold to owners claiming that primary residence in 2020 as in 2010. So this is just some data that supports really the reason behind the moratorium. So some additional housing statistics. This was reported at the board's July 27th meeting, but there's some new information in here today. So total housing units in East Placer, so again in the TOT area of Eastern Placer, is 15,747 units. For STRs permitted, we have 2,446. That number is a little different than what was reported on the 27th, and that's because between the time I pulled a report on STR permits, and then we had the board hearing, we received an additional 64 applications that came in prior to the moratorium. So what was reported out at the board on the 27th was 2,382, and that changed a little bit because we had some permits in the queue. And then what you'll see here is STRs that have rented in 2020, so those folks that have not renewed or that are currently renting without a permit. We think there are about 400 of those units, about 2.5% of the housing stock. And then some additional data provided here is we have looked into the exemptions. So the STR ordinance has some exemption provisions, and we've looked at those exemptions that were issued for this cycle, for the 2021 cycle. And of those exemptions, we have about 624 that claimed an HOA status. So they were exempt because they're in a homeowners association. So those are really the condos or housing, what we consider housing units, as opposed to hotel motels that are also exempt. So they represent about 3.9% of the housing stock. And then owner-occupied units, these are folks that claim homeowner exemption, is about 12% of our housing stock. And then vacant, second home, or long-term rentals represent about 66%. And I just point out what we don't know exactly is what that long-term rental ratio is. We don't have great data on that, and I reported that out on the 27th as well. So moving on to STR permits and TOT certificates. Again, this slide was also presented on the 27th. What's changed here is just that total permit number for STRs. But you'll see single-family homes represent a substantial number of the STR permits as well as the TOT certificates in East Placer. And then again, the 3,926 number that you see there for TOT, that's not the total TOT certificates issued in Placer. It's actually 4,600, and that's because we have exempt properties. So on to the short-term rental program statistics, where we're at to date. So for the last permit cycle, we issued approximately 2,600 short-term rental permits. So that was the 2020, that's the first permit cycle. And then for this year, again, what was reported to the board on the 27th was 2,382. That's where we were the week before the board had the hearing on the 27th. Since then, we've had 64 permit applications that were received prior to the moratorium, so we were able to issue those permits. And so that brought the total up to 2,446. And then since that time, we've had 36 additional applications submitted. So I think what's important to note is that folks can still submit applications, we just don't process them. And so that 36 number, that was a number that was taken last week. It could be a little bit higher than that, but approximately 36 permits have come in since the moratorium. I want to point out that the 2021 permit counts are a little lower than the 2020, but that's really because it's not including outstanding permit renewals. We were in the middle of our renewal process. So in resolving kind of those outstanding permits, it's estimated that the total inventory for 2021 is likely right around 2,600 or so. And I did report that out. You know, what we're seeing is, I would say, stable numbers in terms of the STR permits. And then I just want to point out too, the numbers, you know, they fluctuate, right? Folks can turn on, you know, they can activate an account or turn it off. So we do have a consultant on board that works with Doug and his team they basically track STR operations in the county and folks that are out of compliance so that we can bring them into compliance. And what we find is that those units, you know, folks will turn them on and they're renting them, and then they take them off. They take them off platforms. And so these numbers do constantly change. It's like chasing, you know, trying to figure out what the total inventory is a little hard because it's constantly changing. So just looking at kind of total estimates, what we think is out there. So again, for 2021, STR permitted properties right now to date is 2,446. The exempt properties, we know we've done a count there. We've got 1,445. And then remember, out of that 1,445, we had about 624 that are, they were deemed exempt because they qualify as a HOA property. So those are your condos and your single-family homes. And then again, 36 permit applications received following the moratorium. And then just a general estimate of STR properties that are currently operating without a short-term rental permit. Those could also be the folks that didn't renew for this permit cycle. So I would say in total, our estimate is around 4,100 or so STR properties out there in the Tahoe area that are operating. And then I'm just going to turn to some maps. These are the maps of our permitted short-term rental properties. So this is the Kings Beach area and Tahoe Vista. And I just wanted to point out too, of the 2,446 active STR permits for this permit cycle, about 1,700 of them are in the Tahoe Basin. So approximately 71% or so of the short-term rental permits are in the basin. About 71%. 71, yeah. It's a high number. And that could be too because, a lot of the resort areas of the county are the areas where they're exempt, right? So we do see most of the STRs are in the basin. So these just show the maps, and I'm just going to go through these really quick. But Tahoe City, Dollar Hill area. I'm just going to move through these, the West Shore, and then you'll see the resort communities. And again, you'll see, substantially less number of units there because a lot of those properties are exempt from the ordinance. This is the North Star area, and then the Donner Summit. Okay, so turning to exemptions. So this is new data. I did not have this before your board on the 27th. So what we've done is looked at our exemptions, and of the 1,400 or so exemptions that we have issued for this year, 43% of them qualified as exempt because they're in an HOA. 33% of them qualified as exempt because they're considered resort properties. 21% qualified because they're either a hotel, motel, or a condotel. And the one thing I want to point out is when this data is based upon, people are kind of self-certifying what they are. So when they're submitting a request for an exemption, they tell us if they're a condo, motel. So the one thing we haven't done to date is to go in and look at all that, kind of map those out exactly and figure out, are they included in a hotel? But this is the data we went with is based upon their exemption requests. So this shows where these are just maps showing the exemptions. So again, it's a lot of condo areas is what you're going to see here. Again, like this, I don't know if I can, this area right here is about one condo homeowners association. Some more exempt properties. Okay, and then I'm going to turn to what we did is mapped short-term rentals by zoning type. What we found here is that most of the short-term rental permits are in residential districts. So they're either in like a residential, what we call residential forest district or residential single-family district. So a substantial number of the units are in these residential districts. But you'll see we also map to residential multifamily, commercial mixed use, conservation recreation, and resort tourist. I just want to point out that what you will typically see with the exempt properties that they're located in either the commercial or mixed use or resort tourist districts, right? So you're going to see lower numbers in those districts because those folks are exempt from the ordinance. So this just shows you the maps. All the yellow areas that you see here are residential. You're going to see, again, a substantial number in the residential districts here in the basin. That's Kings Beach right here. And then here we've got like Dollar Hill, and then over on the West Shore, again, you're going to see a substantial number in the yellow areas, which are the residential districts. And you'll see this pattern with all these maps. Okay, and then just really quick, this is the same data that we presented on the 27th. This just shows some enforcement data, what we have seen in terms of complaints. We had up until, I think it was mid-July or so, 193 complaints, I think is what it is. And most complaints are resolved within the first 60 minutes or so. So if you remember, there's a provision in the code that if a property manager or local contact gets there to resolve the issue, then we don't cite them, right? So they've got 60 minutes to resolve a noise complaint or a parking complaint. So most complaints that come in are resolved within the 60 minutes, which is great. And just in general, I think we've been, this sort of shows that our enforcement efforts are pretty effective. We've grown our enforcement team over the last year and really focused on enforcement, and I think we're seeing good results as a result of that. And so then I just want to touch really quick on what we call best management practices. We have been doing some sort of preliminary, it's not done, but a lot of research on what are other jurisdictions doing and just what are things to think about when we're potentially updating our ordinance. And so what we did is we actually reached out to Decker Technologies. They're the folks that are contracted with Doug's group to kind of track our short-term rentals. And so we reached out to them and talked about, they do a lot of these, they're tracking STRs in all kinds of resort communities. So we wanted to talk to them about what they're seeing. And so they talked a lot about kind of what works and what doesn't. And so I've got some things listed here. They talk about, this came up earlier, but that larger fines really do work. They see success when fines start high and then they're escalated. So our fines are pretty low compared to other fines that they see, and they do see that you get more success in terms of compliance when you have higher fines. They also said that you can tie enforcement to advertising, not bookings. This is, they think, very important. So basically, it would be illegal to advertise your unit instead of illegal to book your rental. And the reason for this is it's easier to monitor and enforce advertising versus bookings. And then focus on kind of the biggest players, right? Your large platforms, your Airbnb, VRBO, that kind of thing. And they have about 90% of the listings are through those larger platforms. They also said to focus on distance or zoning restrictions. They say those are fairly effective in limiting saturation in neighborhoods. So that's one thing you can look at. Also setting neighborhood density limitations. So they say that this would, if you only allow SDRs in certain neighborhoods, what it does is it creates like micro housing markets in other areas that could help with housing affordability. So that's one consideration. Homeowners exemptions is another way, easiest way to determine if a property is a primary residence or not. So that's something to consider in an ordinance update. And then let permits totals decrease by restricting only new permits. So, don't allow new permits come in, and a lot of folks end up withdrawing their permits. They might rent for 6 months or so and decide they don't like it, but really the idea here is that through attrition, you sort of limit your total permit numbers through attrition. What doesn't work, they say, is capping the days or number of bookings, only because it's really hard to kind of monitor and enforce that, because it sort of encourages people to go underground with their bookings. Partial versus whole house rentals, they say those are also difficult to enforce as well. Some people might advertise a partial rental, but then say that they're not around. You might have full use of the house. It's just hard to enforce, really. It's not an easy enforceable provision. And then they did also point out with nuisances, the majority of nuisance complaints that they see are on homes that are not permitted. So it's kind of important to, if you know what's out there, you've got an inventory of folks that don't have a permit, right? So they're operating without an STR permit. It's important to kind of consider them if you were placing a cap on short-term rental permits. It's important to consider those because you want to bring those folks into compliance so that you can regulate those nuisance issues. So again, that was just preliminary research. What we've also done is looked at, with caps, what jurisdictions are doing in terms of establishing caps and the percentage of the cap to the housing stock. This is all, we're still working on this, so I just want to stress this is preliminary. I know there's more research to do here, but wanted to give you a snapshot of what that looks like. And then I think it also sort of underscores, the importance, what we think the importance of the moratorium is that we can keep looking at what other folks are doing and what works and what doesn't, to be able to, bring forward some some thoughtful consideration in terms of updates to the ordinance. So just to recap on the government code, it authorizes the board to adopt an ordinance for 45 days prohibiting land uses that may be in conflict with a contemplated zoning proposal that the board may be considering or studying. So the board, by a 4/5 vote, may extend the urgency ordinance for up to 22 months and 15 days if action is taken prior to the expiration of the 45-day period. Staff is proposing that your board adopt the urgency ordinance to extend the moratorium until March 31st, 2022. Again, that's the expiration date of the 2021 permit cycle. With the urgency ordinance before your board, we are also proposing some minor revisions to the exemptions that were included in the July 27th moratorium. And the reason for this is really to ensure the full extent of the STR permit inventory is captured. So again, we were in the middle of a renewal period, and so there's been a lot of questions about those renewals and really what is the full inventory. So we want to make sure that we are capturing those folks. So as proposed, what is before your board today is that the moratorium would exempt STRs with a valid permit for the 2020 permit cycle and renewal of a valid STR permit that expired due to a change in ownership and with no outstanding fees or violations. That's the first one. So that's a little bit different than what was adopted on the 27th. And then processing of a short-term rental permit applications that have been submitted or accepted 24 hours prior to the date of enactment of the ordinance. That stays the same. So really the idea is that we want to capture the full extent of what our inventory was in 2020. We're in the middle of that renewal process, so we want to make sure we are accounting for those folks. And it just really ensures equity in the 2021 permit cycle. So extending to March would allow staff time to really study the ordinance and bring forward some proposals for updates. And also just really help us revise the program so that it operates more effectively. And then it also, ultimately, the goal here is that we bring forward code revisions that further support and protect residential neighborhoods, the character and the integrity of the neighborhoods, and then also support workforce housing in our Tahoe region. Our intent, while we are proposing that this get extended to the March 31st, the intent is to be back before the board as soon as possible. We'd like to get it done by the end of the year, but what we could commit to is before the end of the calendar year is being back to your board with a very thorough update on status, so provide a status report, and then also seek some board direction on sort of the options in terms of the areas that we could revise in the ordinance. So we would be asking for feedback and direction from your board on those code revisions. So the findings are contained in attachment A of your staff report packet. So this is the ordinance itself. And the findings are that there is an exacerbated housing crisis in the Tahoe region. So we're seeing an increase in second home ownership, loss of long-term rentals, and significant increasing workforce housing shortage. Growing concern regarding the preservation of neighborhood character and integrity. Which all of that combined really poses a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, and welfare associated with short-term rentals in our Tahoe area. So it's impacting the community of our Tahoe residents. And then really the urgency ordinance is needed to avoid a rush on permits and a major influx on permits. So that what it does is it puts a pause on it, lets us study it, and then come forward with some thoughtful revisions. So in terms of what an ordinance could look like, what we would be looking to address, one of the first things we want to do really is to study the nexus between STRs and housing. That's something that I think we could analyze, look at, what is the impact of short-term rentals on our housing market. We'd like to study and update our permit fees to align with the program needs. We know we need to do that. That's actually something we were tracking before the moratorium came to the board. We would also, and this next one is underway, we are looking at transitioning our short-term rental permit system to align with the TOT certificate process. So we've been working with Doug's team on that. And I think that'll help with some of the issues that came up earlier about the confusion on where to send your checks and that kind of thing. I think if those two systems are aligned, it's going to really help the user experience, right? It's going to be a more coordinated process. We'd also like to study and expand regulations to limit, look at studying and expanding regulations to limit short-term rental permits, and then also the exemption process. We know the exemption process has been a little problematic, and so that's an area we'd like to look at. So some of the options, other options for consideration, which aren't on here, when we're looking at modifications to further regulate short-term rentals. We could, look at limiting the number of permits per person or per company. We know that there's a lot of large companies out there that are buying up houses and renting them, so we could be looking at that. Waiting period after the purchase of the property before a short-term rental is allowed is another option. Differing regulations or limits for those that rent short-term rental as their primary residence, so kind of taking or allowing some consideration for those folks that are actually living in their unit, or they're a second homeowner perhaps, and they're not necessarily a big corporation that owns a unit that's operating it more like a business. And then finally, what we'd like to do too is to focus on outreach. So we know we need to outreach to the TRPA and other key stakeholders. We'd like to establish an STR task force that would include property managers, STR owners, and local residents, just to make sure that we are, getting input from the community when we're preparing the update. So with that, this is the recommended action. Again, conduct a public hearing to consider introduction, waiver, and oral reading and adoption of an urgency ordinance extending until March 31st, 2022, the moratorium imposed in the existing ordinance 6094-B. And then again, we would recommend that the extension of the moratorium is to allow staff time to further study the program and analyze that nexus between STRs and housing, just to better understand the impact. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Crystal. Are there any questions by board members at this time? Cindy?
Thanks, Crystal, and thanks to staff for all the work on this. I had a couple questions I wanted to clarify. I know the exemptions in general have been kind of a moving target since we adopted this, because I think our direction as a board was not real clear. But on our findings, and what was critical to me was that we heard from the fire departments was this public health and safety inspections. So those that are exempted currently have no fire inspection, is that correct?
Correct.
No safety inspection, no carbon monoxide, smoke detectors, those things. And that's what caused one of the initial concerns we had.
Right.
With not having a certificate of occupancy and almost destroying a whole family on that one. Secondly, the complaints that you've shown, I know that those are the official complaints that have come through our STR hotline. Does it include the complaints that have gone directly to the sheriff or after-hours complaints?
It does not, no. That's just the data that we track in-house in our house.
Because I've heard all this testimony that we've had, that there's more complaints issued than you reflect, that people have called numerous times, or they call after hours, or our code enforcement goes home early on certain nights, and then... So I just want to make sure that as we go through this, we caveat some of these things so people don't say, gee, this isn't a nuisance, because I've heard a lot of testimony that, certain areas it really is a nuisance. And then I really appreciate the work on exemptions, because I do think there were people that were caught with non-renewals or didn't get the notice, and it seems like this is a good way to go with the adding these exempt categories to the current moratorium to help those people get renewed or to secure their permit if they were intending on this, that area. I think that's it, and my questions. Thanks.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Bonnie?
Thank you. Just one clarification on the exemptions, and that is for folks who were in the process in escrow of purchasing a home that ended, say the purchase closed right around the time of the moratorium. It sounds like the 36 additional applications have been received were ones that were received prior to the moratorium, correct?
Actually, it was a 69 came in, is it 69? Hold on. think it's 69, 64 came in prior.
Okay.
The 36 are applications that have been received after the moratorium went into effect. And I haven't looked through any of those to see, some of those could be folks that hadn't renewed yet. So they could have been 2020 permit holders that didn't renew. But I think what's important is that the exemption will capture all the non-renewal folks, and it'll also capture folks that were in escrow prior to the date of the moratorium.
Okay.
If I could just augment that.
It's not on.
If I could just augment Crystal's response. The reason we added that in is recognizing that, again, if somebody was in escrow, and mind you, when there's a change of ownership, then the permit is null and void. It doesn't run with the land. However, it was recognizing that what we're trying to do is capture here what the existing inventory is. And for that reason, we placed those in, because if they had an existing short-term rental that had no violations, all the fees were paid, and only ended because of the change in ownership, then we would process those as a renewal, recognizing that they were already in the existing inventory.
Right, and I'm wanting to make sure that the exemption for those who are in escrow was finishing up before they even knew about the moratorium. The moratorium happened, and they had every intention of purchasing a home with applying, but they didn't know about the moratorium, right? Because the board did the moratorium fairly quickly, so there wasn't a whole lot of notice.
Those are not necessarily included, because those would be new.
Okay.
Now, as Crystal said, if they applied right before the moratorium started, they're within that small number of applications that arrived, but we can't process. Pardon me. If they arrive 24 hours in advance of the 27th, then staff is processing those. If they arrived after the moratorium started, those are put in the system, but they're not processed because no new permits can be issued.
All right, so, of course, if we move forward with the moratorium, they can be handled after that. All right, I understand. Thank you.
Suzanne.
Yes, hi, Crystal.
Hi.
In looking over the report here, in one area, the background says that the short-term rental permit program is intended to address community concerns regarding nuisance caused by the short-term rental operations within residential neighborhoods, including parking, noise, and trash, and to ensure that each short-term rental is operating in compliance with building and fire codes. It also includes standards aimed at addressing nuisances, preserving residential neighborhood character and integrity. It also includes the requirement for life safety inspections. But then if you go to the bottom of this page, then it says that the board, in last July, we adopted the urgency ordinance to temporarily pause the issuance of new permits so that staff could further study the issues related to preserving neighborhood character, preserving neighborhood integrity, but also you added on here to preserve workforce housing in the region. So, I mean, part of this tells me that we're pausing so we can take a look at the program for health, safety, noise, nuisance, trash, and all that kind of stuff. And then on this part, it says to preserve workforce housing in the region. So
yeah, I would say it's both. So we continue to get issues about nuisances, as Supervisor Gustafson mentioned. Part of that is, we've got properties that are exempt, right? So they cause nuisance issues, and those are mostly the areas that are in resorts or they're hotel motel. They've got pretty good enforcement, on-site enforcement, so they function a little bit differently. But the areas that are the exempt properties that are in, condo, hotel, condo homeowners association or single family homeowners association, those kinds of areas, they could qualify as exempt right now, but they really don't have that same kind of enforcement presence. So we still do see nuisance issues there. And so we do think that there is room for improvement in our ordinance, right? There's room for some updates there. But on the workforce housing issue, it came up really as over the last year and a half, we've seen really a decline in our workforce housing stock, right? So we know that we've seen a real estate boom happen. And so the concern is, what we know about the real estate boom is that a lot of the folks that are buying units in the Tahoe Basin are buying them as second homes. We know that. And so the concern is that the STR operations could increase as a result of that, because a lot of folks, while they may buy them as second homes and they're living in them now, they could short-term rental them in the future. And so that there's a significant concern from the community that the short-term rental permit number could also increase as a result of the home ownership, or the second home ownership increasing.
Right, right. Well, I'm trying to make the connection between the moratorium so we can investigate, I guess, the impact on the workforce housing. But at the same time, if you take a look, like you said, the market's gone crazy in the entire state, not just up there. And so it seems to me more like the market is responsible for that impact on your workforce housing, because things are so outrageously expensive
I think that's
now.
one of the reasons we wanted the moratorium, is to be able to study that. We would like to look at, what is the impact of short-term rentals on the housing market. And I think a lot of resort communities are doing that, because they're seeing, it's more popular, right? The short-term rental operation, the ability to rent short-term rentals is, we didn't see this happening, 15 years ago. So it has been growing in popularity, and definitely, during the pandemic, we've seen an increase, right? And that interest, I think mostly because travel restrictions, right? So we've seen increased visitation to the region. But I would say most resort communities are looking at this and wanting to study the STR impact on housing, because they do think there is an increase in short-term rentals happening just in general in the last decade or so. And so what is that doing to our housing market? So that's really, I would say that's kind of the purpose for the pause, right, is to be able to study that and figure out if it is in fact impacting our workforce housing supply.
And then who is going to be participating in this study and review of the ordinance and all these?
Well, anytime we do an ordinance update, we have a multidisciplinary kind of staff team that works on it. So you're going to see folks from the CEO's office and planning, all of community development, all the different departments in community development. So it's typically a pretty robust group of staff that comes together to do ordinance updates. That's standard protocol. But then in addition, we'd like to pull together a task force with our external stakeholders. So the folks in the property managers, the realtors groups, the community, and others that are concerned about the matter.
Okay, thanks, Crystal.
See no more questions from board members, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone here that would like to address the board, just please come forward and state your name, and you're welcome to address us.
Yeah, hi, I'm Henry Walther. I'm a 31-year resident of Placer County. My wife has been here her whole life. We live in Granite Bay. I'm wondering if the board is going to entertain questions or comments on short-term rentals below 5,000 feet today?
No, that's not on the agenda, and it's a completely different, so first of all, up there, our ordinance was driven by issues with regards to poor behavior in short-term rentals, but then that transitioned, and we've long had an affordable housing up there, employee housing stock that we've been addressing. And then with COVID, all of that was exacerbated. So we did an emergency thing focused just up there, and that's where we are on this at this time.
Well, my neighbor here, Julie O'Brien, who'd been a dentist in this community for 25 years, and families surrounding us are experiencing significant issues with this, and we're wondering if we could initiate the process of getting a discussion or consideration of regulations for short-term rentals below 5,000 feet in Placer County.
We could certainly take up that conversation. In fact, maybe the best bet is if I'm chair this year, if you give me a call, we can set up a meeting, and I have no idea where it would go, so I can't commit to anything, but we could at least start that conversation, and you could let us know what you're thinking and what your concerns are and what you're trying to accomplish, and we can take it from there, and I'd be happy to do that.
How would I do that specifically? Speak with my supervisor, or, okay.
Either way will get you to us.
All right.
Yep.
All right. I think I have your card already. We've met a couple times before. All right.
Yeah.
Julie, do you have any questions or comments?
Just that I agree. I disagree with Dr. Walther. I mean, we live in an unincorporated Placer County, and I don't know of any regulations for short-term rentals in that area. And we actually share a small lake, and one of the big homes there is constantly rented to 20-plus people, and they're throwing non-native species in the pond and disrupting the birds that are nesting there. And it's just, if we could have some type of rules or regulations, we'd appreciate it.
Your interest is from Granite Bay also?
Yes.
I think if it's okay, but the smart thing, I think, would be to contact Suzanne.
Mhm.
She'll be happy to talk with you, I'm sure, and then we can circle back. That probably the most efficient way to learn what's going on and take that forward.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You
Appreciate
bet.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for this opportunity to share. My name is Philip Welch. My wife and I live here in Auburn. We both grew up going to Tahoe every year with our families, and we've got 3 young boys now ourselves. We'd love to share that with them. And also, we have a lot of friends and family that can't afford to even stay in Tahoe. My wife always thought her family didn't like Tahoe until a few months ago when she talked to them, and they really said, we just couldn't stay there because we couldn't afford it. So with that in mind, we set forth to buy a house, but we set our eyes a little bit bigger than just our 5-person family. And so we got to refinance our house. My parents loaned us a lot of money, or gave us a lot of money to help us out with the house. And we closed escrow in Homewood August 5th. And we've been working on the house ever since. But we really had a vision of them being able to go with their cousins and their grandparents, our kids just going on vacation together, rather than just by yourself in a little spot. So that was our heart. Because we were stretching our budget, we did a lot of research. We looked at Measure T, make sure we weren't in the Measure T area. And so we planned to try to offset some of our costs by renting it out. And obviously this is something we want for our family. So we don't want anyone to mess it up. We don't want people to make neighbors mad, but just for cost purposes, we're gonna have to rent it out. So 8 days before we closed escrow, we found out about the moratorium. And at that point, we had released all the contingencies on our property. And we were about $75,000 if we walked away that we would be losing. So contacted all of you and just tried to get a feel for what was going to happen here. And just got a feel that you guys think STRs are not a bad thing. With the proper things in place, it can be good. So we went ahead, we purchased the house. We would much rather not rent our house. So it's going to be a lot of work. But it's too much for us to afford just for ourselves. So with that in mind, and we realize it's a pretty bad investment to buy right now. It's so expensive. We would have to rent our house out about 270 days a year to pay for it. So I don't think STR investors, this is not the time for them to buy. So I don't think the moratorium really is necessary to keep them from buying right now because it's so expensive. And everyone else already has their permits. They bought when the market was low and they can just keep renting at lower rates. But we do understand the idea behind stopping the permit applications to get no tidal wave coming in. But we do just request for those that were in escrow or who maybe recently closed, we were 8 days away from closing, that there would maybe be an exception for that dozen families or so. I know it's like a drop in the bucket from everything going on here, but for those families, for our family, it's a pretty big deal. Just that change and what we can expect. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can
Cindy.
If I could just ask you a quick question, because I know we got your email, and I did ask staff about those that were in escrow at the time this moratorium hit. And Karen, I don't know if you want to speak to this, the concern of too many exemptions, because your house wasn't rented previously.
It wasn't.
Right. Or it wasn't rented short-term previously.
Right, correct.
Right. So I did ask about this when we were talking about these exemptions.
So the dilemma with exemptions in an urgency ordinance, which is this moratorium is intended to stop everything where it is. And as Crystal pointed out, the intent of this moratorium is to get a full handle on how many STRs are there out there, either permitted or not, and to keep it at a status quo while determining what, if anything, is needed to revise the ordinance. And then added to that the fact that we've seen the impact with workforce housing. So when I'm looking at those exemptions, obviously the one that was easy, which was in the prior ordinance, was those who had already renewed and might be renewing before the moratorium was off, and those were valid permits, could be renewed. Obviously, they're within the amount of STRs that we know about. When you start to move into areas of saying, well, okay, we want to open it up that even though we don't want to have any more short-term rental permits issued while we're going through this study, and that's why we have the moratorium. If you start to open it up and say, well, okay, but for those people that were in escrow from X period to X period, they can apply. You're essentially eroding your findings as to why you would have a moratorium. Because if you're just allowing everybody to come in with new permits, what's the point of the moratorium at that point? So, we crafted it with the additional exemptions where we realized there was an issue with those that may have not renewed, but had valid STR permits. Those are now included in the exemptions. And we did include as an exemption ones that only fell out of the STR permit program by virtue of a change of ownership. In other words, they were still in the pool of STRs, so we weren't creating any new ones. And that was I'm sorry for my back here. That was the difficulty for adding in any more exemptions, because then I don't see the point of having a moratorium any longer.
Yeah, and I appreciate, because your email, and there were, I think, 2 others that I received, and there could have been others that were caught in this situation, but we do anticipate getting through this ordinance and having revisions fairly quickly, if you can hang in there with us, so that we can move forward in a methodical way. So
that's 7 months for our family, though. I mean,
yeah.
If it's only a handful of families, I would just urge you guys to consider those families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who'd like to testify? Seeing none, we have several on Zoom. So,
Judy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, I'm Judy Crum. My family has lived at Lake Tahoe since the 60s. I've been here since the 80s. My aunt recently passed away. She moved up here in the late 50s. I've been working in corporate marketing for 20 years, and I just moved back up here to help my aunt. And I've noticed in the past couple years, the amount of humanity that's been around is insane. And now we have a fire at South Shore, and that is this fear that all of us have up here with the amount of people that come up here and have no regard for the environment, no regard for red flag warning days. And I'm speaking from the community's perspective. We need a limit. We need more time to come up with a plan, because all I hear you guys talking about are homeowners and permits. And if we've got 4,000 permits, is the 2,000 per year, is the goal to just eliminate residential neighborhoods? Because that seems like that's the way you're headed. My question is, I've got 2 short-term rentals across from me. There's one down the street. They're constantly rented. It's like living in a hotel zone. I've got people that roll in at midnight with screaming. They roll in with vans of people that live in their cars and use the house. So it's like a frat party every weekend, and it's not fair to us. If you can't afford a second home without renting it out, then you don't buy a second home. It's that simple. You guys are more focused on the homeowners and the financial needs as opposed to the lake. We're burning it down. Someone from the fire department contacted me because I posted on social media that people aren't replying to the STR hotline. They're not calling it because they don't feel like it does any good. And he said, you got to encourage people to call, because we go out every single day and put out illegal fires or tell people to turn off their fire pits. We have a house on our street that constantly has a fire pit going on red flag warning days. I called about it, and my neighbor has called about it multiple times, and when I called about it, they said they had no reports. So who's minding the store? Like, I appreciate the PowerPoint, and I appreciate the effort, and we just need more time to come up with a plan, because we're burning this place down with the amount of people. That's all I have to say.
Stephen, unmute your mic.
I also heard from Cal Fire that 95% of fires are started by humans. And if you keep making this place Disneyland, even Disneyland has limits, but we don't, and we need them. And I'm going to be working with other members of the community.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
I'm working with other members of the community to put together our side. So if you want to reach out to me, we're putting together our own PowerPoint presentation.
Could we have the next caller, please?
Stephen, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. This is Stephen Prescott again, and really appreciate the chance to speak to the board today. I'll keep it short. Just like the other young man whose family couldn't afford to stay in Tahoe, that was my family. Same exact thing. My father's a retired civil engineer, worked for Caltrans, and we couldn't afford to go on vacation in Tahoe. That didn't stop me from becoming a ski instructor in college at Boreal Ski Resort 20 years ago. And that's what got me into the Tahoe region. And it's a wonderful place. So I appreciate everything the board is doing. The affordable housing issue has been studied since 2015. And so I'm not sure what another 6 months moratorium will do, STR moratorium. Basically, just like the other councilwoman said, it is a market problem. It is a market problem, and it's also a development problem. And there are 15,000 units needed for the workforce in the Tahoe Basin. We all know that. I mean, that's already been studied every year or two. So I don't believe in an extension of the ordinance of the prohibition is really going to do anything for the affordable housing problem and the workforce housing problem. And so those are my thoughts, and I really want the board to consider their actions in light of the big picture. Now, getting to the big picture of the lack of affordable housing. We have a site, my group, Rising Tide Ventures, we have a great site with utilities that can accommodate potentially up to 50 local workers in the Tahoe Basin in Kings Beach, right next to two transit stops. So we just wanted to mention that. If anybody would like to contact me that are in the room or any stakeholders, my phone number is 858-633-7156. Again, that's 858-633-7156. Like I mentioned, the affordable housing issue is a market problem. So I urge the board to consider market approaches versus other approaches, legal approaches that are restricting and stripping property owners of their rights and of their life, liberty, and happiness as is guaranteed in the Constitution. That's all I have to say today.
John, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson and members of the governing body. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is John Falk. I'm the legislative advocate representing the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak today. We did submit a 4-page correspondence yesterday electronically, so hopefully you've received that and have had a chance to at least browse it, if not give it a deep perusal. But to state the issues in brief, we understand the bind that you're in. There is absolutely a housing crisis throughout the region and throughout the state and indeed throughout the nation. But the question here is, how is hyper-focus on STRs going to alleviate that need? And frankly, it continues to be our opinion that it will not. And we believe quite strongly that that if you're looking at the Mountain Housing Council as the trigger point for consideration of ways to advance workforce housing, then morphing it into an STR regulation and restriction possibility is out of step with what we are trying to accomplish regionally. STRs are a small part of the overall housing matrix in which we find ourselves. And the affordability and availability of housing for local workforce members is not going to be impacted in any substantive way by you engaging in further restrictive measures as it relates to STRs. Now, if this was actually a second round of nuisance discussions, so be it. Then we can discuss those. And we absolutely agree that bad actors need to be dealt with. They need to be dealt with proactively, aggressively, and there needs to be a real system in place that ensures that everyone can live peacefully in the location where they live. Now, to retain the neighborhood character and integrity, this region is dominated by second homes in many places. So if you want to keep the integrity of many of the sub areas within your jurisdiction, like Carnelian Bay, Carnelian Woods, are you saying that they would have to continue to be 70% second homeowners? That seems unwise. So using that articulated argument as a reason to forward this seems imprudent or hollow. We would ask you to extend this for 45 days and no longer, and we would ask you to broaden your overall views so that you are actually looking at ways to solve the bigger problems, nuisance as well as affordable housing, and step away from this issue because it actually diverts from the greater problem and the solutions that we believe can be had through incentives. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, thank you for the time today. My name is Jennifer, and I live in the Kings Beach area. I'm with Suzanne and John. I don't see the connection between this and the long-term housing issue. This is sounding like people who don't like rentals and don't like tourists in a tourist town, period. We purchased our home in the Kings Beach area. It had been owned by a family for about 20 years and was in a decrepit state. Since purchasing it, we've repainted, remodeled, and created a safer space. There once was a deck with peeling paint and a wood chimney that is now annually freshly painted and no longer an eyesore to our neighborhood. We've cleaned up the trees on our property and had it done by a local licensed tree company and maintain our defensible space, which, as we've learned this week and the past 2 weeks, is a very important thing to be doing in our area. We always rent to just 2 people since it's a small cabin. It's our dream to keep this cabin in our family, but we're not able to go there weekly or monthly due to our erratic work schedules. Being able to rent our cabin gives us the peace of mind that our home is being taken care of and utilized versus sitting vacant and serving no benefit to the community. If it was vacant, it could lead to vandalism, theft, or home damage if a pipe bursts, for example. As part of the ordinance, can we propose a hotline to report local neighbors who are acting out of line? Neighbors that call to report false infractions out of spite and jamming up the use of resources for real needs, acting as if they own Tahoe exclusively for them. This person, who is our neighbor, has recorded our guests without their knowledge, knocked on our door and asked them invasive questions and policed them. They have even, this is disgusting to me, taken photos of cars in our driveway and posted them, including license plates and our address, on social media, expressing their anger. Where is the protection against these neighbors? Thank you.
Judy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors, CEO Leopold, Council Schwab. My name is Judy Friedman. I'm a full-time resident of Tahoe City. I sent you an email earlier this week encouraging you to extend the moratorium, but today I have one more reason. An employee of a local agency and her husband who live on the West Shore received an evacuate right now text the other night. And after filling my own guest rooms, I talked to a neighbor with an empty home. She has a valid STR permit. and she offered to let them stay there. But today she got an email from Airbnb, her online agent, offering $1,700 to have one of their evacuees stay in the home. In order to be one of their evacuees, there is a form to be completed and you have to be approved. I'm not sure when the other people had time to complete this request and be approved. The person moving in tomorrow, by the way, is not from North Lake Tahoe. This is an example of corporations finding creative ways to profit from our community even during an emergency. Last month, Supervisor Jones spoke of private property rights, and I completely agree with her. But the key is private, not corporate run. I don't want to live in a neighborhood where corporations bribe out of the area owners into thinking they're helping the local community during a time of crisis. They are not. They're displacing a family in dire need during a terrifying time. There's a lot to be studied here. This is not about banning short-term rentals. It's about setting limits that provide balance. I urge you to extend the moratorium so that all the impacts, even those I could never have dreamt up, are considered. Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Michelle Klatt. I am a California native. My great-great-grandfather was the first governor of California. And I own a home in the Brockway, Kings Beach area. We do rent it. We are very cautious with who our renters are. But I'll tell you, when I bought that house in 2017, there were 10 individuals that lived in that home on a full-time basis. The roof had leaked. The windows were all broken.
Michelle, can you unmute your mic? Michelle?
Pardon me, I received an unmute and I unmuted. I don't know if that's interfering with that last speaker's comments.
No,
Hi,
it
guys.
wouldn't interfere.
It's Michelle again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, guys. So at the end of the day, I just don't think we throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have 15 million visitors who come to this beautiful place. And I believe the work that I've done on our house has bettered my neighborhood. I will also tell you that there are a lot of full-time residents who live on my street who rent units within their house that depend on that money. So it's not just about rich people coming and buying houses and charging $5,000 a night, having big parties and thrashing it. We could fix this right now and say, you do that, you get a $5,000 fine. But there are some of us who care deeply about this lake, who do rent our homes and are not bad people. And we're all just getting clumped into one. And that would be like me saying my ugly neighbor is every person on my street. And that's just not the reality. And I really hope that you guys have some empathy for all sides of this, right? And by the way, I grew up in California. I'm not from the East Coast and migrated to this beautiful place we call Lake Tahoe. And all of a sudden, I'm the only one who gets to live there. I want you guys to think as kind human beings. There's a way to fix this, but it's not this crushing moratorium that you'll put on and impose on all of us. Thank you very, very much for your time, and I hope you all do the right thing.
Leah, go ahead and give your comments.
Hi there. I'd like to thank the board for taking time to hear my thoughts today. I wanted to say that I am one of the 36 applications that came in post July 27th. I actually put it in the same day as the moratorium. And that was because, as Bonnie said, there was no notice even for valid TOT certificate holders, which I have been since 2018. We are current. I thought I was totally in compliance with all that Placer County had in place for short-term rentals. So lack of alignment with the TOT certification process and remittance of taxes is why we don't have a valid permit. I understand that this rolled out during March 2020, so maybe that's the reason why. In addition, I'm really sorry to hear about Judy, who spoke earlier's experience, but much to Michelle, who just spoke's point, not all STR hosts are bad apples. I have been hosting on Airbnb since 2013, not the whole time in the Tahoe Basin, which our home we've had in our family since 1986. Now that I'm an adult and my sister is grown with a child, we use the house about a third of the year to spend time together as a family, to work remotely, to really appreciate Tahoe as I've been doing since I was 6 years old. But I have a lot of policies in place with my STR to ensure that I am a good host. We vet people and make sure they have at least 3 positive reviews. We don't allow giant groups. We immediately take care of complaints. We just, all in all, really make sure that anybody who's coming to stay in the area is going to be a good guest of the Tahoe region. And I want to talk a little bit about what we economically contribute as an STR host. I have employed a local for the last 3 years to clean the house. That's thousands of dollars in income for that individual every single year that counts on me. So if I don't have an STR over a winter, that's like thousands of dollars a local isn't going to make. We also had it scheduled to remodel our house because it's never been renovated. And that's another $30,000 in labor that is about to go back into the local community as I'm using all local labor. So I know that I'm contributing economically, and I don't see why putting a moratorium on this right now is so important, especially is it in so much as if the report is accurate that the numbers of STR are stable, then what is making them think that there's going to be a rush on STRs? And I don't understand why the STR board can't continue their research and update the policy in March, as opposed to putting a 7-month moratorium during a time period that is going to be very lucrative for many short-term rental hosts who all put their short-term rentals on hold during COVID. I didn't let anybody come to the area because I didn't want anybody coming in and bringing COVID to the small mountain town. I, of my own volition.
I'm sorry, could you wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, I on my own volition went out of my way to protect the Tahoe community. And I also don't understand that why housing for the workforce for, I'm assuming mostly resorts, is falling on the local community members. So I agree totally with Karen that there is no point in a moratorium right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Hitesh, can you please unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, good afternoon, board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my comments on this. My name is Hitesh Derry. My wife and I recently purchased a condo in the Gold Star community on North Star in the first week of May, and we were in the process of getting our house ready. So we could short-term rent it. Our intent is not, we didn't buy it with the intent of making money on it, like the gentleman who started.
Excuse me, there's a lot of background noise back there. Actually sounds like somebody's doing construction back there.
I'm sorry, I could finally, I'm sorry, there's some construction going outside my house. I'll try to be brief. My point is that the seller used to rent the property on Gold Bend as a short-term rental, and we intend to do the same thing, only for when we're not there. And I feel like we were in the process of interviewing property management companies, and before this moratorium took effect. So we don't have a permit. We don't feel like we're taking any housing away from any long-term renters. This is not a community which has been used by long-term renters. And it's always been designed as a place for vacation rentals. Gold Bend is a good operator. There's a lot of my neighbors who are short-term renters, and they are They're good renters. There's a 24/7 security in place. There is no issues with garbage, there's ample parking. I'm not sure if the seller prior to me even renewed their permit because of COVID. They were spending more time there. So I appreciate the extension of the exemption. I'll have to look and see, if she had a valid permit or not, right before she renewed. I think the renewal cycles ran from March or April or something like that, right before she put the house up for sale. I would strongly encourage the board to think about not applying a one-size-fits-all approach to this moratorium. And I agree if 7 months of additional data is not going to give us any additional information that doesn't exist currently. Thank you.
Dave, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Dave Wilderotter. I own a few small businesses in North Lake Tahoe. I've had the businesses for 45 years. My comments about the moratorium and what in real life happened to me. I purchase houses for my employees and allow them to either live there, buy them from me, or rent them back from me. And in the last 6 months, it's gone pretty nuts where there's been a lot of cash offers on houses, specifically because they can short-term rent them and they can then basically afford them. What that's done to me as a small business owner is it hasn't allowed me to walk in with a cash purchase. It's allowed me to basically be out of the market of buying homes for my employees. What's happened is I put an offer in, and somebody comes in with a cash offer, usually more than even asking, and that puts me out of the realm because I need to get financing for it. What's happened in the last 3 weeks is 2 of the houses that I was looking at, one was a duplex, one was a triplex, both came out of escrow because of the moratorium and allowed me to put offers on these houses. It also offers me the time to get the financing in place, which is all fabulous. If the moratorium goes away, I go back to not being able to operate in this market. So there is certainly a small business component as to why a short-term this moratorium makes so much sense, because it gives us a chance to purchase the homes for local people. Thank you for your time. Everything else is, the ones that are in place get to stay in place. It's the new ones, we get to look at it. I noticed that when we're talking about who is going to be on this committee to figure out what our new ordinance would be, it's realtors, it's homeowners, it's people of the community. And I want to make sure that it also includes small business owners, because we're in this pinch that we have to come up with as many ideas as we can. And your help with this moratorium has been great for me and my employees. Thank you very much for your time.
Catherine, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, hi. Sorry, just 1 second. There was an echo, so I'm moving. Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Reisinger, and I am a long-term resident and California native as well. Can you hear me? I don't see my timers.
We can hear you.
I just want to make sure. I want to start off by saying that I do agree that the short-term rentals is an important process for compliance and ensuring good neighborhoods, clean neighborhoods, and safety for our community. I help my parents manage a home in North Star community where they are there about half of the year. They are retired and disabled. And we had a short-term rental permit, but due to a lack of notification, we were never mailed anything. We were never sent anything. We didn't know that it was expiring. There was not an expiration date on the permit that we had in our house. We are a TOT permit as well. So we lost our application or our permit from last year. So we are one of the 36 STR permit applications that have come back. As a North Star home, we have always been in good standing. We do everything we can to provide a safe and clean home. It is our home. My parents are in it half of the year, but unfortunately, if we aren't able to rent it out, we can't continue to keep it. I also am like Karen, Susan, Michelle, John, and Hatish, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, that I don't see how the moratorium is going to fix anything. For all of the work that needs to be done on the house, we purchased it in 1980. So it's one of the older cabins. It was before North Star was this crazy Vale community. So it's older, so we have a lot of local maintenance and work that come to the house to contribute to the economy. And the fact is that Tahoe and the Lake Tahoe area is a tourist community. This short-term moratorium isn't going to change that. Just look over my notes. In addition, someone else commented that the fees are somewhat low. The short-term fee, I believe, is $500 if we're not in compliance. $500 a day to fixed income disabled seniors on fixed income, that is an extreme fee. We don't have the money to pay that, and I want to be compliant. I want to be supporting the community of Tahoe. We are taxpayers. I think the one size shoe doesn't fit all comment is accurate. You need to look at the homeowners of who is there and who this moratorium is going to affect. If we're not able to get any rental income, our house is going to go into disarray. It's not going to become a safe area, and we're not going to be able to use it. Or be able to support anyone within the community. I don't envy your position. It's definitely a huge issue. The whole state of California is suffering from a similar instance, which is why I don't understand this is an emergency matter. I think that we should pause before making additional rash decisions that affect so many individuals within the community who are not, big corporations as individuals were saying. So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it and wish you a good day. Okay,
We've heard, I think, pretty much everything, so we're going to take public comment for another 10 minutes maximum. If people have things to offer that have not been said, that would be helpful, and if they could keep their comments as short as possible. 2 new things, then that'll allow the most number of people to testify, but we have still many things on our agenda to finish up for the day. Thanks.
Hayu Gunin, could you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, yes, good afternoon, and I'll try to be brief. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I too do not envy the situation that you find yourselves in, although I do agree with the last caller and a number of the others that came before me that I do not believe that the moratorium is going to resolve any of the issues, short-term or long-term. I think it is something that needs to be studied, and I'm sure that the Board of Supervisors and other qualified people will look at this issue and come up with the right decision. But I did email earlier. I am in a very similar situation to a couple of the prior speakers. My wife and I live in Granite Bay. We were looking for a home to retire in, long-term retirement, maybe 5 to 7 year plan in Tahoe. We were searching for a home in the Tahoe area with the understanding that we would live there 50% of the time, maybe 75% of the time. We ended up buying, maybe slightly above our means, some would say, with the understanding that we could help supplement our income with the rental income. We ended up looking in a new community at the base of Squaw Valley. Very, very nice home, brand new home. We ended up purchasing it, and we were in escrow for 1 year. We closed escrow on August 4th, 7 days or 8 days before the moratorium went into effect. And I believe that we are also one of the 36 post-moratorium applicants, because we really did want to see if there was some way, some exception under these circumstances to secure permission to rent our place, again, just some of the time, in order to help supplement and pay for the mortgage and the taxes and the things of that nature. We have now been to the home a few times over the last 3 weeks since we closed. We are trying to make friends with as many neighbors as we can. We have a vested interest in as much as we plan on living there a lot of the time to ensure that we do not rent to people who will be disruptive or a nuisance to our neighbors. We have hired an exceptional property management company, and we have tasked them with vetting renters to ensure that this doesn't happen. And we are hopeful that they will do that. I like the other that came before me, would ask that the exemptions please be expanded to include those at least who were in escrow within days of that moratorium going into effect. And I would urge the Board of Supervisors to hopefully expand the exemptions to include people in my situation, where I believe this policy will not have any effect whatsoever, either the nuisance issue or the workforce issue. Thank you.
Joe, please unmute your mic and give your comments. Joe, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, I'm Joe Reisinger, and I own a property at North Star, and this is a property that we acquired the land in the mid-'80s. I've been coming to North Star or to Tahoe since the hydroplane races back in the '50s, so I'm a long-term fellow there. We can only afford our property if we can continue with short-term rentals, but we've never had our house on a long-term basis. Rental, either as a tenant, long-term tenants or long-term rentals. As we need it, that's where we live. That's like our whole family home. So when we're not there, we have allowed people to come in. The home is built as a recreational facility for friends, family, and invited guests. For a short time in the '90s, I did have the property with a vacation rental facility at North Star, and we became dissatisfied with the level of care for the property and accountability, and that organization has now been replaced with another management company, which we are satisfied with. I was in a program and had the short-term rental permit. It was mailed to me. I've also I've had some mental problems. I'm now suffering from actually what they define as mild cognitive impairment. I just wish it would stay on that mild, but it was enough to preclude me from continued law practice and having to give up also my profession as a real estate broker. So I do understand the rules and regulations for good property management. And that's one of the reasons I've taken such precautions to make sure I get everything done in time, like with a good management company. And on January 16th, 2020, your office mailed to me at my home a STR permit or whatever the certificate is, and along with a certificate, which transient occupancy registration certificate, which has no date of expiration on it or termination. It does indicate that it's non-transferable, which to an old lawyer and real estate broker tells me that it lasts until the title changes, which would go along with the sale. And I guess that's not the case. I did not get notice, or maybe I got it and somehow didn't recognize it. But the idea of a non-appealable termination of a consideration of a late permit, the answer, if somebody files something late, is to impose a penalty or a fine, not a confiscation. And I know reference was made earlier about the IRS doesn't give you additional time. Well, they do. They don't confiscate. They impose fines and penalties. And I can understand my having to pay a late fee or penalty, but to make it so that I cannot use this property and not renew the ability to comply with your STR goals.
Would you wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, that's a confiscation that I would like to see not have to address beyond the board as soon as possible. Thank you much.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate this opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. This next caller will be our last public comment.
Oh, last one. Samir, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Samir Tuma, Chair of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I thank you all for taking up this very important issue and one of significant challenge to you and the community. I just want to talk for a minute about kind of big picture here, which is throughout California, really what is happening with destination marketing organizations, which is what the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association has been, is that they're really migrating into becoming destination stewardship organizations. Some people call it destination management. But with that in mind, I think what us as an organization are looking at is the importance of balancing the competing needs of the community, the businesses, the tourists, and nature, and making sure that that balance is in balance. And so we are going through a process right now of morphing our organization into one that really is a stewardship. And I think it's important for people to understand what that means and why it's important to the discussion you're having today. Visit California recently came out with a survey and data and a framework for stewardship of destinations. And part of that is really looking at the fact that sustainability has to be at the heart of what we do. And destination stewardship is really key to the future, and an approach that protects, preserves, and promotes the California experience. So I think what you all are trying to do here today, and what we as an organization will be doing in partnership with you going forward, is balancing those various needs against each other and making sure that we come up with a solution that's workable for everybody. So I applaud you for taking on this very difficult issue. I want you to know that the Resort Association is here as a partner working with you and with the community and the business community to come up with solutions. We have a meeting of our own tomorrow. This topic will be discussed then, and I invite anybody who's interested to attend that meeting beginning at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion and action. Cindy.
Thanks, Robert. A few comments I wanted to make. First off, I heard a lot of individuals testify thinking we were taking something away from them, and I think in most situations, not all, but in most situations, they already had a permit and they're going to be able to keep their permit for now. And so I want to make that clear. And I've said before, this is such an important industry to the county. I think about 70% of our transient occupancy tax revenue is collected from short-term rentals and TOT certificate holders. That isn't why we do this. It's because that has profound impacts throughout our community on our tourism industry. This is what people are choosing to stay in, how they're choosing to visit us. So it's really important to get this right. There are many good individuals and professional property management firms that are doing a great job, and I'm sorry that some feel this was targeted at them, because I don't think it is. But we do have to get our hands around this issue and manage it well. I had asked Doug Jastrow, and he's given me a bunch of data, so I'm just going to read data, but you can nod or tell me I'm wrong. But the chart you gave me was so indicative of, we're not talking about something that happened overnight. We've seen a 100% increase in TOT certificate holders since the fiscal year 2010-11. That is significant. It didn't happen overnight, and we're not talking about taking any of those away right now. We're just saying it's time to take a breather and make sure we get this right, and try to find some balance here. Housing, I commend my counterparts on the board, we realize housing is part of the infrastructure a community needs to serve its visitors. And when we lose all employee housing through various factors, we can't serve these visitors they're trying to bring here. So that is, it's one part of the housing. It's maybe a small part to the actual housing, except it's a huge part in inflationary pressure. And we've heard testimony and received testimony that people needed the rental to afford the house. And that is a pressure that keeps the market hyperinflated, that a local can't afford to leave their home to rent it because they need a place to live. And so they can't enjoy that same, gee, I'll buy it and I'll rent it and be able to do it. So housing was one issue. We talked about safety earlier. We had a lot of issues from our fire departments about the lack of inspections in these homes. And that was part of why we formed the ordinance. But then because of a number of changes in staffing and oversight of the program, we gave a lot of exemptions to condominiums that are not getting inspected for safety. So visitors are coming and renting and paying money, whether to professional property managers or corporations, but we don't know if they have active smoke detectors and those sorts of things. So there's a lot to do in the ordinance that's going to take us a few more months. And there are caps and limits on short-term rentals throughout the country, throughout our state, because of these impacts and because it's such a growing industry that got away from governments. It went from what has always been a vacation rental place to this 100% increase in 10 years. So I really support this. I know it's not perfect. I wish we hadn't had to do it as an immediate urgency item. But the situation is such that a run on permits and people jumping in and getting in, we didn't want to take things away from people. I didn't. I wanted to hold things while we studied it and came up with a good solution. And I'm so thankful to staff for what they've done. We have a very highly regulated housing situation in the Tahoe Basin in particular, but even in our resort communities as we witness the various opinions about new development. And so it's so important that we get this right and really find that balance of creating housing, preserving some level of workforce housing and long-term rentals, as well as addressing nuisance issues. So that's why I'm so strongly supportive of this, and thanks staff so much for it. And for the gentleman who's here in the back and some of the others who called, we did just give staff direction to look at a long-term rental subsidy program. For those who get caught in this, they might want to look into the long-term rentals for a 6-month period while we work this issue out, because we're talking about investing our money trying to preserve this housing. We're looking at every option there is for housing as a county and with our partners. So that might be a potential solution during this window of time. So those are my thoughts, and I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's more discussion.
Welcome to make a motion for sure, and we can still discuss if there are others that want.
Okay, I'll make a motion to introduce and waive the oral reading and adopt an urgency ordinance extending until March 31st, 2022, the moratorium imposed in existing ordinance 6094-B related to the issuance of new short-term rental permits pursuant to Placer County Code, Chapter 9, Article 9.42.
So a motion and a second. One comment I want to make, maybe question, maybe Karen has a quick response to it. I'm also sensitive to the people who were underway with transactions or whatever, and I'm curious, I'd be receptive with a known deadline to take a look at, we can easily monitor people that were or close proximity time frame to going into escrow when we started the moratorium. That's a simple function of records. I don't know if we could create a system by which we could emphasize considering new permits, if in fact we grant those for those group of people. But if that is something we could consider, I'd like to see us maybe collect data on that and consider that as this expires.
Oh, okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Are you saying, depending on what we bring forward in terms of the revisions, should we, for example, end up with a cap? And should we, for example, end up with a wait list that those people who were in escrow might be considered?
Correct.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Suzanne?
Yeah, my only comment is, when we originally passed this last month, about a little bit more than a month ago, for 45 days, now we've extended it for 6 months approximately, so 10 months total. I mean, six plus 1, 7. 7 months now. It just seems like it seems like an eternity for some of these folks, especially the ones that were in escrow, right about the time signing their final papers, about the same time they found out about this. Kind of concerns me that we didn't give a little bit of forewarning, perhaps, to people who were, kind of like if you're coming out of escrow within the next 10 days, will you please contact us or something? I really don't know how you would even advertise something like that. But I just think that 6 months is like an eternity. Do we really need 6 months to work the bugs out?
I'm going to apologize, first of all, for having the back to you.
That's
because of the
okay,
microphone.
I can hear you.
Actually, we had a lot of discussion about this. And I'll explain to you how we came down to that. Is any ordinance that we bring forward, it takes a first and a second reading, and then it takes 30 days before it comes into effect. So we were taking that timeline. Then we looked at how the board's calendar would go, especially in December, is pretty darn tough to get an ordinance in. This would actually have to come to the board, if we were sticking with the March 31st deadline, would have to come to the board in the late January timeframe for the introduction to begin with. Then we sort of backed up and looked at how much time that would leave in terms of any kind of interaction with TRPA, with community stakeholders, and we actually added that all in to think that the 6 months really was, frankly, was expediting it. Mind you, with an urgency ordinance, this extension is it. So you could extend it for 22 months and 15 days. It's obviously not what staff is asking for, even recommending. But we looked at it realistically in terms of thinking through a well-thought amendment to the ordinance, all the interaction that staff really needs to do, that seemed like a reasonable time frame. Obviously, we're already talking about various, amendments. So it's not like we're going to sit on this till the beginning of the year. This is already in process, but it seemed reasonable. That's how we came up with the time frame.
Thank you for that thorough explanation. That does help shine some light on it.
And I just also wanted to say that before we came out, but the day before that agenda came out with that urgency item, I did contact John Falk with the Board of Realtors and a number of the professional property management firms to let them know this was coming, so that they could provide testimony at that meeting and I think we did end up getting a slug of permits in right about that time. So I'm sorry that not all realtors informed people or knew what was happening, but the official Board of Realtors did.
Bonnie.
Thank you, and I appreciate your suggestion, Cindy, about the opportunity to do some leasing for long-term for folks that might have gotten stuck in this middle. I really just want to say fix it for all of you. I don't think that that's where the board is at, but I do want to reiterate this is not a ban. I want to reiterate that we believe in property rights and opportunity to utilize property, and I don't anticipate saying we're going to ban it, and I do anticipate we'll probably allow for some additional more. That would be my guess as we move forward. And this is super challenging, but I do think that we need to get our arms around this, and it is, I think, as to Cindy's point, it is not the solution. It's a small piece, and it's allowing our team to get our arms around a small piece of this as we continue to look at all the other options that we have to address the housing shortage in the area.
And Suzanne, did you have
Wait,
something?
just one more comment.
Sure.
I did want to say, though, that, Crystal, I firmly support, I'm behind you all the way on the safety issues, the nuisance issues, and those things. And I'm in favor with the other owners up in the area that do not like getting their reputations tainted because of the couple of bad apples in the basket. And so I do hope, and I, that you figure that all out, because it needs to be a fun trip, a fun time for people who go and rent up there, and all of your short-term rental owners shouldn't have to pay for the couple who spoil it for everyone. So good luck with it.
Okay, so we have a motion, Gustafson, and a second, Holmes, as I recall. Roll call, please.
Gore? Aye. Holmes? Aye. Jones? Aye. Gustafson? Aye. Wygant?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll take up our next department item, which is French Meadows Forest Restoration Project. And are you doing it instead of Carrie, Josh? Carrie is on my agenda.
Yes, Carrie had another meeting she had to attend based on the length of this meeting today. She wasn't able to be here, so I am going to present
She
in her
missed a good
stead.
meeting.
Yeah, I think her meeting's now over and she could have come back. Good afternoon. I'm Josh Hunsinger. I'm the Placer County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures here on behalf of Carrie Timmer, our Regional Forest Health Coordinator. And the item before you is related to the French Meadows project. I know your board is very familiar with it, and in the interest of time, I will dispense with any background on that project unless you would like me to give you any background. Today's item is actually a little bit unusual in that this contract was previously approved by your board earlier this year. Subsequent, or after that approval, the contractor that was selected actually decided to move their business out of state, and so we had to find another contractor to replace them in order to get that work done up in the French Meadows project. Procurement, working with procurement, they did receive one bid, but the bid wasn't fully responsive to the work that was needed. And so working with procurement and that vendor, a new contract was worked out. And so the basis of the contract is this on particular units within the French Meadows project, thinning smaller trees, some logging, and trees to be identified and marked by the forestry consultant, and then also chipping of small piles of material to reduce fuels and removal of timber and biomass material from that site. One of the things with this project that's been really constraining is all of the fire restrictions, obviously, this year, and so where you would hope the contractor is able to work 5 or 6 days a week for 8+ hours a day, they're having some real hour limitations based on just working in the morning when the humidity is a little higher, and then cutting off that work as the afternoon progresses, and so that slowed them down. And so this contract is proposed to go through December of 22 to get the full use of the contract funding and hopefully get this work done. The funding for this work continues to be from a combination of timber sales and biomass receipts, as well as CAL FIRE grant funding through both the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the Nature Conservancy, which are two of our really valuable partners on this project. And so in conclusion, staff recommends that you approve the awarding this contract to Market Forestry Management in the amount of $760,932. And also, let me just read that again. $767,932. Got it right that time. And also authorize the county executive officer or their designee to execute contract change orders up to $50,896.60 in accordance with the public contract code and review by county council and risk management. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Good work keeping an important project going in as fast a pace as we can. Any questions, board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public? Pleasure of the board.
And I'll second it. Next time you should just round off the number.
Yeah, sorry.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next item is an update on our redistricting work. Nikki?
The PowerPoint presentation here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Nikki Strigan with Planning Services Division. Here today to provide an update on the 2021 redistricting process, as well as to ask your board to approve an updated 2021 redistricting timeline, and also to introduce an ordinance that will enable Placer County to adopt redistricting maps by resolution as opposed to ordinance in order to meet the state deadlines for maps. So by way of background, I think most of your board understands this today, but for those who don't understand redistricting, the county conducts this process every 10 years. It's the process by which district boundaries are changed to reflect population changes that are identified in the 2020 census data. Data delays have resulted in a significantly compressed timeline for public review and an appropriate public process. The current deadline that we're marching toward is December 15th to adopt the maps, excuse me. So the graphic before you today shows a little bit of the work that we have done and where we're headed. In June, or I should say in May of this past year, several presentations have been made by Jane Christensen, also in the audience, to your board on the redistricting process. We successfully launched a website in May of 2021. In June, on June 24th, the Planning Commission, which is your board-appointed advisory commission, held a meeting to provide an overview of the redistricting process. We presented an outreach plan and formally launched a community survey that has been informing or will be informing redistricting map alternatives. Through the months of June and July, the CEO office presented to all of the city and town councils in Placer County. And then in the month of August, we did a round of community meetings to various regions in the county, Tahoe, the Tahoe region. We presented in Loomis as well as Western Placer County in order to inform the community about the process. So upcoming, we have data coming from the U.S. Census Bureau. Of course, there's been a lot of national news on the topic, but adjusted data is not going to be received until about mid to late September. And it is with that data that we will begin drafting map alternatives. We'll hold a public hearing process. And then again, I mentioned marching toward that December deadline. You can see a significant compression between when we receive the data and the December 15th deadline. So the ordinance before you today aligns with the county's election code, which allows adoption of maps by ordinance or resolution. Currently, the government code requires that all changes to the county code must be made through ordinance. And adoption of ordinance, as you know, takes 30 days to become effective. So staff is bringing forward an ordinance that allows redistricting maps to be adopted by resolution, which would allow us to adopt them on the day of that hearing. That, of course, also allows us additional time for public outreach, additional time to hold the appropriate amount of meetings and hearings with the public, and to draft alternative maps for your board. So taking a look at the refined timeline, you see that June 24th meeting that was held with the Advisory Redistricting Commission meeting, June and August when we've held some outreach, September is when we receive the data, and then the dates for the upcoming Advisory Redistricting Commission meetings are up on your screen. That's October 14th and November 4th. And then we will be to your board with map alternatives and a recommendation from that commission on November 30th. That concludes my presentation. I am happy to take questions if you have them.
Thanks, Nikki. Any questions by board members? Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? Seeing none, did I hear something?
I'll move approval of the item. Are we approving?
The introduce and waiving the ordinance,
Yes.
That's your motion.
Yes,
The ordinance
that's
to
what
enable Placer County Code, etc. Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is Health and Human Services Short-Term Crisis Residential Treatment Program. Amy.
Good morning, Chair Wygant and members of the board. I'm Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care, here with two action items for your approval. First, to approve an agreement with Community Care Continuum from September 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 for the provision of crisis residential services for a total contract amount not to exceed $1,494,675 and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And second, to approve the associated lease agreement between the county and YOLO Community Care Continuum from September 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, with an option to extend annually, and authorize the Director of Facilities Management or designee to execute the lease agreement with risk management and county council concurrence. So this 14-bed crisis residential treatment program provides crisis services to county residents at the Roseville Kirby Hill site for up to 30 days. They have been operating on site since June 16th, 2015. Crisis residential services provide an alternative to expensive and more restrictive inpatient hospitalization for those in crisis requiring 24-hour observation and treatment. Each resident receives medication support services, case management, counseling, and safe and appropriate discharge planning back into the community upon stabilization. Of the 220 admissions last year, only 7 required a higher level of care. Placer County, with this new contract, has agreed with YCCC to change the payment structure moving forward. Instead of this contract being a cost reimbursement strategy, we are changing to a daily rate per resident reimbursement structure. This provides simplicity in billing, allows the county to only pay for what it uses, and it also provides an opportunity for this facility to apply to bill and receive clients with other insurance types, which would better meet the community need. This new cost structure begins on September 1st. Funding for this agreement consists of 51% in state and federal funding and 49% in county general funds. And the funding is included in our budget appropriately, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Amy. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this? What is the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item B.
All right, Amy Ellis again with the Adult System of Care, here with an action item for this board to consider approval on an agreement with North Valley Behavioral Health for psychiatric health services at the Yuba City location in the amount not to exceed $2,100,000 from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. Placer County began a contract with North Valley Behavioral Health in 2018 to provide inpatient psychiatric services for our residents experiencing a mental health crisis who require the highest level of care. This service fills a critical component of the continuum of various mandated mental health services provided to county residents. Contracting at this additional facility allows us to more placement opportunities when our local PUF is at capacity. The numbers of those experiencing a mental health crisis requiring inpatient level of care has continued to increase over the past 12 months, which continues our need for this contract. Placements at this facility allow the county to recover 89% of the costs by billing Medi-Cal. Funding for this agreement consists of 89% in state federal funding and 11% in county general funds, and all has been appropriately budgeted, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Amy. Any questions by board members? Anyone from the public like to address this item? Pleasure of the board.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is an ordinance authorizing Placer to join Partnership Health Plan of California, and Dr. Rob Oldman is going to take that. And by the way, how's your day been, Rob?
Going great. Thanks so much. Thanks, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Rob Oldham with HHS back this afternoon from an undisclosed location, requesting your board introduce and waive oral reading of an ordinance authorizing the County of Placer to join the Partnership Health Plan of California Commission.
I hate to interrupt, but do you have room for 5 more in your disclosed location for a couple of weeks out?
Come on over.
Thank you.
We'll serve drinks in a little bit.
I won't interrupt anymore. I apologize.
So I appreciate having had the opportunity to discuss this item in depth with many of you and with representatives from our current managed care health plans. I know it's been a long day and that you all have several more items to discuss. So I will try my best to be as brief as possible in presenting what is actually a pretty complicated matter. Fortunately, most of the relevant information was covered back in March when your board approved our letter of intent to change to a county organized health system model of Medi-Cal managed care with Partnership Health Plan. And most of this background is repeated in the staff memo associated with this item. So in the interest of time, I won't go back and repeat that background, but I will take a few minutes to underscore a few points made in the memo that I think are important, and then provide some updated information and thoughts that have evolved a bit since I wrote the staff memo back a couple weeks ago. So first, we're excited about the possibility of joining a county organized health system model with Partnership Health Plan. But I think it's also important to give credit to some of the great staff at our current managed care Medi-Cal plans. So those are Anthem, California Health and Wellness, and to some degree Kaiser. The early days of implementation of managed care as part of this regional model were very bumpy. And so we felt a lot of those bumps, especially hard here in Placer HHS, as we were still running our rural health clinics in the early days of the regional model. And we still have some ongoing challenges, especially with access to specialty care and even access to adequate primary care for Medi-Cal beneficiaries, especially those living in South Placer, where we have limited options. But despite this bumpy ride, we here in Placer have maintained pretty strong working relationships with our managed care Medi-Cal plans over the years. So our recommendation to your board that we join a county organized health system model with Partnership Health Plan really is taking nothing away from the hard work our existing plans have done to support their beneficiaries and to partner with Placer HHS throughout this bumpy road of implementation of the regional managed care model. Rather, I think the primary reason for this recommendation is based upon our assessment that a transition to the county organized health system model with Partnership Health Plan provides us with more local control and the best opportunity to serve our Placer County Medi-Cal beneficiaries in a manner that's as efficient and simple as possible, both for HHS, but more importantly for our Medi-Cal members. Placer County is one of 10 counties currently in the regional Medi-Cal managed care model eligible to switch over to a county organized health system model with Partnership Health Plan. All 10 counties, including Placer, approved letters of intent to join Partnership Health Plan back in March. The Department of Healthcare Services of the state recently indicated that these counties must finalize this choice with an ordinance by early October, which is why we're before you on this busy day. Several counties in our region, including Nevada County, Sierra, Yuba, and I believe a few others now, have already passed the first reading of their ordinances. And I understand that Nevada County, working with a Nevada City resident named Jeff Brown, who's coming out of retirement, has already had its second reading. So if you know Jeff, he doesn't waste any time. I know that one of our health plans has approached many of us with an alternative model that might also provide some additional local control over our existing model. There may be other alternative models that other health plans might like to offer. So alternative models are interesting to consider, and I think it's true that we still don't have all the details about exactly how even our transition to Partnership Health Plan will work. And that's primarily due to the fact that the transition that we're discussing wouldn't occur until 2024. My understanding is that an ordinance from the County Board of Supervisors is usually one of the last steps before a county organized health system transition. But in this case, for some reason, DHCS is insisting upon adherence to their early October timeline, understanding that no health plan would have answers to all the details at this stage, including, perhaps most importantly, what the rates will be. But with that said, the conversation with other counties in our region and with Partnership Health Plan, that conversation has been underway for several years now, and I think is much more developed than those involving other potential models. So it's my opinion that a transition to a county organized health system model under partnership is the best option that we have right now. And if we don't pass this ordinance by the October deadline, then we probably won't have this option any longer. So in summary, the county organized health system model and the ship is about to sail, and we have to decide whether to get on or not, even without all the information we may like. So as a reminder, many counties were denied the opportunity to transition to a COES model, transition to the county organized health system model back in 2013. And we've been waiting for the last 8 years for the opportunity to get out of a regional model that we never asked for. So in conclusion, the staff recommendation is that your board introduce and waive oral reading of an ordinance authorizing the County of Placer to join Partnership Health Plan of California Commission. I know that was a very cursory overview on a pretty complicated issue, so I'm happy to provide more detail if you like, or answer any questions that you may have. And I also believe that we have some of our colleagues from our current managed care plans who have zoomed into this meeting for public comment. I think it's important that we hear from them as well if they're still available. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I just, in light of the process and how it's designed, I want to thank you for the steps that you took us through to get us here, so it wasn't one all at one time, and the briefing that you offered up before all that too, because it even though we may like more information and more time, appreciate and understand the circumstances and appreciate the work you did to get us into here. And Bonnie, I think, has a question or something.
Yeah, a couple of questions, Dr. Oldham, and I reached out to you last night, so the questions aren't a surprise to you, but I did want to bring them up based on just the conversations we've had, the feedback I've been hearing from the current providers and the staff report. So a question about specialty care, and specialty care has certainly been listed as a concern in rural areas. Has that been the case here in Placer County? And are we having challenges with our Medi-Cal enrollees not being able to obtain some type of specialty care? So that's my first question. The second question is in regards to the 2019 California Healthcare Foundation report that lists several items from their evaluation, the quality of lower care, less satisfaction, that our residents have experienced those issues. And that's what that report says, but what's been the response from our Placer County Medi-Cal enrollees?
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Gore. So the first question is pretty simple. The answer is yes. So I had a significant problem with access to specialty care throughout the kind of implementation of the regional model. And I will say that's not unique to the regional model or to Placer County. So specialty care is hard to come by. Providers are hard to come by, but it definitely has been a significant challenge. Again, I alluded to when we ran our own clinics, trying to, primary care clinics trying to get people into specialty care often would have wait times of months and having to send people very long distances to get that specialty care. And so we have touched base with a lot of our care providers, and it sounds like that's still kind of an ongoing issue. Again, it's not one that I think would go away with partnership, but we do hear from other partnership counties that they do a good job of trying to manage those specialty care networks. And so it's something that we do hope would improve under a county organized model. And of course, having a seat at the board will help to advocate for things like specialty care that we think are important in that county organized model. As far as the quality of care, and I think it's a good question, for Placer County Medi-Cal beneficiaries in particular, what surveys have done, because you're right, the California Healthcare Foundation study was more general and wasn't looking just at Placer County residents. That might be a good question also for our managed care plan to see, what have they asked. I don't recall seeing Placer County beneficiary data, particular to Placer County, on quality or satisfaction. So that might be a good one to ask for. I know several years ago we did partnered with, got a grant and partnered with the Pacific Health Consulting on a study of the safety net system, and did some surveying of people within our safety net system, and asking them at that time. For sure, again, the specialty care access was one thing. People were having to delay even primary care services because of access issues, because of other challenges, and satisfaction was relatively low with some of the safety net for the people who were surveyed. But I'm not aware, and that might be also a question we could pose to our managed care plans.
Thank you. And actually, one third question, and that is in regards to our nonprofit partners like WellSpace Health, the Lighthouse. They provide Medi-Cal coverage for some of their services, and they currently partner with our current providers. If we move to this different system, would those nonprofits still be able to provide care to our residents in the county?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the intent. I know that actually Partnership Health Plan already has contracts with a number of providers who are operating in Placer County, because they operate in other surrounding counties as well, that are already with Partnership. And so actually you mentioned Lighthouse, which is a fabulous organization, and works with, I think mainly mental health services. Some of that is specialty mental health and that's actually under the county. But then for what they call it's crazy, but we have mild to moderate distinction between mild to moderate and severe. So for mild to moderate mental health services, those are under the managed care Medi-Cal plans. And I believe Lighthouse contracts with at least one of the plans right now. And for sure, that would be something that we would recommend to Partnership that they would continue. And likewise for WellSpace and for Western Sierra Medical Clinic and Chapaday and some other kind of high volume primary care providers. I think some of them may already have contracts with Partnership, but for sure, I know Partnership would be very interested in contracting with them and talking with those providers. They would be excited about contracting with Partnership as well.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions by board members? Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item?
Les, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Leslie Barr. I'm plan president for the Anthem Blue Cross Medi-Cal Health Plan. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today on behalf of the Anthem plan. So I just wanted to share a few thoughts. We're proudly providing coverage for Medi-Cal beneficiaries in Placer County. We started, as Dr. Oldham referred to, back in 2014, and we currently cover about 32,500 Medi-Cal beneficiaries. I'm here today requesting that Placer County not approve a change in Medi-Cal managed care model. As the board considers the implications of this decision, it's important really to understand overall the several things, including financial risks potentially to the county, regulatory and compliance requirements, impacts to consumers, future innovations that we've been focused on, and then loss of some of the value-added benefits that are provided by Anthem. Most importantly, if you approve a county organized health system, there won't be a choice for Medi-Cal beneficiaries from a health plan perspective. Residents would simply have no option from a Medi-Cal plan. The single plan offering just eliminates competition, eliminates that choice, and essentially shuts out Anthem from serving your community. And so I'm requesting that opportunity for a competitive bid process. I do want to acknowledge I've had the pleasure of personally meeting with Placer County leadership, including Dr. Oldham, a leader that I think you all are very lucky to have, someone I respect very much. over the years. And, I have dedicated staff that work locally on top health priorities, really based on recommendations from your leadership teams. So I feel strongly about working very, very well with them. We've dedicated funding and staffing resources and really strong commitments to the medical needs in your community. So I look forward to these opportunities to kind of more broadly communicate some of the work that we've been performing. Anthem, we've been at the forefront of developing new programs in partnership with the state, focused on Medi-Cal benefits. As we approach January as part of a CalAIM implementation, we've been looking at population health management closely for some time now, but we will be implementing enhanced care management, some expanded services, including jail reentry, long-term services and supports, housing navigation, recuperative care, home modifications, medically tailored meals, and more. What I will say there is that although that's a requirement of all the plans, we are building a strong infrastructure to really implement that, at your local level. And again, the team at Anthem, we've been working with your public and behavioral health teams on these programs every step of the way. And I did want to acknowledge the strong partnerships we have from a primary care standpoint, including Chapaday and Western Sierra and WellSpace, and we also have long-term agreements in place with Sutter Health and Dignity for the Medi-Cal population. In terms of our work with local community organizations, we're focused on that at every turn, really to improve and expand our network of services. And I'll give a few examples around telehealth. We have kiosks at several locations through the county, including Auburn Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Gathering Inn, Kirby Wellness Center, Granite Wellness Center, and even Placer County Behavioral Health has some of our hardware. Our team has been actively engaged with the ADRC Placer County, and we've been investing with the Placer Nevada Medical Society and Roseville Food Insecurity. And these are just a few examples of our local engagement model. I also wanted to highlight, as it relates to the wildfire support, we did relax member benefit guidelines and authorizations to support members who were impacted by the river wildfires. And we continue to provide free urgent care and psychology services via telehealth for all residents there, regardless of insurance status. We provided hygiene kits and hand sanitizers to those that were evacuated in partnerships with your teams. I've submitted information to each of you in support of my statements today, and that more fully outline our network building and our access to care services that work to provide coordination and assistance to our members needing specialty care. And along with the letter, I also provided information on our work with community partners, such as the infrastructure funding for the new behavioral health location, for the crisis center, funding for refrigeration system at Auburn Interfaith Food Closet when it was needed, and the deployment of the kiosks throughout the county that I mentioned around telehealth services. I'm asking for the opportunity to continue work like this with our community partners, with your teams. I'm very happy to answer any questions about coverage and care for our members, today or anytime over the coming weeks as you consider moving forward with this ordinance. Moving to a county organized system or single plan model restricts options for Medi-Cal members who believe are best served by having a choice as they determine what is the right option for them and their families. We think moving to a county organized health system removes the county from the competitive bid process that we are really focused on participating on, and would award the Medi-Cal contract to one single entity. So we understand the importance of exploring the right options for Placer County, and I want to underscore Anthem's commitment to serving your residents, our members, and ask that you consider the impact this decision has on our partner community organizations, the beneficiaries, and the providers. As we continue to build a support system and infrastructure and all the investments that are going into CalAIM, we respectfully ask that you allow us to continue to serve our members and stand as an important option for the Medi-Cal beneficiaries in Placer.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll stick around because there might be some questions, but thank you for your
You
comments.
bet. Excellent, thank you.
Brianna, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, and Dr. Oldham and staff and colleagues. My name is Brianna Learman. I'm here to speak on behalf of California Health and Wellness, one of the 2 Medi-Cal health plans serving your county. And of course, it's 50,000 Medi-Cal patients. I have some prepared comments, and you've received a letter from our CEO, Brian Ternan, offering written input and also some letters from our community partners. But I want to align us with comments from my colleague Les at Anthem and underscore that we too view ourselves as a committed partner and want to reiterate our desire to continue partnership and working with Placer County to build on the momentum that has really been created over the past 8 years since the day we started. I was here the day we started. I believe it was actually late 2013. But we were here from day one, and we want to remain in place. So given the time on the clock in terms of the hour of the day, I don't want to reiterate that we too have valued the local collaboration and investment and believe it has contributed greatly to Placer County and want to continue that great work. But I do want to offer some context around this proposed ordinance and also speak about the option that Dr. Oldham alluded to, that we hope that you can use the time you have between now and the finalization of this ordinance, I believe in October, to entertain. And then also, of course, to answer the many questions that have come up. So I want to first offer that in response to some dialogue that happened a moment ago about care patterns, Placer County, first, the rule is to try to keep the care local, but where we have had bumpy roads and care issues, that we don't, first off, you don't deny it. It exists. But the care goes into Sacramento County. And I think that's a good point to remember when you're entertaining this ordinance and joining the partnership health plan and asking yourself that question of whether that access will be preserved and augmented in Sacramento County. So the ordinance would have you join Partnership Health Plan, which is, as you know, a public Medi-Cal health plan. It's headquartered in Solano County. It currently serves 14 counties and is working on growing to 24 through this effort. And it would serve 1 million patients total at the end of the day. So finalizing this ordinance will result in Placer County opting out of competitive procurement, which brought health and wellness and Anthem to the county and service for you. And would give a no bid exclusive contract to Partnership Health Plan. We would wind down our operations and we would exit your county at the end of 2023, the term of our contract. This change would be permanent and you would foreclose any future competitive procurements for this type of service in your county if this decision is finalized and the state finalizes it as well. So we recognize that local governance, access, of course, referenced, engagement, and community investment are all motivators for this ordinance. But the caution here is whether joining partnership will create new providers and access, and whether joining partnership will create more local engagement and a role in governance, given the span geographically of the plan and the size of its enrollment long-term. We believe there are better options available to you at Placer County rather than becoming one of 24 across another county's public health plan. So to be clear, this is absolutely not a slight on partnership in any way, but you as Placer County are quite distinct from other rural counties in that you have the size, the leadership with Dr. Oldham and others, the track record of innovation, care delivery infrastructure that puts you in a unique position as Placer County of not having to join another county's plan to get what you need, and instead to be able to create what you need locally. We've referenced what it would look like to create local governance and investment locally. We at California Health and Wellness have a very long and proven track record of building public-private partnerships that work, that give you governance, that commit community reinvestment, and really improve the system locally. So our request on that is between now and the finalization, we'd like to talk that through in more detail, recognizing the, kind of the pickle you're in with having to finalize the ordinance without all the detail, but we're willing to talk to that detail. We'd like to. And obviously, there were quite a few questions raised in the conversation today that we're happy to talk through from our perspective as a longstanding Medi-Cal plan. So just to wrap it up, I want to reiterate our commitment to Placer County, how much we valued the partnership with Dr. Oldham and all of our key providers, and urge you to reconsider moving forward this ordinance and whether you can, in fact, create something that will serve you better. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from board members? Bonnie?
Yes, thank you. So, Dr. Oldham, if we were to move forward with this ordinance, is there still an option to discuss alternative models? So I had somebody text me about a talk about El Dorado and Placer County looking at an alternative model. I'm guessing that maybe that's what these folks are referring to. If we move, I understand that we have to approve this resolution in order to get approval from the state if we wanted to move in this direction with this health plan. But could we still look at an alternative method? That's number one. And then really the other question that's raised to me is if we moved with this recommendation, the state plan, would we actually lose control and not have, and would our residents have to move and get a lot more care from Sacramento County versus care here in Placer County, since we actually have terrific healthcare systems right here in our backyard? So 2 questions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the first question, I think, and that's what Brianna was alluding to, if this, first reading, if waive oral reading of the ordinance today, and maybe if Karen wanted to weigh in on this as well, my understanding is we could pull it from the consent agenda if in that time between now and the next reading that there were some other model alternative model that seemed like it made more sense. That was what I was alluding to. At this moment, we have a lot more details about what that would look like with partnership than maybe what some of those other potential models would look like that were just kind of coming have been brought up in the last couple weeks, I guess. So yeah, I think we would have that option. Although the time, the pickle that Brianna kind of brings up is a real one, that we have limited time to do a lot of that work and understand what those options are. And I'll say, this idea of choice, right now, and I think that kind of speaks to the second question, that there's not a lot of choice for Medi-Cal beneficiaries. We're not seeing large numbers who are choosing one health plan over the other. They're getting assigned. Certainly in the choice process, the last time, none of the counties that I'm aware of really had much of a say in that procurement process. So I get it that we by going with passing this ordinance, we don't have a procurement process, but it's not like the state has a long history of actually including the counties too much, and that I know we could write a letter of support and have some negotiations. So there is some opportunity, but it's limited. I will say, right now I think that was the point that our colleagues were trying to make, is we have a lot of Placer County residents who have to go to Sacramento County for care right now because there are limited resources of providers who are providing Medi-Cal services in Placer County, especially for specialty care, but even for primary care. I mentioned in South Placer, they're very limited availability, and so a lot of our Placer residents end up having to go to Sacramento County. I think that was the point that was being made, and yeah, I think that the hope would be actually to have even more access within Placer County, but of course, the partnership would also, I think they have contracts with many of the organizations that operate in surrounding counties, including Sacramento County.
So this is the first reading. We still have to take the second reading sometime in October. So it could still give us an opportunity to have conversations between now and then about an alternative model, or, because even the data from what we're receiving, the client satisfaction numbers, different things that these folks have been working with us for the last, 8 years or so, there might be some further conversation. I think the concern I have a little bit is that we don't end up having choice. We end up going with a provider without allowing our residents to have choice when they're choosing Medi-Cal. I mean, they get Medi-Cal, but they also typically have a choice. I don't know, I'm struggling with this.
Just to clarify on the ordinance side of things, this is the first reading. It would come back for adoption on consent on the 14th of September. Now, you can certainly pull that off. You don't have to adopt the ordinance. But if you wanted to, for example, change that ordinance, it would have to be brought back on the last meeting of September for introduction again and then adoption. So this ordinance.
Well, we wouldn't have to actually approve that ordinance. I mean, that's
what I'm
the
saying.
point, is that we could approve it now, first reading, and choose not to. But you're
Exactly
telling
right.
us that the next meeting we have is the 14th versus the end of, beginning of October. When does the resolution, if we were to move forward, have to be approved per the state?
I'm going to defer to Dr. Rob about when it has to be. It's an ordinance. So once we adopt it, it's a 30-day effective period.
Yeah, and I believe the date is October 1st. Actually, there has been some question about that. Different documents from the state indicating October 1st, and then I believe October 8th as an alternative. So, or early October, whether it's the 1st or the 8th, it's not entirely clear.
Just for clarification on our meeting schedule, so we have our next meeting on September 14th. So that's when this is scheduled to come back for adoption. If we were to do a reintroduction, that would happen on September 28th, and we don't meet again until October 12th, which is past both of the deadlines just mentioned by Dr. Rob.
It doesn't have to be a reintroduction. It could be the final reading if we chose not to make a change. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, Rob, I want to clarify. So the concern, regardless of, let's see, the current system we have, the plan we have, versus the one we're looking to, there's concern either way about primary care and specialty care in South Placer. A lot of our residents are going to Sacramento to get care as well, correct? I think that might be the case for either way we go.
Correct. Yeah, that'd be something that I think one of the many things having local governance that we would try to address is that gap in care in South Placer especially for primary care.
So you feel like this option that's before us could provide us with more local control?
Absolutely. Yeah, that is the hope, and I think is the experience in talking with other counties. And I know a lot of counties actually have members of the Board of Supervisors who serve in this capacity on the partnership health plan board. And so in talking with other people in other counties, they feel like that this is a better option to have more local control.
But it doesn't preclude us in the next month, if there was some great opportunity to move forward with something different, we could do that, correct? We could do
That's
that.
my understanding.
That's what I'm hearing. Okay. That's it for my questions.
Suzanne?
I'm just wondering, based on this, what you're talking about of taking it off the agenda or whatever, would that warrant us tabling this today and not making a decision on it and diving deeper?
I would, from what I can tell, I would rather not, because if we choose to move forward with this option, we have to do it by the beginning of October. So moving forward with this resolution now still gives us time to have further conversation, albeit a short amount of time, in the next, quite frankly, 3 weeks. It's almost October. In the next several weeks, if there might be an alternative method or model. So that's what I'm hearing. But I wouldn't actually table this. I think that wouldn't be a wise move based on staff recommendation and from what I've heard. Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And Rob,
Thanks.
if I might, Mr. Chair, if there is a model, I just got a text today, hey, there might be an opportunity. So I certainly want to be willing to hear that if there is an opportunity that could work better.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Yep. Next item is Community Mental Health Block Grant Supplemental Funding. Twyla.
Good almost evening, Board of Supervisors, Chair Wygant, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab. And I'm bringing you, I think, good news, not necessarily anything controversial. So, effective, and this is Twyla Abrahamson for the record, with the Children's System of Care. So just to talk with you just a little bit about, we've been bringing several items to you that have had very quick deadlines, and this is another one of those. So the California Department of Healthcare Services is utilizing $150 million in funding received from the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, and also $55 million received from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, also through the Coronavirus Response and Relief Appropriations Act. They're doing this to support and expand behavioral health mobile crisis and other crisis services. DHCS is requesting applications for 2 separate tracks of funding, for planning grants and for implementation grants. Placer County CSOC and ASOC intend to apply for the implementation grants for expanding existing crisis care mobile units, these and to add programs for additional geographic locations in the county. Placer County must apply to receive a guaranteed base allocation, and it is optional to apply for competitive grants above and beyond the base allocation. The System of Care intends to share the base allocation for services, including direct services and infrastructure as defined by the grant parameters, and to apply for a competitive grant for expansion capability. So we are requesting that your board take the following action. Adopt a resolution ratifying the submission to the California Department of Healthcare Services application for 3 items. The Crisis Care Mobile Units infrastructure through funding from the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program in an amount not to exceed $375,000 for the period September 15th, 2021 through June 30th, 2025. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign and submit the application and all resulting documentation, including reports, agreements, and certifications as required to accept the funds, and to sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $37,500 with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. The second part, which is still under the same resolution ratifying the submission, is for the Crisis Care Mobile Units direct services through the Coronavirus Response and Relief Appropriations Act to support and expand behavioral health mobile crisis and non-crisis services in an amount to not exceed $125,000 for the same period of time. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign and submit the application and all the resulting documentation, and to sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $12,500 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work, also with risk management and county council concurrence. And then the third component of the Crisis Care Mobile Units competitive grants for expansion of direct services and infrastructure in an amount not to exceed $3,500,000 for the same period of time. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign and submit the application and all resulting documentation, and also to sign any subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter, scope of work, also with risk management and county council concurrence. And these are all federal revenues, and their associated expenditures will be included in the department's fiscal year 21-22 budgets and any subsequent budgets should we be granted any of the competitive grants. So no matching county general funds are required. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about this item, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions by board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public? With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Motion, Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Twyla.
Thank you.
Item 12 is the creation of a classification of Chief Assistant County Counsel. Kate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. Today I'm requesting introduction of an ordinance amending your schedule of classifications and compensation related to the creation of the Chief Assistant County Counsel. As you know, the County Counsel's Office provides legal advice and support to your board, elected offices, departments, boards and commissions, and other independent districts. Management structure of the office has not changed since 2005, despite significant growth and demand for services. Pursuant to a recent review of the office, the labor market, and internal departments, HR has recommended and the CEO has approved the creation of a Chief Assistant County Counsel classification. The position will provide executive oversight, the most highly complex legal and litigation support, and succession planning. Commensurate with this recommendation, the title of the existing Chief Deputy County Counsel has been updated to Assistant County Counsel. The proposed ordinance reflects these changes in your official schedule of classifications, and I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Kate. Any questions by board members? I see none. Anyone from the public? What is the pleasure of the board?
Move approval. Second.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have Parks and Open Space Proposition 68 Grant Agreement Approval. Lisa.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I know
Good evening.
probably really tired, so I'll try and make this very brief. Lisa Carnahan here with the Department of Parks and Open Space. I'm here before you today to request approval for a little over $3 million grant that we've been awarded to from the state for the preparation of the construction documents and the construction of the Twilight Ride property for the Hidden Falls Regional Park Expansion Project. Several budget amendments related to that approval, and approval of a contract with Helix Environmental Planning for the design of the trailhead and the parking area. And all these requests are the logical continuation of what you all have approved previously. And each of these requests is consistent with those prior approvals. The first action, excuse me, is the approval to allow the Director of Public Works or designee to sign the grant approval. Back in September of 2020, we came before your board and you approved a resolution to apply for this grant, and we did. We now have the grant resolution from the grant agreement from the state that's before you today. With that grant, that $3 million grant was a requirement of a little over $900,000 as a match fund, and that would come from $550,000 from park dedication fees and the rest from general funds. The second is approval of a budget amendment of that $550,000 from various park dedication fees around the surrounding area that use the park. And that $550,000, that's dollar for dollar what we came in that you approved when you approved the finance plan on March 8th. The only difference is we didn't have the breakdown now of where those funds would be coming from, and we have that for you today. We did receive some correspondence yesterday from folks asking, why we didn't go to the max, and yeah, normally we would go to the max, but we, as happens at other times and has happened in the past, we're requesting the park dedication fees without going to the max because there's a critical time path for this project with the state, and like I say, we did that also in the past. We did receive the final grant agreement from the state about a month ago. We did go before the Parks Commission as an informational item, and they had no comments or questions on the distribution of the park fees. And when we look at park fees, we look at three different things. We look at a nexus, okay, who lives nearby, what makes sense as far as the different park area funds. We look at the amount that's in the account, each of those accounts, and then we look at other projects on the horizon, what's coming up, what needs to be funded, and make sure that we look at it in a balanced approach so that we leave enough money for those other projects. For example, in the Auburn community, we've been working real closely with the Auburn Rec District, and they have several projects coming up, so there's enough left over with this request to fund those other things in Auburn. Likewise, we've talked with the city manager of Lincoln, who he requested the $125,000 to be set aside for the McBean Park, and so that money would still be left in that account. The Ophir area, we want to leave money in the account for a new joint use field with the school that is coming up on the horizon, as well as the creation of the Creekside Park. And then the Rockland, Lincoln areas, those are not within the city limits. Those are with the little pockets of unincorporated county areas. Next thing is to award the contract for Helix Environmental Planning for the design of the Twilight Ride property. And as you know, we've been having meetings with the constituents out in the neighborhoods. We've had a series of 4 meetings. Each of those meetings, we let them know that, you know, we'd be coming here today. And so they've given us, we've gone over with them, they've given us pages of notes that they have concerns on in the design, and so we're going to take those to the design consultant so that hopefully they can incorporate some of those things and ideas into the design. And lastly, we're asking the board to approve a series of budget amendments to increase the budget and the project account to account for those grant funds coming in, and to account for the required match amounts from park dead fees and from the general fund. And lastly, with the time-sensitive nature of this project and the need to complete the grant under the guise of the grant, we are requesting that you approve the requested actions today. And with that, I can wrap it up and ask you if you have any questions.
Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Thanks for waiting. No charge for the entertainment today. Generally, any park dedication fees will go to the max, and I think there's one coming next month for something going on in Auburn area, Auburn Recreation District. So I know that they do. In this case, it's time sensitive. Max have been, shut down to a certain extent, so that's why they didn't go. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now, there's a question about Granite Bay park dedication fees not being tapped. I believe that they pay into a community service district of some sort for their parks district.
They do.
For their funds, so they wouldn't be, these funds from Granite Bay's funds would not be eligible.
There's also, their park dedication, there's the Granite Bay L&L, there's the CSA out there, but any funds from the other outlying areas that didn't contribute this time, we're looking at hopefully future grants where we would be asking, for example, for the bridges that need to be done for the connecting areas. We would be looking to those areas that were not tapped this time to help contribute.
All right, thank you.
And then I'll just point out that the grant that's the focus of all this actually has been known for quite some time, that it was prospective, and I'm sure that it was discussed at my max on more than one occasion. So just for the record, I'd like to get that out there, that we do have this time frame, but it's not like we haven't all known about this particular opportunity for some time. Suzanne.
Yeah, could you explain that a little bit better to me about how Granite Bay is different from all of these others?
Sure.
Is that, Suzanne, an open-ended question, or is it with regards to parks specific?
Just need to be educated.
Actually, they aren't so very different. Ken Graham, Department of Public Works, and also Department of Parks and Open Space at this point anyway. So 3 criteria that were mentioned. And so the 3 criteria are the nexus. There's a nexus for this regional facility, I think, for all the different districts to be able to contribute to. The second criteria is who has money right now. So that had to be play into it. And then the third was, what are those projects out on the horizon? We do have some potential projects on the horizon in Granite Bay and West Placer, which I think is one of the other big ones that I think there is a true nexus there. Our thought is, hard to make them equal on each and every project, but as a program, Hidden Falls is not done. That's part. We've done some in the past. We're proposing one today, and we're proposing some future phases going forward. In the end, we do need to find some balance. There is no magic to what that balance is. We'll have to bring forth that to your board and make sure people can feel good about it. But there is no difference about Granite Bay or any of the other areas. There is a nexus. It gets a little harder, I think, as you start going up the hill, particularly up in the Tahoe area where there probably isn't. But our surveys show we get a lot of visitorship from Granite Bay, from Roseville, from Rockland. So there is nothing wrong with having them contribute. This is just what we saw today, and we do not want to unduly delay any other project that's out there.
Good, thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. Mike Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. This is a conversion of an agricultural area under the general plan, inconsistent with the Williamson Act and Williamson Agricultural Preserves, and even issues with the PCCP reserve area. So we oppose this grant. Now, how have we gotten to this point? I have a perspective on that. And often when some kind of development is proposed, someone is seeking to increase their property rights for development, but at the expense of their neighbors or the community, which have different ideas based on their living situation. So here we have an effort to make a Sacramento regional park, and it's a major question about how this sort of thing comes about. Well, we have a major regional park, the Auburn State Recreation Area. When I first started hiking there in the late 90s, it was 300,000 people a year. 15 years later, 900,000. It's 40 square miles. The North Fork from Auburn up to Colfax, from the confluence, and then out the Middle Fork to Forest Hill. So, and how did that come about? Well, it's generally a similar process. In the case of the ASRA, there was a proposal to build the Auburn Dam. So the federal government bought up most of the property there. They bought up the private holdings, they bought up the homes, they bought up the ranch areas, they bought up all kinds of stuff, and it rewilded it. It kind of an extreme environmental movement to rewild everything these days. Well, in this case, that is what it took to create the ASRA, which we have with the amazing facilities that it has. So in this case, we feel it's a mistake to be converting this area, which does not have the roads or other facilities. Is fragmented by the lands that the county has, and other land conservation easement or set-asides, and to run trails. Running trails is not consistent with an agricultural area. The first lesson of this I heard about was a single beer can, shredded aluminum can, a piece of that chewed on by a grazing animal could mean the death of that animal. And there are fire and other issues. You just can't run trails all over an agricultural area. So this, we think, is a mistake by the state to be supporting this park in this way, and it really needs to be reconsidered. Thank you, and good afternoon.
No further public comment.
Bring it back to the board for consideration or action.
I'll move approval.
Motion Gustafson, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Oh, we need a roll call vote. There are a couple of budget amendments in there, as I recall. So roll call, please.
Gore. Aye. Holmes. Aye. Jones. Aye. Gustafson. Aye. Wygant.
Yes. Thanks. So our two remaining items for the day are both procurement, one for road equipment and one for annual fleet. So
You forgot to say last but not least.
Last but not least.
Thank you. Thank you. And good evening, Mr. Chair, and to the remaining members of the board. My name is April Pay. I'm from your Procurement Services Division, and I'm here to present the last two items of the day. The first item is number 14A, and it's requesting your approval to purchase 4 pieces of road equipment, 2 dump trucks with various accessories, and 2 graders. We're recommending utilization of a cooperative contract called Sourcewell and a contract available to us through the state of California, both of which provide excellent pricing to us without necessitating doing our own bids, so saving staff time and money in the process. So the action before you is to approve the award of negotiated purchase orders to Riverview International Trucks of West Sacramento using the state contract, and that would be for the dump trucks, and to Holt of California of Pleasant Grove, utilizing the Sourcewell cooperative contract, and that would be for the purchase of the graders in the maximum amount of $1,206,866 and no cents.
Thanks, April. Any questions by board members? Anyone from the public?
I see none.
It's the pleasure of the board.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you. And the very last item is item 14B on your agenda, and this is requesting purchase of what we're calling the annual fleet vehicle purchase. This group of vehicles involves a number of fleet vehicles budgeted for the Public Works fleet operation, just replacement vehicles as they do each year under their normal budget. And also a group of vehicles to be purchased by the sheriff for their patrol fleet. The vehicles for the Public Works fleet we're recommending to be purchased from a state of California contract, again, receiving favorable pricing, better pricing than what we would get on our own. And the vehicles that we're recommending to be purchased for the sheriff would be purchased under the state of California Office of Emergency Services, what they call the 1122 program, and that's specifically for law enforcement vehicles and has all the right options that the sheriff needs for those vehicles. So, in conclusion, this recommendation is to approve the award of purchase orders to the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services 1122 program and to Winter Chevrolet of Elk Grove under the state contract for the purchase of various vehicles in the maximum aggregate amount of $1,770,571. And also to use state contracts or other cooperative contracts for additional vehicle purchases throughout the year, provided that they're properly budgeted by each department. I'm requesting your approval for that action, please.
Any questions? Seeing none, anyone from the public? Motion Holmes, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Earlier today, a long time ago, I continued public comment until the end of the meeting, and this is it. So is there anyone from the public who'd like to address the board on something not on the on our agenda?
Chairman, I see none.
See none with that, this meeting is adjourned.